I'm a celebrity and you asked me to go on a blind date. Lin Yu, who had already reached the peak of his tribulation period, returned to Earth. His mom called and told him to go on a blind date. What? I'm already a super strong expert at the peak of my tribulation period, and I still need to go on a blind date. And the other person is an arrogant campus beauty. Chapter 1. Boom. In the deep mountains, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed like a dragon darting through the sky. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in the sky, and a shadow suddenly emerged. Immediately, bolts of lightning, like dragons, shot towards him. Get lost. Lin Yu's eyes snapped open. He looked at the incoming lightning and snorted disdainfully. Vast spiritual energy surged from his body, rushing out to meet the lightning. All the lightning was dispersed by the spiritual energy, and the dense thunderclouds were scattered by the surging spiritual force. The dark clouds rolled away, the thunder ceased, and the sky cleared, with sunlight bathing the world. The spiritual energy is so barren. Is this Earth? I've really come back. Lin Yu stood in the sky, looking down at the dense forest below and the surrounding green mountains. He confirmed that he was truly back. 5,000 years ago, during his summer vacation after the college entrance exams, he went camping in the mountains to explore. That night, he encountered the rare 9-star alignment and was sucked into a black hole formed by the phenomenon, crossing over to the cultivation world, the Shenkan continent, where he became a loose cultivator. Through 5,000 years of hard cultivation, he broke through many stages postnatal, innate, chi training, foundation establishment, nascent soul, golden core, and reached the peak of the tribulation period. When he was about to ascend after surviving the tribulation, a natural phenomenon occurred. The 9-star alignment appeared again, and he was sucked in once more. This time, he returned to Earth. It sounded like he had just gone to the Shenkan continent to enjoy some benefits, but the truth was, in the past 5,000 years, he had experienced countless hardships and near-death situations. The difficulties were known only to him. 5,000 years have passed. Are humans still on Earth? Lin Yu sighed bitterly and shook his head. His body shot down like a meteor, landing on the overgrown ground. Suddenly, he saw a camping tent in front of him, and his face changed drastically. How is this possible? 5,000 years have passed, what kind of tent is still this good? Lin Yu frowned and walked over to open the tent. Inside, he saw his travel bag, sleeping bag, and other items. He took out the travel bag and found his phone, charger, flashlight, and wallet. Lin Yu pulled out his phone, turned on the screen, and when he saw the time, he was shocked again. Today is August 31st, 2023. I've been cultivating on the Shenkan continent for 5,000 years, and only half a month has passed on Earth. The battery on his phone was almost dead. Lin Yu tried to charge it but found that the charger's power had completely drained after half a month, and the phone was now dead. Hey handsome, the queen called. The phone rang, and Lin Yu answered. A familiar voice came from the phone. Little brat, where are you messing around again? Tomorrow, university starts, and you need to go straight to the Magic City. Lin Yu held the phone in his hand, silent for a long time. Little brat. Did you hear me, you little rascal? Mom, I miss you. How have you been? Lin Yu's eyes reddened, and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Even though he was now a super strong expert at the peak of his tribulation, capable of moving mountains and splitting rivers, his journey in the Shenkan continent was incredibly difficult, filled with hardship. He had often spent countless nights longing for his parents. Son, where are you now? Have you run into trouble? My heart isn't too good, don't scare me. If you need anything, just tell me. If anything happens to you, I won't live either. Mom, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. I'll head to the Magic City now. Lin Yu smiled with happiness on his face. Damn it, you little brat, what are you doing trying to act all sentimental and scare me like that? Anyway, when you get to the Magic City, go straight to your Aunt Shin's house. I've already told her. By the way, when I was pregnant with you, I made a betrothal agreement with Aunt Shin. Her daughter, Zhang Shuyu, is the same age as you, just 2 months younger. She goes to the same university. This time, when you go to the Magic City, besides going to university, you're also going to meet her for a blind date. You better make sure to get Zhang Shuyu, and bring her back home for the new year. If not, don't bother coming back. I'll pretend I never had you, you ingrate. Lin Yu originally felt warm in his heart, but upon hearing this, his eyes widened. What the hell? He was a super strong expert at the peak of his tribulation. And his mom wanted him to go on a blind date. No, I'm still young. Juhui, is it too much to ask for Xiaoyu to go on a blind date? He just started university, and you're asking him to do this. Besides, you and your friend Shen Mengyan made this decision without asking the kids. What if? Lin Qiancheng, what do you mean by that? If you don't want to think about our son's future, I'm concerned as his mother, and you're unwilling. This matter is decided by me and Mengyun. Mengyun is the CEO of a big corporation and has been my best friend for decades. Xiaoyu will never suffer if he marries her daughter. Lin Yu overheard the argument between his parents on the phone. Just as he was about to speak, the phone shut off. He held the phone, feeling helpless. I'm a super strong expert at the peak of my tribulation, about to ascend, and yet I'm being told to go on a blind date. If those old fools on the Shenkan continent find out, they'll definitely laugh to death. But the spiritual energy on earth is really thin. The spiritual energy in my body is leaking out constantly. If this continues, my cultivation will definitely drop. I need to find a way to solve this. On a high-speed train, a balding middle-aged man was holding his phone, impatiently talking on the phone. Beside him, a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a sexy outfit, young and beautiful, was happily clinging to his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Darling, the person in the photo isn't me. I never went to Macau, and I didn't take any woman to the mall in Macau. I was in Tanju on business. You have to believe me, back when we were dating, didn't you fall for my good looks and honesty? We've been married for 8 years, and even though we're rich now, I've never done anything to betray you. You know me, I never lie to you. If I ever deceive you in this life, may I be struck by lightning and never live a good life. Darling, you're my only one, how could I ever deceive you? While talking, he turned his head and looked out of the window, only to see a young man walking leisurely outside the speeding train. The young man even turned his head and smiled at him. His eyes widened in shock. He quickly shouted in panic. Darling, I saw someone walking outside the speeding high-speed train. I swear, he is walking leisurely outside, and he is even smiling at me. Chapter 2, The Blind Date Subject Calls Me a Country Bumpkin. Suddenly, Lin Yu vanished from outside. The middle-aged man quickly rubbed his eyes, hearing the harsh words coming from the phone. He hurriedly explained. Wife, don't be upset. It was probably just my eyes playing tricks on me. You don't know how exhausting it was in Tanju these past few days, trying to close that deal. Every day, I had to entertain and drink, and I was practically drained. This is probably just a hallucination. Bang! 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 There was a loud knock on the window. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head, staring out at Lin Yu, who was pressing his face against the window, eyes fixed on him. He screamed out loud. Wife! That wasn't a hallucination. There's actually someone outside, and now his knocking on the window right in front of me. Tightly gripping his phone, his lips trembled as he fearfully said to his wife, Can you please tell me, is this high-speed train heading to Magic City? Lin Yu tapped on the window, and his voice pierced through the sound of the wind and the glass, reaching the middle-aged man's ears. Honey, he's not just running alongside the high-speed train, but is also asking me if this train is heading to Magic City. The middle-aged man was so terrified that he could barely speak. He nervously nodded at Lin Yu, muttering, Thanks. Lin Yu replied calmly and then leapt up, jumping onto the top of the high-speed train and sitting cross-legged. Zheng Guiyan, you bastard, you think you can fool me, huh? I'll divorce you as soon as you come back. On the phone, the woman's hysterical voice echoed before the call ended abruptly. He stared blankly at his phone, slapped himself a few times, then mumbled in a daze. Wife, I swear I didn't lie to you. I saw a ghost today. Magic City. A pink Volkswagen Beetle was driving down the city streets. The driver was a stylish, cute girl who looked at her phone with a furrowed brow, clearly troubled. Shuyao, I don't think this is a good idea. After all, he's your mom's best friend's son, and he's here for a blind date with you. What if this makes your mom angry? Man, aren't you my best friend? Mom agreed to the marriage without asking me first. I can't just sit back and let that happen. He is at my mom's company now, just do what we agreed on. But I still worry about making Auntie angry. I feel like this isn't right, it's too much. 10 Armani lipsticks. Shuyao, it's not about lipsticks. I just think I'll give you those 2 LV bags you liked last time. Shuyao, you're the best. I'm just saying that as best friends, when you're in trouble, I'll always have your back. Just wait, the people I hired will definitely scare him into submission. But there's one problem: what if your blind date is really handsome? If he's really handsome, then we cancel the plan. Even though I'm not a shallow woman who only cares about looks, I have to give my mom some face. I'll try to talk to him. Man hung up the phone and muttered to herself, what a hypocritical woman, always judging by looks. As the car arrived outside the Hunker Group building, Man suddenly realized something. Her best friend had never described what the guy looked like. What am I thinking? Shuyao probably doesn't know either. He's from a small town, and he's the same age as Shuyao and me. He should be easy to spot. Man picked up the phone and dialed a number. A van immediately stopped behind her car. Lin Yu, holding a key and carrying a backpack, walked out from Hunker Group. Just as he was about to descend the steps, his powerful spiritual sense picked up several hostile auras nearby. Lin Yu remained calm, continuing to walk forward. But after walking a short distance, 3 muscular, fierce-looking men, dressed in gangster style, approached him and blocked his way. Are you Lin Yu? Lin Yu glanced at the men and nodded. Kid, we were hired to teach you a lesson. You'd better go to university and stay away from people you can't afford to offend. If you don't agree, don't blame us for making you regret it. You'll suffer greatly. The 3 men looked menacing, their fingers cracking, creating an intimidating atmosphere. In the car, Man observed from the window. She answered her phone, holding it and saying, "They started. They are too far away for me to see his face, but he's dressed so poorly, like a country bumpkin. He definitely doesn't meet Shuyao's standards. Then, according to the plan, just scare him off. He looks like a stick figure in front of the people I hired. He's probably so scared he'll wet himself and give up on the blind date. He won't dare to bother Shuyao anymore." After saying that, she looked over again, only to freeze in shock. The 3 people she hired were kneeling on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Lin Yu. How is this possible? Man, what's going on? What do you mean, how is this possible? Just as Man was about to speak, she saw Lin Yu's gaze fixed on her. That guy is a country bumpkin, how is this? She held her phone and was about to speak when a voice suddenly rang from outside the car. Are you talking about me, the country bumpkin? Man turned her head and saw Lin Yu standing outside the window. Terrified, she screamed and dropped her phone, ending the call. Lin Yu opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. He looked at Man with an indifferent tone. You hired those 3 to deal with me, right? Tell me why you did it. If you don't, I'll take the first step, then the second step. Man's pupils dilated as she hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest, looking at Lin Yu with a pained expression, and begged, "Be big brother, I was forced to do it. Please don't do anything to me." In a high-end coffee shop, a young woman, dressed beautifully with exquisite features, sat at a table holding her phone. After dialing a few times and failing to get through to Man, she frowned and muttered, "What's going on with Man? Why isn't she answering my calls? Did Lin Yu find out?" At that moment, Lin Yu appeared, walking upstairs with Man, who looked miserable. Shuyao's face immediately turned displeased. She had sent Man to deal with Lin Yu, but now she was seeing him right there. And honestly, he looked like nothing special, just a country bumpkin wearing terribly outdated clothes. Chapter 3, Casual Talk. My blind date has plenty of money. Lin Yu walked over, sat down on the chair, and looked at Zhang Shuyao before speaking. So, it turns out Aunt Shan's daughter looks so ordinary. I'm really disappointed. My mom asked me to go on this blind date with you to keep her happy. During the new year, you're coming with me to my house. As soon as Zhang Man saw Zhang Shuyao, she immediately ran over like a startled kitten and sat down, hugging her arm. Zhang Shuyao frowned, her face showing anger as she looked at Lin Yu, who was dressed plainly and looked out of place. She was not happy as she said, "I look ordinary. Do you even have eyes? Do you know how many guys are after me? At school, Man and I are basically the campus queens. Unlike you, dressed so poorly, you're just a country bumpkin. She was extremely unhappy with Lin Yu's comment. Since she was little, everyone who saw her always praised her beauty. But Lin Yu, this country bumpkin, said she looked ordinary and was clearly not impressed. What does he think of himself? Who does he think he is? What she didn't know was that Lin Yu was speaking the truth. In his 5,000 years in the Qianxian continent, he had seen countless beautiful demonesses, imperial princesses, and sect saints, and compared to them, Zhang Shuya was in a completely different league. Her looks were indeed ordinary. Lin Yu walked over, sat across from Zhang Shuya, and said calmly, "That's not important. During the new year, you pretend to be my girlfriend and meet my mom. In return, I can help you with something. No, never mind. Since you're Anshan's daughter, I'll reward you by doing 3 things for you." Zhang Shuya sneered. "You think you're Aladdin with a magic lamp, granting wishes? What can a country bumpkin like you do for me?" Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "Aladdin's lamp. I'm much better than that. People have begged me for help before, but I turned them all down because I didn't want to bother. You should cherish the opportunity to have me help you with 3 things so easily." Sitting beside them, Zhang Man burst into laughter and covered her mouth. "Confident guy, you really think too highly of yourself, don't you? There are plenty of men who want to get close to our Shuyao and do things for her. Even if you're in line, you'd have to wait a few decades. Cherish the opportunity. You're making me laugh." Zhang Shuya was absolutely disgusted with Lin Yu. She scowled, grabbed her purse, and stood up, ready to leave, with Zhang Man sticking her tongue out at Lin Yu and making a face. "Confident guy, butter up some more." But just as Zhang Shuya was about to walk out, her phone rang. After answering her mom's call, she looked annoyed. "Mom wants me to take him to eat, but after being disgusted by him, I can't eat anymore. Why does she want me to deal with this country bumpkin? I'm really about to lose my patience." After speaking in frustration, she walked toward Lin Yu with an icy tone and said, "Mom wants me to take you to eat. Let us go." Lin Yu stood up with a neutral expression. As a powerful cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage, he had absolutely no interest in Zhang Shuyao. In his 5,000 years of life in the Qianxian continent, the only thing that interested him was ascending through cultivation. But now, since he had returned, family became his only concern. His parents, being mortals, only had a few decades left to live, while his own lifespan had already exceeded 100,000 years. If he didn't prioritize them now, he wouldn't have the chance to show filial piety in a few decades. After leaving the cafe, Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Man got into the car. Lin Yu opened the car door, but before he could sit, Zhang Shuyao stopped him. "Your clothes are so dirty. Don't get in Man's car. Don't mess up the seats. We're going to the Zhaishan Fang to eat. Whether you walk or take a taxi, figure it out yourself. If you're late, you'll starve. We won't wait for you and we'll still order food." Zhang Shuyao said, signaling Zhang Man to drive off. "Confident guy, hurry up or you'll only get the leftover dishwater to drink." Zhang Man said smugly as she drove off. Lin Yu shook his head as he watched the car leave. "Women on Earth really are hard to chase after. But your car definitely can't go as fast as I can." After speaking, his body transformed into a streak of light, leaping onto the rooftop of the building. Then, he quickly darted between the buildings like a flash. Inside the car, Zhang Man was driving, playing energetic music. Man, what's going on? Didn't you send people to threaten him and stop him from coming on this blind date with me? Why did you bring him here?" Zhang Shuyao, sitting in the passenger seat, asked, visibly annoyed. "I don't know how it happened. When I was talking to you on the phone, he was suddenly standing outside my car window. And the 3 people, I don't know what happened, but they somehow ended up kneeling on the ground, bowing to him. It's strange, really strange." Zhang Man furrowed her brows while driving. "Kneeling to him? Why would they do that?" Zhang Shuyao asked in confusion. But after thinking for a while, neither of them could figure out why. "Forget it, I don't care. I'm hungry. When we get to Zhaishan Fang, I'm going to eat a big meal. That country bumpkin disgusted me so much, I don't care about dieting today." Zhang Shuyao said, leaning against the car window. "What about Lin Yu? It's hard to get a taxi outside the cafe. Do you think he'll be able to find Jai Shanfang? Zhang Manman asked. Who cares? If he leaves, even better. I just want to throw up every time I see that country bumpkin. Zhang Shuyao said coldly. At Jai Shanfang, Lin Yu sat in a private room, holding the menu. He ordered more than 10 dishes in one go. As a super cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage, he had long since ceased eating regular food and only absorbed the spiritual energy of the world. But the spiritual energy on earth was extremely sparse. His own spiritual energy was leaking constantly, so to reduce consumption, he had no choice but to eat this lowly human food. Handsome, are you sure you can finish all this? Should I take a few off? It'll be such a waste. The waiter looked at the 16 large dishes Lin Yu ordered and kindly offered. No need. Just bring it all out. Someone will pay. My friend is very rich. Lin Yu waved his hand and said. Earlier, Zhang Shuyao said she was treating, so he didn't need to save her any money. He ordered only the most expensive dishes. After a while, Lin Yu stood up, calculating the time. Zhang Shuyao and the others would be here soon. But when they saw that he had already arrived, they would definitely be shocked. Chapter 4, I'm going to ruin him. However, it wasn't he that Lin Yu was too fast. In fact, he could have gotten there even quicker. But since he didn't know the way, he spent about half the time asking pedestrians for directions. Outside Jai Shanfang, a black BMW parked in the lot. A young man, wearing a black jacket and with long hair tied up, sporting a cool and stylish outfit, got out of the car with two people following him. Young Master Wei, look, is that the car of the second campus belle, Zhang Manman? Hey, and the first campus belle, Zhang Shuyao, is also in the car. They've come to Jai Shanfang to eat too, one of the henchmen suddenly said to Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei immediately turned his head, looking at Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman getting out of the car, a malicious grin appearing on his face. It really is them. It seems that Shuyao and I are destined to be together. Li Hongwei, Zhang Shuyao, and Zhang Manman had all attended the same high school, and they were in the same class. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman had been recognized as the two campus belles due to their beauty. However, they had very different styles. Zhang Shuyao was cold and aloof, while Zhang Manman was cute and full-figured, her chest clearly overly developed for her age. Li Hongwei liked the cold, aloof type, so, naturally, Zhang Shuyao caught his eye. Shuyao, look, isn't that Li Hongwei over there? Our luck is really terrible today. First, we run into that country bumpkin Lin Yu, and now we run into that annoying Li Hongwei, Zhang Manman said with a disgusted expression as she saw Li Hongwei. Zhang Shuyao looked at Li Hongwei from afar, her face also filled with discomfort. Shuyao, this is a golden opportunity. Zhang Manman grabbed Zhang Shuyao's arm and grinned maliciously. Li Hongwei is the campus bully. He is arrogant and vengeful. If we get Lin Yu to provoke him, he'll definitely give that country bumpkin a good beating. Shuyao, don't you think this is a perfect opportunity? Zhang Shuyao's face instantly showed a wicked smile. She nodded, but then frowned. But that country bumpkin still doesn't know where we are. How can we make him provoke Li Hongwei? You guys are too slow. I've already ordered the food, Lin Yu's voice suddenly sounded from beside them. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman were both startled. They quickly turned their heads to see Lin Yu walking over, both of them showing shocked expressions. How could you get here so quickly? Zhang Manman pointed at Lin Yu, unable to believe it. She had driven as fast as she could, and being very familiar with the route to Jai Shanfang, many veteran taxi drivers couldn't beat her. How could Lin Yu have arrived so fast? It was ridiculous. Zhang Shuyao also furrowed her brow, looking at him in astonishment. Because you guys were driving, and I flew here directly. Naturally, I'm much faster than your car, Lin Yu said calmly. I've been waiting for you guys for a while. If you were any later, I would have already started eating. Flew here? Stop bragging. Did you grow wings or something? Zhang Manman pouted, sarcastically replying to the dishonest man. Whatever, this isn't important. Lin Yu, didn't you say you'd do 3 things for me? See that guy over there wearing the black jacket with long hair? Zhang Shuyao said in a cold tone. As long as you dare to go over there and teach him a lesson, I might consider going to your house to meet your mom during the new year. Zhang Manman hurriedly said, Shu Yao, there's no need to go that far. You're being too generous. Oh, all right. Lin Yu casually replied and walked directly towards Li Hongwei and his group without asking further. Oh? All right? He really doesn't take Li Hongwei seriously. Zhang Manman said, surprised. Isn't he this better? Let us stand here and watch him get beaten up by Li Hongwei. And I only said I might consider it. Whether I go or not is my choice. Of course, I won't go, Zhang Shuyao replied with a sly smile. Shuyao, you're not only beautiful, but you're also so clever. I almost can't help but fall in love with you, Zhang Manman said, gripping Zhang Shuyao's arm and leaning against her shoulder, giving her compliments. Lin Yu walked up to Li Hongwei's group and looked at Li Hongwei. I promised someone I'd teach you a lesson. Stand still, don't move. I'll teach you a lesson, and then I'll leave. FCK. Who the hell are you, kid? You're so bold, thinking you can teach us, young Master Wei, a lesson. Huang Chuliang, one of Li Hongwei's henchmen, glared at Lin Yu, grabbing his collar with a fierce expression. Li Hongwei looked at Lin Yu with disdain, not taking the country bumpkin seriously at all. You dare to teach me a lesson? Pull him over and beat him up, let him know who he can't afford to mess with. Got it, young Master Wei. Huang Chuliang replied and pulled Lin Yu away, intending to teach him a lesson. But no matter how hard he tried, Lin Yu stood still, not budging an inch. Another henchman came over to help, but the two of them couldn't budge Lin Yu. With a slight movement of his internal energy, both of them were instantly sent flying. Lin Yu took 2 steps forward, grabbed Li Hongwei by the shoulder, spun him around, and then kicked him in the back, sending him flying. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman, who were watching from a distance, were stunned. They had originally planned for Li Hongwei to deal with Lin Yu, but Lin Yu easily defeated both Li Hongwei and his 2 henchmen. Shuyao, did you see how he did that? Zhang Manman asked, her mouth agape in shock. Zhang Shuyao shook her head. I didn't see it clearly, but my mom did mention that Lin Yu trains a lot and loves outdoor camping and adventures. Lin Yu walked over to Zhang Shuyao and said, I've already taught that guy a lesson for you. Don't forget, during the new year, you'll come home with me and meet your future mother-in-law. Future mother-in-law. Zhang Shuyao's eyes widened, and her face immediately turned angry. You're dreaming. Li Hongwei, struggling to get up from the ground, looked around with a vicious expression and shouted, where's that little punk who kicked me? Young Master Wei, he went inside Jai Shanfang with Zhang Shuyao and the others, one of the henchmen replied. Fuck, I'm going to deal with him today. Let us go, I'm going to ruin him. Chapter 5. This guy is very evil, don't mess with him. Walking into the private room, Lin Yu walked over, sat on the chair, and said to them. I have ordered the dishes. If you arrive later, I will eat by myself. Did you order the dishes? Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman came over and sat down. She immediately showed a contemptuous expression on her face. She looked at Lin Yu and said with disdain. How do you, a country bumpkin, know what dishes are delicious in the vegetarian dining room? The dishes you ordered are definitely the cheapest and most unpalatable dishes here. When they are served later, you can eat them by yourself. Man and I will order dishes that suit our tastes, and we will eat our own. Zhang Manman proudly stuck out her tongue at Lin Yu and said. Brother Confidence, you're in big trouble now. This meal is Shuya's treat, and we've been to this vegetarian dining room many times, so we know which dishes are the most delicious and the most distinctive. You don't have the blessing to enjoy it. Shuyao, I want to eat the clear soup bloodbird's nest porridge that I've always wanted to eat. Zhang Shuyao nodded, took out her mobile phone to scan the code on the table, and prepared to order. At this time, the waiter knocked on the door of the private room, came in, and asked Lin Yu. Sir, can I serve the food? Go ahead. Lin Yu said casually. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman were still on their phones, choosing the dishes they wanted to eat, and then a shocking scene appeared. Rows of waiters in Gyeongsams and with great figures walked in from outside, carrying large dishes one by one. They put all the dishes on the table, and Zhang Shuya's eyes widened, looking at Lin Yu in shock and asked. You ordered all of these? Oh my god, you ordered all the special dishes of the vegetarian dining room. Buddha jumps over the wall, braised shark's fin, stuffed yellow croaker, stir-fried phoenix tongue. 14 expensive dishes, how dare you? Zhang Manman looked at the 14 special dishes of the vegetarian dining room on the table, her mouth opened wide. These dishes, she usually didn't want to order them with Zhang Shuyao, because they are too expensive. She even ordered the most special dish of the vegetarian dining room, 8 seas crossing the sea to make arhats. Yes, I ordered all of them. But you just said that the dishes I ordered are not to your taste, so you can order more. I'll eat first. Lin Yu said to them calmly, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Not to your taste. You ordered all the famous dishes that we usually want to eat but dare not eat, and you can actually say this. Lin Yu, although it's my treat, you can't treat me like a fool. You ordered so much, how can you finish it? You are being extravagant. You are from a small place, you should know how to save. Zhang Shuyao was really angry this time. Although these dishes taste ordinary, I am really hungry. Don't worry, I won't waste them. I will eat them all. Lin Yu said to her while eating the dishes. Very ordinary. This bastard ate the special dishes that they dared not order or eat on weekdays, and he actually said it was ordinary. How dare he say this? It's too shameless. I won't eat any more. Zhang Shuya's chest rose and fell rapidly because of anger. She was really about to cry because of Lin Yu, the bastard. She stood up and wanted to leave immediately. As soon as she took 2 steps, she found Zhang Manman still sitting on the chair, drooling from the corners of her mouth, staring straight at Lin Yu who was eating the food. Manman, what's wrong with you? Let's go. Zhang Shuyao turned around and shouted with a gloomy face. Zhang Manman turned around and said with a pitiful expression on her face. Yao Yao, I also want to eat these big meals. Can we not leave? This meal is obviously your treat. If we don't eat a bite and then pay for it, wouldn't it be a loss? A word awakened the dreamer. Zhang Shuyao looked at Lin Yu with resentment, walked back, sat down again, picked up the chopsticks, stared at Lin Yu and said. Yes, I paid for this meal, why shouldn't I eat? Man, let's eat too. But when she was about to move her chopsticks, she found that most of the dishes on the table had been eaten. Snap. Zhang Shuyao slammed the chopsticks on the table and said angrily. You are a pig. You have eaten so much in such a short time. You have taken every dish. How can we eat? Eat your saliva. Lin Yu was not angry at all. He continued to eat and looked at Zhang Shuyao and said. Didn't you say that you would order by yourself? Then I will eat what I ordered by myself. Otherwise, you can order another table. Zhang Shuyao was almost furious when she heard this. Order another table. Do you know how expensive these dishes are? Suddenly, the door of the private room was opened. Li Hongwei and a group of people dressed in social clothes with dragons and tigers tattooed on their necks and arms stood outside aggressively. Son of a bitch, I have searched for several private rooms and finally found you. Li Hongwei walked in with his people. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman were extremely happy to see Li Hongwei bring so many people to trouble Lin Yu. This bastard should be given a good beating, otherwise, they will not be able to vent their anger just now. Lin Yu did not ignore them at all and continued to eat. Yao Yao, this bastard provoked me before, I must give him a good beating. I will send you out first, and then I will deal with him. Li Hongwei looked at Zhang Shuyao, and a flattering smile like a dog licking appeared on his face, and he said hurriedly. Then he took 2 followers and personally sent Zhang Shuyao and the others out. Outside the private room, Zhang Manman exaggerated and said bad things about Lin Yu to Li Hongwei, asking Li Hongwei to give Lin Yu a good beating later to vent their anger. When Li Hongwei heard that Lin Yu, a country bumpkin, dared to bully his goddess, he immediately got angry and said with his chest patted. Yao Yao, don't worry, I will definitely beat him up and vent your anger for you and Xiaman. I brought so many people here, they are all from society, they are my brother's men, and they are more than enough to beat that country bumpkin. Wait for me, wait until I beat that country bumpkin, then you can come in and see his miserable appearance. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman were both full of joy, they really hoped that Lin Yu will be beaten up. Then Li Hongwei opened the door of the private room, and just as he was about to go in, he was stunned. Because the people he brought were lying on the ground at this time, with faces full of pain and screaming. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman looked at the scene in the private room, and they were also shocked. Lin Yu was still sitting at the table, eating the dishes calmly. What the hell is going on? Li Hongwei asked the people on the ground. Wei Shao, this guy is very evil, don't mess with him," a person on the ground said in a painful tone. Li Hongwei looked at Lin Yu, who was eating vegetables, frowning, but he had already said the harsh words just now, and now Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman were standing behind him. He couldn't be too cowardly in front of his goddess. "What the hell? You are all a bunch of trash, I will deal with him myself." Chapter 6 Tease Her. Li Hongwei said loudly in a tone that he thought was the coolest, and then he walked over with a fierce face, grabbed a bowl on the table and threw it at Lin Yu. Lin Yu made a move in an instant, grabbed Li Hongwei's shoulder, and pressed his head onto the yellow croaker in the soup. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman were shocked in an instant. This was the only time they saw Lin Yu's move clearly. Quick, accurate and not cruel. Because Lin Yu was staring at the dish of yellow croaker in soup with regret, although the taste is average, it's a waste. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman were angry. "You pushed the people into the plate, and you still want to eat." Li Hongwei's face and neck were flushed, and then he broke free from Lin Yu's shackles. Looking up and seeing the expressions of Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman, he was furious. "You country bumpkin, you dare to embarrass me like this? You wait. My Li family will never let you go." After the harsh words, Li Hongwei didn't even dare to look at Zhang Shuyao, and ran away with his little brother, who got up. "Yao Yao, the country bumpkin won't really provoke Li Hongwei, right? I heard that the thugs of their Li family are not ordinary people, and they will kill people." Zhang Manman grabbed Zhang Shuyao's arm a little guilty. Zhang Shuyao's cold little face frowned. "Li Hongwei used the Li family's thugs for this kind of thing? If it really comes to this, I am also responsible. I will save the life of this country bumpkin." Zhang Shuyao snorted coldly, ready to indicate that Lin Yu had caused trouble. But Lin Yu had already picked up the remaining dishes from the plate and ignored her at all. Zhang Shuyao gritted her teeth. "You actually still have the mind to eat. You made the Li family angry. Food can't be wasted." Lin Yu stuffed the last bite, calmly. "The Li family is nothing to be afraid of." Zhang Shuyao had never seen such an arrogant and ignorant person. She took a deep breath and said directly, "Then wait to be beaten to death, and see who will take care of you. Also, I look down on you, we have no results." "Me too." Lin Yu nodded seriously. Zhang Shuyao stomped her feet fiercely and almost cried in anger. Zhang Manman quickly smoothed it over. "Yao Yao, don't be angry. This country bumpkin is just trying to make you angry." Zhang Shuyao felt the same way, took a deep breath, turned around and walked out. "Let's go home." Lin Yu didn't stop him. It's not his style to be so cold-hearted. But the Empress Dowager's message came in time. After just a glance, he couldn't help but sigh and said to Zhang Shuyao and the others who were at the door, "I have to take you home." Zhang Shuyao turned her head and glared at him. "Who asked you to take me home?" "My mother said so." "Thank her for worrying about the safety of an outsider like you regardless of her son's wishes." Lin Yu almost wrote the word "unwilling" on his face. "Your mama's boy." Zhang Shuyao had been raised up since he was a child, and he felt insulted and stood up like a cat. Man, we're not going home, we're going shopping." "What are you doing?" Before she finished her words, she exclaimed. It turned out that Lin Yu had carried her by the waist on his shoulders, and that movement was easier than carrying a 20 jin sack. "Why go shopping?" "Wait until I complete the task of the flower protector before you go." "Just kidding, the fighting power of women shopping is not enough even if they have 3 legs, right?" Lin Yu, who just wanted to quickly complete the task assigned by his mother, directly stuffed the struggling Zhang Shuyao into a passing taxi. Zhang Manman was dumbfounded. These 2 people actually left her behind. Asshole. Until getting off the car, Zhang Shuyao was still repeating this curse. Lin Yu clicked his tongue twice. This willful young lady is really well educated. This is the only curse she can say. Zhang Shuyao's full chest exploded when she saw his indifferent expression. As soon as she got off the car, she ran into the villa and locked the iron railing door directly to prevent Lin Yu from entering. "Don't even think about entering my house. Go sleep on the street." In Zhang Shuyao's eyes, the country bumpkin Lin Yu didn't have the money to open a hotel. Lin Yu didn't even want to go in, but now seeing her smug expression, he became rebellious. "It is said that everyone who comes is a guest. Is this how you treat your future husband?" he said deliberately, and his hand touched the door lock, as if he was thinking about how to unlock it. Zhang Shuyao wanted to pounce on him from behind the iron gate and bite him to death when she heard him speak. But seeing his actions, she suppressed her anger again. Don't try to provoke me. Do you think I will be stupid enough to open the door and beat you? No need for you, I will open it. Lin Yu was careless. Zhang Shuyao sneered, you're just bragging, do you think our security is just for show? The anti-theft system of this door costs tens of millions, you. Ding! Before Zhang Shuyao finished her words, the door lock clicked open, and her little face was stunned. It's not difficult, faster than climbing over the wall. Lin Yu shook his head and pushed the door in while commenting. Zhang Shuyao clenched her fists, she was going crazy. This damn anti-theft door has never broken down, but it has broken down. That's right, she unilaterally thought that the anti-theft door was broken. Just wait for me. Zhang Shuyao shouted angrily at the yard. Erlangshan, General, bite him. Two figures, one black and one white, rushed out quickly. Lin Yu looked closely and his eyes lit up. It turned out to be two pure black and pure white Tibetan mastiffs. Are you scared? Zhang Shuyao saw that he didn't move, thinking that Lin Yu was too scared to move, and couldn't help but raise her chin proudly, ready to see Lin Yu being chased by two ferocious Tibetan mastiffs. Thinking of this, she secretly took out her mobile phone and prepared to take a picture of this mocking handle. Lin Yu didn't miss her little action at all, narrowed his eyes and laughed. He was a strong man in the tribulation period, who had been controlling beasts for thousands of years. Was he afraid of just two little Tibetan mastiffs? Seeing the black and white figures approaching, his eyes darkened, and a trace of pressure was leaked. In an instant, the two Tibetan mastiffs who came to support their master with pride froze all over, as if they were stared at by ancient beasts, and trembled violently. Woo! The Tibetan mastiff surrendered and lay down in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu liked things that were sensible. He touched the dog's head, glanced at Zhang Shuyao who was dumbfounded, and said deliberately. Your two dogs are so polite that they bow to me as soon as they meet. Zhang Shuyao's face turned red with anger, stamped her feet, and commanded again, bite him. The two dogs whimpered a little aggrieved, how dare they move? Lin Yu deliberately angered her and said, dogs understand human nature. They won't listen to your command like this. Be more friendly. As he said, he raised his hand to let the dog sit up, and then commanded him to lie down and shake hands. These two Tibetan mastiffs grew up with Zhang Shuyao and have always listened to her. Even her parents may not be able to command them. Now they are actually commanded by a country bumpkin? Zhang Shuyao was provoked, and her eyes were indeed red with anger. Erlangshan, General, you are my dogs, you are not allowed to listen to him. Just at this moment, the door of the villa opened. Miss, you are back, who is this? The man was a middle-aged man with grey hair, about 50 years old, wearing a black butler suit, with a kind look. When Zhang Shuyao saw the person, she seemed to have found a backer. She pointed at Lin Yu with a flat mouth and complained. Chapter 7 A Gift for Erlangshan. Butler Grandpa. He is that Lin Yu. He bullied me and took away Erlangshan and the general. Get him out now. The middle-aged man is the butler Zhang who has served the Zhang family for half his life. He watched Zhang Shuyao grow up and treated her as his granddaughter. Today, when he heard that Zhang Shuyao was going to a blind date, he thought that Zhang Shuyao was still young and did not agree. Now that he heard Zhang Shuyao complain, his expression immediately sank. Where did this stinky boy dare to bully his lady? Immediately, the pressure unique to the acquired warrior spread out and pressed directly against Lin Yu. Zhang Shuyao did not notice, but the two Tibetan mastiffs were very sensitive to the threats of the strong, and they whined uneasily. Oh! Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that there would be immortal cultivators in a place where the earth's spiritual energy is so scarce. Not as innate as the innate, but also an acquired warrior. Interesting. Lin Yu smiled and looked over. It was just such a light look that defeated the pressure from Butler Zhang. The pressure receded like a tide. Butler Zhang's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. This kid, what's wrong? Pressure is the collision of spiritual energy. In that short moment, he felt like an egg hitting a stone, a stream comparing to the sea. Self-humiliation. Lin Yu ignored his shock and just laughed at Zhang Shuyao. How old are you, and you still complain like a primary school student? Zhang Shuyao glared at him angrily and wanted to scold him. Butler Zhang finally suppressed his shock and hurriedly spoke to smooth things over. a guest is a guest, miss, and it just so happens that the lady also wants to see this. Young Master Lin. He was not sure about Lin Yu's background, and was afraid that Zhang Shuyao would irritate Lin Yu, and he could not protect him. But Zhang Shuyao had no idea of his good intentions, and snorted coldly. What young master, he is just a bumpkin. For mommy's sake, I won't bother with him. After saying that, he turned his head and went into the house first. It looked like he wanted to go to Shenmengyun to sue Lin Yu. Butler Zhang had no choice but to secretly be wary of Lin Yu and stretched out his hand. Young Master Lin, please. Mr. Butler, don't be nervous, my mother just asked me to visit Aunt Shen. Lin Yu walked into the villa openly. Xiao Yu, you are finally here. As soon as he entered, he saw a lady dressed like a noblewoman coming down the spiral staircase and greeted him enthusiastically. Lin Yu looked up and down at his best friend. She was in her 30s or 40s, well maintained, and had a radiant face with charm. Hello, Aunt Shen. Lin Yu immediately smiled and greeted politely. Shenmengyun smiled, you are indeed a handsome guy. I was worried that you were too shy to come home, so I was preparing to ask someone to pick you up. I heard that Xiaoyu, you also came to Shanghai, and you are in the same university as Yao Yao. That's perfect. Since you are here, stay at home. You two can get along well in the future, cultivate your feelings, and get married after you graduate from university. Lin Yu was flattered. From what Anshin said, did she confirm his marriage with Zhang Shuyao? Hey! She is worthy of being his mother's best friend. You have good taste. No. Mommy, this country bumpkin bullied me, I don't want to get along with him. Not to mention cultivating feelings with him. Zhang Shuyao was possessed by the spirit of complaining, and protested immediately. Don't be willful, why do you say that to your brother Xiaoyu, apologize quickly. Shenmengyun scolded disapprovingly. This is the son of her best friend for half her life, which is equivalent to half of her godson, not to mention that the two families have a baby marriage. Zhang Shuyao was wronged immediately because her biological mother didn't stand on her side, her eyes were red, and she bit her lower lip and refused to speak. Although Lin Yu wanted to tease Zhang Shuyao, he couldn't coax her if he really made her cry. It's okay, Aunt Shen, Miss Zhang is not familiar with me, and she was angry with me because I just teased her dog. He said, I came back in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring any expensive gifts. I hope Aunt Shen will like this box of beauty pills. As he spoke, Lin Yu's spiritual power probed the Qi palace in his body, and a small wooden box appeared in the palm of his hand in his pocket. He had been practicing in Qianxian continent for 5,000 years, and the Qi palace had already opened up a storage space, which contained the treasures collected over the past thousands of years. This beauty pill, which can beautify and maintain youth, can be said to be the most useless pill in Qianxian continent. After all, those who can cultivate immortals basically know the art of keeping youth, so why would they need beauty pills? But for many ordinary people, it is a rare treasure. How could Lin Yu, who had just come back, know that the practitioners on Earth couldn't even practice this thing? So, he just took out the wooden box, and the only one among the three who was a postnatal warrior, Zhang Guanjia's eyes were straight. He actually felt the rich spiritual energy from the small wooden box. Shenmengyun was only surprised at Lin Yu's understanding, and smiled like a flower. Come here, what gifts do you bring? My mommy doesn't want your beauty pills, the packaging is a 3-no product. Zhang Shuyao thought that Lin Yu wanted to please Shenmengyun, and immediately found an opportunity to discredit him. Don't try to please my mother. I bought a set of skin care products for my mother a long time ago. It costs tens of thousands of yuan. You're so careful that your face will be rotten. When she said this, Shenmengyun, who paid attention to maintenance, was also a little worried. But the excited housekeeper Zhang had already opened the wooden box first. The abundant spiritual energy rushed to their face. Even Shenmengyun, who was standing aside, felt refreshed and couldn't help but condense a little. The housekeeper Zhang's eyes flickered, and a shocked heart almost couldn't be restrained. He said solemnly, Madam, this beauty pill given to you by Master Lin can't be taken out even at the auction. It's priceless and very valuable. Shenmengyun's careless face was restrained, and her pupils were shaking. Is this the kind of beauty pill at the auction? The auction that Butler Zhang mentioned is related to practitioners. The beauty pills auctioned there are said to make people 10 years younger. Which woman doesn't love beauty? Shenmengyun has been envious for a long time, but one pill can be auctioned for hundreds of billions. Even if the Zhang family is rich, she can't get it. But Butler Zhang actually said that what Lin Yu took out is a better beauty pill than the auction. The fact that Lin Yu can take out this beauty pill proves that he is also a practitioner. He is still a practitioner at a young age, but he can take out the pill that even Butler Zhang treasures so much. She took a deep breath, almost happy, overjoyed. She felt that an important thing that weighed on her mind seemed to have found a breakthrough to solve it. Xiao Yu is thoughtful. Auntie will keep such a valuable gift well. She tried her best to suppress her excitement and pretended to be calm. In fact, she had already wanted to call Lin Yu's mother Jiwei to ask her. Your son is a cultivator. She has kept it a secret from her for so many years. Are they still best friends? Lin Yu didn't see Shen Mingyan's excitement. He thought about it and reminded sincerely, Aunt Shen, the beauty pill is useless. You can just eat it as candy. Butler Zhang's hand holding the wooden box almost trembled. Good guy, does this kid really know what he is talking about? Chapter 8 Pure Spirit Body. Shen Mengyan felt that she had seen a lot of things. She was silent for a long time, took a deep breath, and then said earnestly, Xiao Yu, you are young and inexperienced. The value of this beauty pill is inestimable, don't take it out outside. People in your circle often kill people for treasures. Auntie won't take advantage of you. This beauty pill is expensive. I'll buy it with money. These 3 sentences made Lin Yu dumbfounded. The beauty pill is so valuable. Then the other things in his chifu are. But what surprised Lin Yu even more was that Shen Mengyan actually cared about him so much, and he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. For this reason, he even liked Zhang Shuyao, who always called him a country bumpkin, a little better. How can I charge for a gift? Aunt Shen, if you say this, my mother will have to carry a train to beat me overnight. He interrupted Shen Mengyan's plan with one sentence. Shen Mengyan hesitated for a while and had to give up. Only Zhang Shuyao, who had been in a daze, had a confused face throughout the whole process. Is it her fantasy or the world's fantasy? Such a country bumpkin actually gave her a gift worth tens of billions like her mother? If Shen Mengyan treated Lin Yu as her godson before, now it is definitely a treatment that even her own son cannot compare to. She enthusiastically gave Lin Yu he changed a bedroom and decided to let Lin Yu live at home for a long time during his study in the Magic City. Zhang Shuyao protested to no avail. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night when she thought that Lin Yu's room was next door. Lin Yu wanted to dampen her temper and was happy to make things difficult for her. But he still had important things to deal with. The spiritual energy on the earth was thin, and his internal spiritual energy was lost with his breathing, but he couldn't make up for it. If this continued, his cultivation would definitely be greatly reduced. I don't know how today's practitioners can prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. Thinking of the low level of cultivation of Butler Zhang, he could not help but frown. The spiritual energy leaked out and could not stay in the body, which would also affect people's cultivation. Butler Zhang should be deeply affected by it, otherwise why hasn't he broken through at such an old age? Lin Yu sat cross-legged in meditation, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate through the meridians and return to the Qi Palace. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Yu, who was staring at the group of spiritual energy in the Qi Palace, was slightly startled. The spiritual energy that should have leaked out did not dissipate and disappear in the world as before, but wandered around him. He only needed to absorb it back. Then he can return to Qi Mansion. Lin Yu thought for a moment, his consciousness expanded instantly, and he was shocked. I saw that the entire Zhang family villa was filled with abundant spiritual energy. Such a landscape is rarely seen even in Qianxian continent. Only when natural treasures appear in the world, there will be such a scene of spiritual energy gathering together. Is there any big treasure under the Zhang family? He didn't believe it, and his consciousness rushed directly to the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy, just wanting to take a peek at what the treasure was. But he heard, bastard, let you show off. I'll kill you. The consciousness locked onto the target point, and first heard the girl's vicious voice, and then saw a yellow duck toy floating on the bathtub, swaying. More clearly, it was a chest that was looming in the water. Lin Yu shuddered. The consciousness quickly retracted into his mind, and he almost said, fuck, in shock. Zhang Shuyao. It was not because he spied on something he shouldn't have seen, but because this little girl turned out to be a pure spirit body that only appears once in tens of millions of years. When a pure spirit body appears, it will nourish a small world with abundant spiritual energy. Even in the Qianxian continent, where there are many cultivators, it is difficult to find one in a million years. This is a human-shaped spiritual energy blood replenishing package. Lin Yu seriously reached out to wipe the 2 streaks of blood from his nose, feeling mixed emotions. This pure spiritual body, which is more popular than the furnace physique, was given to him as a wife by the heaven. He despised it before. For the first time, Lin Yu felt that he was a little ungrateful. This night, it was hard to sleep. "Miss, today is the day for you and Master Lin to register at the school. The driver is waiting for you at the door." On the dining table downstairs, the housekeeper put the prepared breakfast in front of Zhang Shuyao and spoke. Zhang Shuyao, who had already washed and dressed up, snorted in dissatisfaction when she heard it. "I don't want to ride in the same car with him, otherwise what if I am misunderstood?" Butler Zhang was helpless. If it were in normal times, he would definitely make other arrangements. "Madam hopes that you and Master Lin get along well." The housekeeper coughed. Zhang Shuyao gritted her teeth and took a big gulp of milk. "Then thank Anshin for my arrangement." Lin Yu's voice came at the right time. He hurried downstairs and sat at the dining table to eat the prepared breakfast. Zhang Shuyao glared at him fiercely, as if to say, "Let's see how she will kill him in the future." Lin Yu looked at her silently, and didn't see that this girl had any difference from ordinary people except her pure spirit body. Even her appearance was just above average, not a stunning beauty. The two looked at each other in disgust, and were silent all their way until they sent people to the gate of North Star University, the first famous school in the Magic City. Zhang Shuyao was afraid of being misunderstood by others, and angrily ordered that Lin Yu could get off 5 minutes after she got off the car. So, Lin Yu could only sit in the car and watch the back of the girl running towards the academy in her high heels. "Master Lin, can I talk to you for a moment?" Butler Zhang, who was acting as a temporary driver, drove the car to an alley with few people and suddenly spoke. Lin Yu glanced at it and met Butler Zhang's deep eyes, and he immediately became interested. When he got out of the car leisurely, Butler Zhang also moved. The strength of the acquired warrior suddenly skyrocketed. He took the initiative and his tiger claws went straight to Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu's movements seemed to be half a beat slower, so clear that people could see that he only extended one index finger. But this looks a soft and harmless finger directly caused all of Butler Zhang's attacks to collapse. His pupils trembled. He couldn't figure out how Lin Yu's index finger landed on his forehead first. And all his attacking movements collapsed because of fear. If such an opponent had a real knife or a real gun, he might not even know how to die. Lin Yu had already said faintly, "Butler, your meridians are already damaged, so you should do less work that hurts your bones." Butler Zhang was shocked. "You can actually see it?" "No." "You, Master Lin, what is your level of cultivation?" Lin Yu smiled slightly, meaningfully, but did not answer. Butler Zhang thought that he was presumptuous, and hurriedly said, "Master Lin, the old man's original intention was just to test. If there is any offense, please forgive me. If I didn't know your original intention, I'm afraid you would be dead now," Lin Yu said unceremoniously. Butler Zhang was ashamed, but he also knew that what Lin Yu said was the truth. Practitioners don't have good tempers. But he didn't regret it, but felt relieved. "Master Lin, I shamelessly ask you not to bother with the young lady. She is your fiancée, please protect her." "Protect?" Lin Yu noticed the seriousness of Butler Zhang's words, and he had more thoughts in his mind. Could anyone know Zhang Shuya's pure spiritual body constitution? Chapter 9 Chu Zhenyan throws money. Before Lin Yu had time to ask, a piercing bell rang in Beijing University. It indicated that it was the deadline for the last student to register. Lin Yu immediately suppressed his doubts and ran away quickly at the urging of Zhang Guanjia. This Beijing University is really strict. There are limits on the time for students to report. If you exceed the time, you have to pay to enter. What the hell is that? I just saw a shadow flash by. Was I dazzled? Many students who were late like Lin Yu were running wildly, and they felt a gust of wind passing by. How could Lin Yu care about them? When he saw Zhang Shuya's sly expression in the distance, he knew that he was cheated. This black-hearted lady deliberately arrived on time and made him wait for 5 minutes before entering the school. Sima Zhao's intentions are known to everyone. As expected, Zhang Shuyao was already sharing her plan with others with her mobile phone. Man, your plan is really good. He will definitely be late." Lin Yu decided to grit his teeth and endure it for the sake of the other party being a pure spirit. Endure it. If their husband is weak, there will be no private money in the future. Throwing the registration form to the student union senior who was receiving him, Lin Yu walked towards Zhang Shuyao regardless of the other party's rolling eyes. Yao Yao, Anshan said you forgot to bring something, so I gave it to you. Zhang Shuyao turned around and saw his big face. She was almost scared to drop her mobile phone. How did you get in? She forced herself to stabilize her cold and calm personality. I came in on time. Lin Yu said, and grabbed her hand. It is said that people who answer the phone will subconsciously take the things handed over by others. Zhang Shuyao is in this state. She looked at her palm stupidly, and saw a small silver white snake coiled on her palm. As expected, a scream broke out. R. Take it away. Zhang Shuyao was so scared that she threw her hand away, but the silver snake whizzed around her wrist and disappeared in an instant. Take what? Lin Yu pretended to be confused. Zhang Shuyao was still in shock, and when she looked again, there was no small snake. It must be Lin Yu who was playing tricks on her. She was furious and stomped on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you dare to play tricks on me? Lin Yu quickly dodged and smiled unceremoniously. Same here. He shook his head in his heart, thinking that he didn't know the goods. The sky-swallowing silver python was not a spiritual beast, but a heavenly spiritual weapon given to him by his old friend who forged spiritual weapons. It had a unique defense and attack effect. It was not used in the past, but it was suitable to be a bodyguard for this pure spiritual girl. Zhang Shuyao, whose sinister intentions were seen through, was not guilty at all. She snorted coldly, "Country bumpkin, wait for me." After saying harsh words, she turned around and was about to leave. Yao Yao, why is this country bumpkin still pestering you? A voice came from behind, calling her. Lin Yu looked back and saw a group of people coming arrogantly. Wasn't the leader Li Hongwei that kid? He was happy. Wow, this kid dares to come. Perhaps because of his unconcealed eyes, Li Hongwei thought of the humiliating scene of being pressed on the plate yesterday. Li Hongwei pointed at him angrily. Don't run after school, see you in the toilet. How old are you? Primary school student. Lin Yu was very contentious. Zhang Shuyao was already annoyed with Li Hongwei. When she heard Lin Yu say this, she chuckled and couldn't help laughing. Li Hongwei was angry and secretly cursed himself for being stupid and saying it casually. Yao Yao, why is there such a person around you? Is he some hard-to-get-away licker? Li Hongwei's level is not high enough, but another high-level person has come out from the crowd of onlookers. Many girls present brightened their eyes when they saw the newcomer. It's my husband Chu Jinyan. Sister, are you sober? It's obviously my husband. The scene became chaotic with the screams of crazy girls, just like the set of an idol drama. Along with the screams, Lin Yu saw a pretty boy dressed up like a dog, walking in a cat-like manner, creating a false aura. Hypocrisy, pretending. Is this an idol drama? Lin Yu was watching the show. But Zhang Xuya's eyes lit up, and her little face was flushed, and she almost wrote the word like. Lin Yu didn't care about anything and was shocked. He never thought that one day he would be poached by a pretty boy. Seeing that Zhang Shuyao was about to speak, Lin Yu reached out and grabbed her collar and pulled her back directly. What are you doing? Zhang Shuyao glared at him. Lin Yu said seriously. We are an engaged couple with the seal of our parents and have met their parents. Isn't it not good for you to show such an expression to a pretty boy in front of me? Zhang Shuyao gritted her teeth. I didn't agree. When the others heard it, their eyes lit up. What a big melon. But more people sneered. What kind of joke of the century did I hear? This country bumpkin is actually the fiancé of the new school beauty. A lazy toad wants to eat swan meat, he is not worthy. That's right, he doesn't even take a piss to see what he looks like, and he dares to look like our school beauty. The child marriage must be an excuse. He looks like a poor guy, trying to get close to him for money. I heard that there is a poor boy from a small place in our magic city today. Could it be this grandson? A group of people sneered, and Lin Yu just sneered. But Chu Jinyan has stepped forward and looked at Zhang Shuyao affectionately. Yao Yao, I have heard from Li Hongwei that this boy pestered you for dinner, and he was reluctant to pay for the meal, and asked you to pay the bill. Now he pesters you for school. Do you need my help? Damn, poaching in front of me. Lin Yu knew Zhang Shuyao's reaction with his toes. As expected, this girl who pretended to be aloof but was actually innocent and naive nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. In that case, then this classmate Lin Yu should drop out of school. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Chu Jinyan turned his head and stared at Lin Yu with a look of contempt. Lin Yu's hands were a little itchy. Zhang Shuyao also reacted and said hurriedly, I just don't want him to pester me, and I don't want him to drop out of school. It's okay to have a small fight, but if her mother knew that she had gone too far, it would be difficult to explain. But Chu Jinyan looked determined. Yao Yao, you are too kind. If such a poor guy doesn't leave school, he will still pester you when he sees you. I'm helping you. As he said that, he took out a check from his pocket with contempt and threw it to Lin Yu proudly. You just want money, fill in the number of bills, take it and leave. Everyone saw it and praised it. As expected of President Chu, he looked so cool when throwing money. Zhang Shuyao frowned slightly. Lin Yu couldn't even afford to pay for a meal. He must have fallen for this trick. But if this person really agreed to Chu Jinyan for money, she must look down on Lin Yu in her heart. Because Chu Jinyan was insulting Lin Yu nakedly. Two thoughts intertwined, she felt complicated. Who knew that Lin Yu didn't hesitate at all? There is such a good thing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he actually took the bill with a happy face. Chapter 10 Filling out the check. Zhang Shuyao stomped her feet in anger. Hate that she actually had such a little expectation for Lin Yu. People around were not surprised. Even those with simple brains knew how to choose. Is this check really valid? Lin Yu asked eagerly. Chu Jinyan sneered and hummed condescendingly. Lin Yu immediately took out a pen and started filling in the numbers on the check. The movement was so fast that people couldn't follow it, as if they were afraid that Chu Jinyan would go back on his word. Zhang Shuyao couldn't help but snorted heavily. Chu Jinyan continued his affectionate persona and said, Yao Yao, I am willing to spend money for you, don't feel pressured. Filled it in. Lin Yu interrupted him in a very unpleasant way and asked seriously. Is there enough money in your card? Chu Jinyan narrowed his eyes and felt that this kid was insulting him. He immediately emphasized his wealth. Don't you know that I, Chu Jinyan, am from the Chu family in the Magic City? Even if you fill up the check, I can afford it. That's good. Lin Yu seemed to be relieved and put the check in front of him. Okay, if there is no problem, sign your name and I will take it to the bank to cash it. Chu Jinyan was about to take this check with disdain, but his face turned black before he took it. As we all know, the largest unit on a check is 100 million, and the smallest unit is cents, all added up to a blank space. And Lin Yu shamelessly filled all the blanks with 9. The main point is to make a profit of 990 million. Seeing that Chu Jinyan didn't take it, this grandson shamelessly handed over a pen, signature. Don't push it. Chu Jinyan almost broke his back teeth. When Lin Yu heard this, he knew that his 990 million was wasted, and he quit immediately. Hey, you said I could fill it out casually, but now I filled it out and you refuse to sign it. If you can't come up with it, don't give me the check. I'm so excited for nothing. The people around looked at each other in bewilderment as they saw that the plot was going in the wrong direction. Council President Chu could still go back on his word in front of so many people. A buddy with a strength of 5.2 looked at the check in the distance and saw the truth. His expression was hard to describe. 99999999999. This kid won't let go even if it's 9 cents. Hearing the string of numbers he read out, the crowd was not surprised to be silent. For a moment, the shameless idea of beating Lin Yu to death and the inexplicable feeling of slapping Chairman Chu in the face, these two ideas intertwined, making them feel extremely complicated. Zhang Shuyao glanced at the string of numbers, and the expression on her proud little face was hard to describe, and she almost couldn't speak. Chu Jinyan was not good at pretending to be a bad guy, and seeing that Zhang Shuyao did not support him, he wanted to take action with an ugly face. What's going on over there? Fortunately, at this moment, the school leader who found that something was wrong here shouted. Everyone's desire to watch the fun immediately disappeared, and they scattered like birds and beasts. Chu Jinyan finally found a way to get off the stairs, pretending to go over and talk to the school leader, and then escaped from Zhu Yiju's shameless trap. TSK, I can't afford it. Lin Yu did not have the consciousness of being as thick-skinned as a city wall. Zhang Shuyao rolled his eyes at him fiercely. You are smart, otherwise if you really drop out of school, see how you will explain to your family. Lin Yu crossed his arms and said righteously, earning 10 billion with nothing, supporting the next generation, do I still need this university? Zhang Shuyao choked, and finally turned around and left. If she talks to Lin Yu again, she will be angry to death sooner or later. Lin Yu did not follow, after all, they were in different departments. Zhang Shuyao is from the Department of Finance, and he originally applied for Beijing purely for computers. However, after traveling through 5,000 years to cultivate immortality, how much of his computer knowledge is left? After entering university, basically, except for the day of registration, students in a class rarely gather together. Some students, even in their sophomore and junior years, may not be able to recognize all the students in the class. Lin Yu did not take the class too seriously. The confidence from a strong man in the crossing tribulation period made his future plans no longer limited to being a technical geek. He planned to keep a low profile. Low profile. What's the matter with the scene that attracted the attention of the whole class as soon as he entered the classroom? Are you guys looking at a monkey? Brother, why are you all staring at me? Lin Yu asked the brother with glasses at the next table, looking for a solution in frustration. Brother with glasses had a terrified expression as if he was avoiding a flood and a beast, and quickly moved 3 meters away from him. Brother, everyone knows that you are a celebrity now. I am so low-key, when did I make the list? Lin Yu was surprised. Brother Glasses looked at him with pity. You have offended President Chu Zhenyan, and you are still low-key. That's right, do you know how many buildings in our school were donated by Chu Zhenyan's family? The classmate next to him noticed the movement here, shook his head, and looked at Lin Yu with sympathy. One more person sneered, how could someone from another country know? The Chu family is powerful. Even if they can't get you to drop out of school today, they have plenty of ways to deal with you. I think you should pack up and leave before they make a move. Lin Yu finally understood. It's not that he is famous, this is he isolated and excluded and has campus violence. Brother Glasses saw that he had figured it out, and added weakly. The monitor of our class is a lackey of people like Chu Zhenyan, and he will definitely target you. Before he finished speaking, someone came in at the door of the classroom. Everyone is here, right? Now start paying the class fee. Everyone take out your phone to join the group, and then pay for the notebooks you need to buy. The person who spoke was a bamboo-like man, who looked like the class monitor. Everyone immediately followed the process and scanned the code to join the class group. Fuck, what the hell? A notebook for 88,000. Class monitor, I have a notebook, can I not buy it? Lin Yu hadn't touched an electronic product for 5,000 years. He was a step slower and heard someone in the front row shouting. Who knew that the class monitor sneered when he heard this? He mocked, it's only 88,000, look at you howling, are you embarrassed? Didn't you see that the person from the small place behind you didn't say anything? Everyone realized it later and figured it out. This was aimed at Lin Yu, and they were just innocent victims. The classmate in the front row immediately glared at Lin Yu fiercely. It was all Lin Yu's fault. He actually made him embarrassed. The monitor continued, we are all students of Beijing University, and many of us are studying computer science, so how can we lack a good laptop? We don't need these 80,000 or 100,000, right? After a pause, his eyes swept heavily on Lin Yu, and he paused deliberately. Of course, it does not include some students. However, why study computer science if you don't have money to buy a laptop? This is not a poverty alleviation major, so you should drop out and change your major as soon as possible. The class was silent. They have all learned to be smart. They come for Lin Yu, what does it have to do with them? They just need to watch the fun. Chapter 11 Class Expenses. The squad leader talked for a long time, but there was no response from the audience, especially Lin Yu. They actually ignored him? His face darkened, and he deliberately said loudly, hurry up and pay the class fee. Lin Yu, you are the only one missing. You can't even pay the 500 yuan class fee, right? As he spoke, he strode to Lin Yu's table. This posture of looking for trouble is stable. What's the hurry? Old man Lin Yu joined the group chat slowly, just like playing with a smartphone, and finally saw the payment items listed on the group notice. A laptop costs 88,000 yuan, class fees are 500 yuan, and class service is 1,000 yuan. Some people in the group chat were already secretly complaining that Lin Yu had caused them so much trouble. 200 yuan is enough for other classes' class fees. There is no point in buying class uniforms. Even for college reunions, they wear custom-made dresses. Who would look down on these shabby class uniforms? It's a waste of money to force it like this. After reading it, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh twice. Are these people mistaken? Victim blaming theory? The money is not given to him. So Lin Yu lazily crossed his legs and looked up at the squad leader who was looking for trouble in front of him. Team leader, you charge so much, are you obsessed with money? He asked slowly, the fees are doubled compared to other classes, are you trying to make some private money? What do you mean? Insult me. The monitor blushed and became angry. Lin Yu said calmly, I'm just speculating based on what the class said. Why are you so nervous? You, who dares to say that? My class fee is very fair. The squad leader glared around fiercely, secretly cursing these idiots who couldn't read the mood. Immediately, he forced the topic back, hurry up and pay your class fees. I only care about these few thousand yuan. It's not even enough for me to go to KTV. The person who had just complained was afraid of being held against him, so he quickly withdrew several messages and paid the class fee. Wang Qiang was satisfied when he saw the red envelope sent to the class group. Then he looked at Lin Yu, who hadn't made any movement, with contempt, you're the only one left. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and took out 500 yuan in cash from his pocket, WeChat has no money. Wang Qiang was delighted when he saw it. He picked up the Mao Zedong note with 2 fingers in disgust, wishing that everyone could witness that Lin Yu was a poor boy. Wow, there are still people carrying cash these days. It looks wrinkled and covered in mud. Where did you pick up this dirty money? There is really a lot of mud on Chairman Mao. It was probably caused by the wind and rain during the half-month of camping in the wild. But this kid really doesn't use his brain when looking for trouble. As he said this, he threw the Mao Zedong portrait directly to the ground, cried, ouch, and pretended to step on it by accident. Oh, I accidentally dropped it on the ground. This money is a bit rotten. I don't know if it can still be used. Lin Yu, please give me a new one. Lin Yu touched his cheek with the tip of his tongue and smiled. He suddenly asked back, insulting Chairman Mao? Brother, do you know that this is against the law? Wang Qiang looked at me like I was stupid, what kind of insult? Who saw it? Lin Yu, who had already made preparations, took out his mobile phone and played the video he had just recorded. The video was shot cleverly, and Wang Qiang's arrogant expression was so hateful that even he himself would want to punch himself twice when he saw it. Damn you for screwing me! Wang Qiang was furious. He was so angry that he rushed over to snatch the phone. Can Lin Yu take him seriously? The people around didn't see how Lin Yu made his move, but they saw Wang Qiang, who was so arrogant just now, suddenly kneeled on the ground. Lin Yu was holding his cell phone carelessly in one hand, and his sneakers were stepping on the other party, Wang Qiang's raised butt. It's a good thing to correct your mistakes, but there's no need for such a big ceremony, right? Lin Yu said lightly. When everyone saw it, they were surprised. Right in front of Wang Qiang's kneeling body was the picture of Chairman Mao that he had stepped on until it was torn to pieces. Lin Yu, you bastard, let me loose. Wang Qiang screamed in shame and frustration. It was because the foot that was stepping on him was like the 5-finger mountain pressing down on Monkey King, making him unable to move. Lin Yu looked as if he had just realized it. Oh, sorry, how could I have stepped on you? Squad leader, let me help you. As he said this, he really tried to help the person. Wang Qiang thought Lin Yu was scared and was about to scold him. Who knew that Lin Yu only lifted him up halfway and suddenly let go, and Wang Qiang fell to his knees with a thud. Unfortunately, this posture was facing Lin Yu. Wang Qiang's knees are swollen. He grimaced, unable to speak due to the pain, and his body was bent like a shrimp. Lin Yu was shocked. Sorry, my hand slipped. Why are you kneeling in front of me, squad leader? You are going to kowtow to me. This will shorten my life. Please don't do this. The students who were watching the fun took a deep breath. No use for Pete. When they are blind and can't see that you did it on purpose. They finally understood that Lin Yu, this country bumpkin, was a very kind-hearted person. Not to mention that Lin Yu was doing very well in school. Butler Zhang, who had already returned to the Zhang family villa, saw Chen Mengyun waiting for him in the living room. Old Zhang, how is it? As soon as Shen Mengyun saw him, she couldn't help but stand up from the sofa, and a trace of anxiety appeared on her delicately made-up face. Butler Zhang stepped forward quickly and said to Shen Mengyun with a serious face. Madam, Master Lin is indeed a cultivator. Although I have tried to test him, I don't know his depth. Chen Mengyun frowned. Why, could it be? Just as Madam thought, Master Lin is stronger than me, and he can tell at a glance that I have a serious illness. Shen Mengyun breathed a sigh of relief, and was visibly happy, as expected of my best friend's son, this is a good thing. He added, I don't know how this guy hid it. Jihui, didn't even know that his son was a cultivator. Although Butler Zhang was happy, he still reminded, Master Lin's future is immeasurable. But right now, it seems that the relationship between Master Lin and the young lady is not that good. Knowing what he was worried about, Shen Mengyun waved his hands carelessly, looking as if he was hoping for chaos in the world. Children's affections are just quarrelsome and noisy, don't worry. As for the gentleman. Butler Zhang left the sentence unsaid, not daring to mention too much about the male owner of the villa in front of Shen Mengyun. Sure enough, Chen Mengyun's expression turned cold and he showed a look of disgust. Don't worry about your daughter's affairs. She sneered and said domineeringly, besides, he can't even support his illegitimate child outside, so how can he have the time to worry about my Yao Yao? Even if he comes, I will beat him out. If Zhang Shuyao were here, she would be shocked to hear this news. Their family is managed by Shen Mengyun, who holds the financial power over the company and the family. To her, her pianist father is just a busy man who is busy giving piano concerts around the world all year round. Who would have thought that the reason behind this was the discord between the parents? Butler Zhang no longer ran into the gun barrel. Zhang Shuyao's father is just a small matter. What is important is the group of people who appeared recently and were staring at Zhang Shuyao in secret. Although the purpose is unclear, it is obvious that they have no good intentions. He sighed secretly. At school, he could only hope that Master Lin would protect the young lady. Chapter 12 Porsche. Lin Yu, who was placed with high hopes, was thinking about how to make money in the corridor. He needs 88,000 to buy a notebook. It's not that he compromised, but the configuration of this laptop was really good, which made him excited. Besides, the money is not absent. Any beauty pill costs hundreds of millions, and he has a handful of them here. Is he afraid that it will be difficult to make money? I just don't know how to enter the auction that Anshin mentioned. Why don't I go back and ask? As I was thinking about it, there was suddenly a commotion in the playground downstairs. Porsche. The latest model launched this year. Who is so generous? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The students upstairs and downstairs all looked over with envy. Even though all students attending North Star University have good family backgrounds, there are less than 10 people who can afford a limited edition Porsche at this age. And a car is a symbol of a person's status and wealth. Lin Yu also saw it. On the wide playground track, a flashy blue Porsche came like a flash of lightning. After performing a few sharp turns, it finally drifted at 180 km/h and stopped downstairs. Handsome, handsome, handsome. What a jerk. At least he's a professional racing driver. The audience had already recognized who the person was and started to boo him in a fawning manner. Chu Zhenyan was very satisfied, looking down on the crowd like a champion. Not surprisingly, he saw Lin Yu, who was also watching upstairs. He snorted coldly. Now when he saw Lin Yu, he thought of the other party filling out a check shamelessly. No one dares to play tricks on him like this. He almost lost face in front of so many people. Thinking of this, his eyes became even gloomier. He will definitely make this grandson pay the price. But unlike Li Hongwei's brainless direct provocation, he would never use such a brainless method. To conceal his inner distortion, he turned his head and smiled warmly at Zhang Shuyao, who had just come out of the classroom. Yao Yao, I'll take you home. The girls were immediately envious and jealous. This is too happy. Zhang Manman was right next to Zhang Shuyao and almost fell down when she heard this. Zhang Shuyao's heart was beating like a deer. After all, this is the person he likes. But as the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, she still has to remain reserved. No, thank you, President Chu. Someone is here to pick me up. I'm worried. After all, there's someone around you who wants to pester you at any time and has bad intentions. Chu Zhenyan looked disapproving, but his tone remained gentle. He knew that naive girls like Zhang Shuyao would fall for this. As expected, Zhang Shuyao's face turned red and she was about to agree. Hey, who has bad intentions? Don't bite people randomly, okay? Lin Yu's voice of protest interrupted in a very unpleasant way. His tone was slow and leisurely. Zhang Shuyao was startled. Looking back, I saw Lin Yu's hateful face. When did you come? You scared me to death. Not only her, but even the people around Zhang Shuyao didn't notice how Lin Yu suddenly appeared. Is this important? Lin Yu stared at her seriously for 3 seconds and asked, "Do you really want this hypocritical man to send you back?" The corner of Chu Zhenyan's mouth twitched. This kid called him a hypocrite. Zhang Shuyao was indeed unhappy when she saw her lover being talked about. "You say others are hypocritical, but aren't you a confident guy yourself?" "Humph, I want the president to send me home today, what's it to you?" Lin Yu crossed his arms and clicked his tongue twice. "You are so self-indulgent. If it weren't for the housekeeper asking me to protect you, I wouldn't bother to care about a willful and capricious little girl like you." Zhang Shuyao was pampered and grew up like a princess, but this was the first time she heard someone say this about her. Still a bumpkin. She was so angry that her lungs exploded. "Get out of here, you bastard." She stomped hard on Lin Yu with her high heel. Unfortunately, Lin Yu was agile and she stepped on the air again. So the man got even angrier and got into Chu Zhenyan's car out of spite. "President, let's drive away." He didn't even pay attention to Chu Zhenyan's pretentious "please get in the car" gesture, and slammed the car door shut with a bang. Chu Zhenyan's heart was beating fast. Damn, this is his beloved car, and the doors are fully automatic, you know. This is easy to break. He suddenly felt that this bee was not happy at all. But he couldn't vent his anger on Zhang Shuyao, so he gritted his teeth and secretly gave Lin Yu a middle finger. Lin Yu was not angry at all. "Why are you giving me the middle finger, President Chu? Drive carefully and be careful of a flat tire on the road." Chu Zhenyan punched the cotton and felt even more uncomfortable. He wished he could put a sack on Lin Yu right now to vent his anger. When others saw this, they helped him to mock Lin Yu. "You country bumpkin, you dare to curse our president? I can smell the sour smell from all the way here. Don't you see what kind of car this is? Can a tire just burst?" That's right, isn't it because he is jealous that the school beauty was picked up by President Chu, so he showed his ugly face? Does he have the right to be jealous? The school beauty and the president are a perfect match made in heaven. You poor boy are just a lazy toad. You don't even have the right to eat at the banquet. Chu Zhenyan felt better and raised his chin provocatively. Lin Yu didn't care about the sarcasm of others at all, as if everyone was drunk and he was the only one sober. Then wait and see. On the other side, Chu Zhenyan was already looking at Zhang Shuyao tenderly and considerately. "Yao Yao, don't worry. There's no way my driving skills would cause a tire to burst. Besides, this is the new car I bought today. I will use it to pick you up and drop you off at school from now on, and I will make sure that those unqualified poor fellows will not get close to you." Although Zhang Shuyao has those feelings towards Chu Zhenyan, she is a rational person. Although she didn't like Lin Yu, she and Lin Yu were engaged as children, and her mother approved of it. Before she convinced Chen Mengyun, wouldn't the relationship be in chaos? So he shook his head and said, "Thank you, President Chu, but it's not a bother. The housekeeper will take me there." Chu Zhenyan didn't expect to be rejected and was immediately unhappy. Zhang Shuyao is such a perceptive person. She looked at him blankly, but Chu Zhenyan still maintained a gentle smile on his face. So she became even more confused. Could it be that she was wrong? It must be. How could the president, such a gentle person, get angry with her over such a small matter? Okay, Yao Yao has the final say. Let's go then. Chu Zhenyan pretended to compromise and decided to make a roundabout plan. He stepped on the accelerator. The Porsche started immediately. As if he was intentionally showing off his driving skills in front of everyone, he kicked hard and the Porsche rushed out like a blue lightning. A group of car fans were so jealous that tears came down their faces, wishing they were the owners of the car. Little did he know that Lin Yu next to him also started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The blue lightning that shot out quickly got stuck for a moment. There was a sudden loud noise from the left tire. Chapter 13 Car Accident. It's a flat tire. The accident came unexpectedly. The tire of the Porsche that had shown off to a group of people was visibly deflated. However, the inertia caused by its initial speed was huge and could not be eliminated. The car lost balance instantly, did a Thomas spiral on the wide road, and drifted uncontrollably. How could Zhang Shuyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, have expected something like this to happen? No matter how proud the young lady was, she was still just a little girl after all, and she screamed in fear. Chu Zhenyan became even more panicked. He held the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hands were bulging, but the direction of the car was still out of control. He was so anxious that red bloodshot came out of his eyes. It's bad enough that the tire burst, but he couldn't even brake. Remember, this is a new car. Who is plotting against him? The students who had just been eager to lick Porsche's ass were also scared out of their wits by this sudden change. I was afraid that the Porsche would overturn and someone would die. Yao yao. As Zhang Shuya's good friend, Zhang Manman's face also turned red with anxiety, and her baby face showed a terrified expression. She didn't even know that she subconsciously grabbed Lin Yu's arm. She angrily scolded, "It's all your fault, you crow mouth." Sure. Lin Yu calmly put his index finger on his lips and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. Perhaps it was because Lin Yu's pair of black eyes seemed too calm in this chaotic crowd. Or maybe it's because his 1.85-meter height gives people a sense of security and makes the person behind him look like a background board. Zhang Manman was surprisingly calm. "The only thing is that my heart is beating a little fast." Lin Yu ignored her. If Zhang Manman hadn't suddenly grabbed his arm, he wouldn't have bothered to comfort her. He raised his hand and threw a stone he had picked up from somewhere at the Porsche that was unable to stop. Certainly. Although the stone is small, it has the power of a bullet. The Porsche, which was still moving in a Z-shape madly, was hit by the stone, and a hole immediately appeared on the beautiful body of the car. When the stone entered the Porsche, the spiritual energy exploded. All of a sudden, everything seemed to be paused. The Porsche rolled forward 5 meters at a dangerous angle and froze in place. Before everyone could react to all this, Lin Yu had already broken free from Zhang Manman's hand and ran over. 120. Call 120. Everyone realized what was happening later and started shouting in panic. Go and save them. It was at this time that Li Hongwei came with his younger brother. He had heard in the group a long time ago that Chu Zhenyan had picked up a new car and was going to date Zhang Shuyao, and he couldn't help but secretly curse Chu Zhenyan for being a show-off in his heart. Who would have thought that as soon as he came here, he would see a scene that could be called a car accident? The first thought was that Chu Zhenyan had actually failed. He didn't have time to feel happy, as his eyes lit up when he heard that Zhang Shuyao was also in the car. Come quickly and save the beauty. When Zhang Shuyao is too frightened to realize that it is him who saved her, he fall in love with her and win her over right away. However, when he hurried over, he found that someone was faster than him. It's you again, Lin Yu, what are you doing? Lin Yu had already arrived in front of the overturned Porsche. Now he seemed to want to reach out and give the Porsche a push that was about to flip over. Li Hongwei was frightened. Isn't he this guy afraid that the car will suddenly explode? To save people, of course. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him and returned his gaze to Zhang Shuyao and Chu Zhenyan, who were protected by the airbags. Chu Zhenyan has fallen into a coma. The scalp is bleeding, it's a bit miserable. Zhang Shuyao's condition was as healthy as he thought. He was just too frightened and his little face was pale. When she saw Lin Yu, she didn't care about the grudge between them. She was so scared that her eyes turned red and she asked in panic. I can't feel my hand. Is it broken? Lin Yu took a look and saw that the car had overturned and crushed Zhang Shuyao's hand. If it were someone else, this arm would definitely not be saved. But Lin Yu had foresight and gave Zhang Shuyao a sky-swallowing silver manhwa. At this moment, this spiritual weapon is like a layer of indestructible armor, with snake scales thinly covering Zhang Shuyao's pressed arm. Unless there is a nuclear weapon, it cannot be broken. But he made a heavy expression maliciously and shook his head. Zhang Shuyao was struck by lightning. She doesn't want to become disabled at all. But just when she was building up her emotions and preparing to burst into tears, Lin Yu didn't give her a chance. He just pushed the overturned Porsche flat with one hand. Li Hongwei's eyes widened, and he was about to yell out a curse, but he saw that the Porsche had already been turned off, and there was no risk of explosion at all. Lin Yu directly opened the airbag and picked up Zhang Shuyao from the car like a princess. The girl thought her hand was broken, so she wiped her tears with both hands and cried, "My hand is broken." Li Hongwei was also startled, but when he saw it clearly, he was dumbfounded. The goddess was in a car accident and her brain was damaged. Isn't this hand good? Lin Yu had seen enough of the fun and was just about to say that your hands are still in good shape when a groaning sound came from the Porsche. Chu Zhenyan woke up from his brief coma. He was dizzy and when he opened his eyes and saw Lin Yu, his blood rushed up. Just now he flipped over in front of everyone. This is definitely a dark history in his life. He gritted his teeth, and suddenly thought of what Lin Yu had just said to him, and the string of rationality in his mind broke. Is it you? Did you do something to my car? He roared and got up. When the people who had rushed over to help heard this, they looked at each other in bewilderment. A lackey thought of something and shuddered. Yes, this country bumpkin must have done something. Otherwise, why would he curse the car to have a flat tire when the president was driving just now? Yes, this guy did say that. Could it be that he was the one who spread the thumbtacks? So insidious. Not only is he insidious, he wants to kill two people in one car. He must be reported to the school and expelled. Lin Yu looked at the people around him who had lost their intelligence and was puzzled. How come Beijing University has so many idiots? Your president Chu clearly said that this car was newly picked up. Do I have the ability to foresee the future and scatter thumbtacks? With just one sentence, everyone was speechless. Well, instead of discussing this, why don't we send him to the hospital first? Or we can investigate later. A weak girl spoke up, breaking the deadlock. Everyone came back to their senses when they heard this. Lin Yu couldn't help but look over in surprise. Because the person who spoke was Zhang Man. Logically speaking, this little girl shouldn't speak up for him, so why did she suddenly? Don't thank me, just send my Yao Yao to the hospital. Zhang Man had already trotted over to his side and stuck out her tongue at him mischievously. Lin Yu was puzzled. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, it's really hard to understand. Just as he was about to agree to leave, he suddenly stopped. He raised his eyebrows and looked around. In the crowd, several figures were quickly hiding in the crowd. Chapter 14, mainly because I have a good character. These figures disappeared quickly and tried to conceal their appearances, but Lin Yu was already a powerful warrior in the tribulation crossing stage and secretly memoized these special auras. Acquired warrior. Oh, there is actually another innate one. This level of cultivation is even higher than that of Butler Zhang. Unfortunately, he was holding Zhang Shuyao, who looked as if the sky was falling, and had no time to meet her. The ambulance arrived quickly, followed by a taxi that had sneaked in. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yu to put Zhang Shuyao in the ambulance, but who would have thought that this guy suddenly jumped into the taxi and stuffed Zhang Shuyao in as well? Master, drive. Zhang Shuyao thought that Lin Yu didn't care about her life or death, and bit his arm in great grief and anger. Who knew that my teeth felt like they were biting on a steel plate and almost broke? She was furious and cried out in grievance, I want to go to the hospital, my arm is broken. Lin Yu looked at the young lady who was crying and looking silly, and didn't have the heart to laugh at her. He grabbed Zhang Shuyao's two white arms and lifted them in front of her. I say, Auntie, the kids next door are crying because of you. Look at your arms, are they still intact? Zhang Shuyao's eyes were blurred with tears. Zhang Shuyao was shocked. Immediately, he looked at his hand with joy, as if he had found it again. My hand is still there. Lin Yu spread his hands, indicating that he didn't want to communicate with the fool for fear of being infected. The eldest lady burst into laughter, but soon she remembered how Lin Yu had just misled her and how her image had plummeted. She felt embarrassed and angry for a moment. Lin Yu, you did it on purpose. It's obviously you who are stupid. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm going to tell mommy. Don't, do you think Anshin believes me or you? Asshole. Son of a bitch. The following is an omission of the young lady's many innocuous curses. Lin Yu scratched his ears nonchalantly, expressing his disdain, saying that the swear words were not creative at all. The Zhang family is well informed. When Lin Yu and the others returned, what happened in the school had already reached the ears of Chen Mengyun and Butler Zhang. Yao Yao, Xiaoyu, how are you? Are you not hurt? Doctor, come and check. Chen Mengyun greeted anxiously. The two family doctors who had been waiting in the living room rushed over immediately. Mommy, I'm fine. Zhang Shuyao answered obediently, and then gave Lin Yu a look that said, just wait, and pulled Chen Mengyun aside, ready to complain. Chen Mengyun could see what her daughter was thinking, but there were some things Zhang Shuyao didn't need to know. Butler Zhang saw their mother and daughter on the third floor, and dismissed the family doctor who had nowhere to use his skills, then looked at Lin Yu worriedly. Master Lin, something strange happened today. Is the other party targeting the young lady? Lin Yu slowly took out a piece of talisman paper with cinnabar scrawled on it. This was torn off Zhang Shuyao. It was obvious that the pattern above was not something that could be drawn by some street shaman, not to mention that Butler Zhang could sense spiritual energy from it. Someone put this bad luck charm on Zhang Shuyao, which led to the car accident and the series of events that happened. This was also the reason why Lin Yu reminded Chu Jinyan at the beginning that there might be a flat tire. But the bad luck talisman has little killing power, and Zhang Shuyao has the sky-swallowing silver mantle to protect her, so he is happy to see the willful young lady run into obstacles. Could it be the heavenly master? Butler Zhang looked serious and searched for related forces in his mind. Lin Yu wondered, shouldn't it be Fuxiu? However, the Earth is not the Shenzhen continent after all, so we cannot generalize. So Lin Yu just said, although I don't know who it is, I have written down a few suspicious candidates, it won't be difficult to find them out. Butler Zhang's eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Then Master Lin, thank you for your help. If you have any difficulties, please tell me directly, and the Zhang family will definitely help you. When Lin Yu heard this, he didn't hesitate. There is one thing, Butler Zhang. I want to know about this auction. You mean the auction held by the practitioners? Logically speaking, the circle of practitioners is small, and almost everyone knows about this place for trading special spiritual objects. But when he thought that Lin Yu could easily take out a valuable beauty pill, Butler Zhang felt relieved. Master Lin, every 3 months, the Magic City will hold an underground auction. The nearest date is next Monday. If you are interested, I will take you in then. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Seeing that he was completely confused, Butler Zhang thought for a moment and then introduced the existing cultivator forces in the Demon City. The involvement of practitioners in the mortal world is the basis for the unshakable status of several major families in Demon City. They rarely come out of the seclusion and only cultivate talents on their own. Lin Yu understands this kind of thing. It's just like the practitioners in Shenzhen continent who inherit the family skills. During the 5,000 years that he had been a casual cultivator, he had dealt with this group of forces that used the younger to become the older. In addition, there is also a cultivator association in the Magic City. The cultivator families did not cause too much trouble because they were restrained by the association. Butler Zhang said with a serious expression, the auction is managed by the association. Lin Yu rested his chin on his hand and thought. From this perspective, the forces of various parties are much simpler and clearer than those on Shenzhen continent. Butler Zhang looked up and down at Lin Yu's expression. In fact, he said so much just to test Lin Yu's cultivation inherited from that inheritance. But when he heard that the Practitioners Association was indifferent, he couldn't help but become more confused. Could it be that it has nothing to do with the big boss of the Practitioners Association? Could it be that he learned from some hermit master? Lin Yu had no idea what he was thinking and had already wandered back to his room. He decided to take a good inventory of the things stored in his cheap palace tonight in preparation for the auction. But before I could even sit down on the bed, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw Zhang Shuyao, whose face was as puffy as a teapot. He raised an eyebrow. "Hey, what are you doing here, miss?" Zhang Shuyao looked left and right, but she didn't want the servants to see her thanking Lin Yu, a bumpkin, so she said arrogantly, "Let's go in and talk." As he said this, he condescended to barge in like an uninvited cat. After looking him up and down, she showed a look of disgust, picked up a piece of his clothes with 2 fingers and said, "Your dirty clothes are all over the bed." When Lin Yu took a look, he was shocked. The blind student almost discovered the bright spot. When he changed his pants, he took off the inner pair as well. This girl had to take his when there were so many other ones to choose from. "Aren't you afraid of seeing something you shouldn't see?" He dodged quickly, snatched the pants from Zhang Shuyao's hand, and threw them into the corner. "You still take it even though you dislike it. Do you know what personal privacy is? Don't accuse me of being a hooligan later." "Huh? Who's afraid of you?" Zhang Shuyao put her hands on her hips angrily. "This is my home." Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What a joke. If he wants to act like a gangster, it won't work in anyone's house. It means that he is not interested in this kind of little girl. No, it's mainly because he has good character. Chapter 15, On the Spot Slapping. Teasing Zhang Shuyao is like teasing a cat, it's addictive. Lin Yu grinned and stared at her evilly. Really? But don't forget, we are an engaged couple, and you were the one who took the initiative to enter my room. If something happens, you don't come over here. Zhang Shuyao was just bluffing to begin with, and her hair stood on end when she heard him say that. She took 2 steps back, her knees accidentally hit the edge of the bed, and she fell onto Lin Yu's bed with a thud. Lin Yu then put away his expression. He said with a very hateful look, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in a childish guy like you who puts ducklings in the bath. You are the childish one." "Oh no, how did you know this? You actually peeped at me taking a bath." Zhang Shuyao opened her eyes wide and screamed like a cat with its fur standing on end. Lin Yu felt a little nervous, but fortunately he was thick-skinned enough. "I just said it casually, and you really admitted it. Son of a bitch." Zhang Shuyao's face turned red, and she was so angry that she grabbed the pillow on the bed and threw it over. Lin Yu took it silently. He didn't look at it on purpose, it was just that his spiritual sense accidentally swept over it. It was strange to say that Zhang Shuyao's pure spiritual body seemed to be sealed during the day, and the spiritual energy was not obvious, but when she returned to the Zhang family villa at night, it was like a big tonic with a fragrant aroma. Shaking his head, Lin Yu cleared the unnecessary thoughts from his mind and got back to the point. "You came to my room to see me for something. You saved me today. Mommy asked me to thank you." Zhang Shuyao was visibly perfunctory in her response, and those who didn't know her would have thought she was scolding someone. That's it. Although he knew that it was not easy for Miss Zhang to come, Lin Yu just teased her on purpose. "It's nothing real. After all, I saved your life. You don't want to marry me, do you? Just shut up." Zhang Shuyao was really angry. "You want to pledge yourself to me? You wish." This country bumpkin was indeed going to push his luck further. Luckily she was prepared. "Immediately, take out a card. The password is 88s, 200,000. You saving me as even now." Lin Yu didn't expect this surprise. 200,000 is just a year's pocket money for Miss Zhang. He thought that he would have to be a bodyguard for this girl in the future, so it would be reasonable to charge her some bodyguard fees. Moreover, the issue of 88,000 yuan was also resolved. It was like giving someone a pillow when they were sleepy. Lin Yu's smile was sincere. "You're welcome. I can save you again for the 200,000. Zhang Shuyao had already walked to the door, and when she heard what he said, she immediately gritted her teeth. "No need, just stop cursing me." Lin Yu put the card in his trouser pocket and shook his head. "Don't know the value of something. Even if others spend money, they can't hire a powerful person like him who has reached the tribulation period to be a bodyguard, okay?" In order to avoid suspicion with Lin Yu, Zhang Shuyao asked Zhang Manman to pick her up early and slipped away first. Butler Zhang was helpless. Young lady's temper is really like a child. Lin Yu took a bite of the dough stick nonchalantly. The key is that she still doesn't admit it. Butler Zhang smiled and said, "Anyway, I'll have to trouble you, Master Lin. Don't worry, after all, I have cheated your lady out of 200,000 yuan in bodyguard fees. I will definitely find someone for you." Lin Yu is open and honest. Butler Zhang. He didn't even know about this. Lin Yu didn't need a driver to take him there. After all, the car speed was not as fast as his running speed. So when Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Manman stopped the car at the school gate, they were dumbfounded. Lin Yu actually arrived before them. He was holding a fried dough stick in his mouth and waving to them to say hello. Damn it, he's actually faster than us. Did he fly here? Zhang Shuyao's delicate face was full of disbelief and frustration. Zhang Manman blinked her eyes, held Zhang Shuyao's arm, and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she spoke. "Is it possible? Maybe it is true. Do you have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Shuyao looked at her best sister in disbelief. Zhang Manman chuckled and didn't explain further. "Just say, oh, never mind, let's go to class, we're going to be late." Zhang Shuyao stopped worrying after thinking about it. So he ignored Lin Yu and walked past him arrogantly. Lin Yu didn't care and finished the last bite of the fried dough stick. He actually doesn't have classes yet, and he came so early just to look for traces of practitioners in the school. However, after walking around, I didn't see anyone. Instead, when I returned to the classroom, I saw a sign recruiting part-time jobs at the door. He glanced at it curiously. Looking for a sparring partner for Taekwondo gym, 500 yuan an hour. Interview location, school Taekwondo club. This part-time job is good, 1,000 yuan for 2 hours. Classmate, you look very interested, why don't you give it a try? If you are selected, won't you make a small fortune? Just as Lin Yu finished reading, a senior student appeared behind him. The other party seemed casual, but his eyes were directly fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought that he had lived those 5,000 years in vain, and he immediately noticed something strange. It was as if this person knew that he was short of money and deliberately picked him to ask. Is he the kind of person who jumps into a pit even though he knows it is there? It's really exciting, but I don't seem to be short of money now. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, someone around him started to make a noise. Aren't you short of money? Why are you pretending to be so noble when you can't even afford a laptop? The person who came was the squad leader Wang Qiang, who wanted to stare 2 holes into Lin Yu's body. He brought a few little followers with him today, and they all looked at Lin Yu with contempt. Lin Yu was very calm and had the leisure to cause trouble for others. Squad leader, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Didn't I give you 88,000 yuan? You actually said I didn't pay it. Did you really embezzle it? The students who didn't miss any big news immediately pricked up their ears. Lin Yu really handed it over. 88,000 is not a small sum. Could it be that he has hidden it away? When Wang Qiang saw that others actually suspected him, he got so angry that he jumped up and down. You're not paying for anything. Even robbing a bank isn't that quick. Stop slandering me. If you pay, I'll stand upside down and eat shit right now. Lin Yu immediately looked embarrassed. Why make it so hard on yourself? If you don't believe me, just look at the class group. Everyone can testify. Wang Qiang wanted to argue with him again. The younger brother next to him couldn't help it, opened the class group, and then fell silent. Squad leader. It seems that this guy really made a promise, or he sent you a private message didn't you see it? Wang Qiang glared at him and looked over in disbelief. In the class group, Lin Yu's transfer red envelope was just there, slapping him hard in the face with facts. Wang Qiang just felt a burning pain on his face. When he looked up, Lin Yu looked at him with a fake smile and reminded him hypocritically, eating shit while standing upside down. Wang Qiang looked constipated. He decided to play deaf and winked at the senior who was recruiting. The senior student immediately understood and interrupted, classmate, you can settle your personal grudges later, and think about the part-time job later. Chapter 16, Finding Trouble in the Taekwondo Gym. If Lin Yu didn't see this, then he was blind. But he was also irritated. He wanted to see what tricks these guys could play on him. Okay, I'll go take a look then. Wang Qiang felt relieved this time, he finally took the bait. But squad leader, I won't watch you eat, so as not to affect your appetite. You can do a live broadcast. When Lin Yu went to the Taekwondo club with the seniors, he never forgot to annoy him. Wang Qiang hates it. Looking at Lin Yu's back, he said viciously, I wonder how long you can be so arrogant. A few younger brothers suddenly came up with an idea and made a clever suggestion. Squad leader, although Li Xiao only wants us to trick people over, this is a good show. I think Li Xiao should be happy to see Lin Yu make a fool of himself. When Wang Qiang heard this, he thought, why wait? Come on, let's go together. I want to see this grandson cry today. On the other side, Zhang Shuyao was also invited by Li Hongwei to join the Taekwondo club. She has always disliked Li Hongwei, so she naturally rejected him coldly. But Li Hongwei already had a countermeasure. He said unwillingly, Yao Yao, actually it was Chu Zhenyan who invited you, but I just stopped by to bring you a message. As soon as she heard Chu Zhenyan's name, Zhang Shuyao hesitated. He came to school. At the scene of yesterday's car accident, it seemed that Chu Zhenyan was more seriously injured than her. Li Hongwei lied without blinking, I'm here, I'll wait for you at the Taekwondo club. Well, I'll go see him now. Zhang Shuyao agreed immediately. Although Li Hongwei achieved his goal, he felt depressed. How could Chu Zhenyan come to school so soon after failing to pretend to be cool in front of so many people? Only Zhang Shuyao doesn't know Chu Zhenyan's hypocritical nature. Lin Yu has already arrived at the Taekwondo club. Although it is called a club, this place can almost be said to be an independent Muay Thai gym. The senior student looked at him as he looked around, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. He is indeed a bumpkin who has never seen the world. Our Taekwondo club is the largest Taekwondo club in Shanghai, with the best teachers. The world Taekwondo champion for 3 consecutive years came from our North Star University. Lin Yu hummed and didn't care. The senior student was immediately dissatisfied. Aren't you curious about who the champion is? Could it be that he is from a small place and doesn't know anything about Taekwondo? Seeing that he was so eager to express himself, Lin Yu finally satisfied him for a while. Who is the champion? Of course it's our president Chu Jinyan, the senior student said proudly. And this taekwondo gym was donated because President Chu will come here to attend college. A taekwondo gym this big would cost at least 100 million. This means that the Chu family has 10 billion. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more he sighed, feeling that he had missed the opportunity to get rich overnight. Finally is this the guy? There was already a group of people waiting in the Muay Thai gym. The person who spoke was a big man wearing a vest, with strong muscles, who looked more like a boxer. The others were wearing taekwondo uniforms properly, but they all had black belts around their waists. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes locking onto its prey, very sharp. One of them looked Lin Yu up and down and sneered. Is this your sparring partner? With your physique, don't let him fall down before the fight even starts. The others burst into laughter. Others can provoke, but when it comes to fighting, it is not someone else's turn to act wildly. Lin Yu looked at these guys who deliberately angered him, laughed and said, "You're not even enough for one of my hands." Wow! What a big tone! A group of people all stood up, trying to crush Lin Yu's momentum with their momentum and strong bodies. But Lin Yu was not afraid, instead he was at ease, with a hint of pressure that could break thousands of troops. After a glance, it turned out that this group of taekwondo black belts lost their confidence. How could a mere college student have the aura to make them feel pressured? Don't be so arrogant, kid. Where do you think this is? At first, the muscular man's face darkened, and he drank a lot with a fierce look on his face, and finally he regained some courage. Lin Yu glanced at him with a sneer. You can be so arrogant only if you have strength. Without strength, you don't even have a say. He walked over with a sneer and hooked his finger at everyone in provocation. Give it a try and see if you can withstand one of my attacks. Good boy, you are so arrogant. Let me see how strong you are. The muscular man, who was so angry that he laughed, took the lead, jumped directly into the field and launched an offensive. Just at this moment, Zhang Shuyao's surprised voice came from the door. Why is this bumpkin here? It turned out that Li Hongwei brought Zhang Shuyao over. Li Hongwei was visibly excited when he saw the two men preparing to fight. The plan was successful. So he stopped pretending and said directly, Yao Yao, this is what I want to show you. This country bumpkin has been pestering you, today I will let you vent your anger. Lin Yu glanced at the group of taekwondo black belts, looking as if he had just realized that he had been tricked, and said in a mean way. So, are you guys planning to use your numbers to bully the few, or are you planning to bully what you call a boiled chicken? His face was just short of having the words, I look down on you, written all over it. The big man blushed and jumped up. I don't believe you didn't see it at first. This kid is very cunning. If he really didn't realize that they were waiting for him here, how could he be so arrogant? Zhang Shuyao on the other side frowned and said unhappily, Li Hongwei, you lied to me. Li Hongwei said shamelessly, Yao Yao, I am doing this to vent your anger. Why are you angry? He saved me yesterday. Although Zhang Shuyao didn't want to admit it, she was not ungrateful. When Li Hongwei heard this, his face turned dark. What do you mean he saved you? I could have saved you even without him. I just got there first. As soon as he said this, he was just about to tell Zhang Shuyao and Lin Yu clearly that he had planned today's scene out of all his new and old grudges. Yao Yao, I've been displeased with this brat for a long time. Isn't he a good fighter? Let me tell you today, I want him to come in vertically and leave horizontally. At this time, Wang Qiang also hurried over with his men. Hearing what Li Hongwei said, he immediately started to cajole others. That's right, this kid doesn't even take a piss to see what kind of character he has. He actually dared to snatch someone from you, Master Li. I will beat him so hard today that his mother won't be able to recognize him. Others whistled with glee. Zhang Shuyao was almost angry to death. What do these people take her for? She wanted to leave, but Li Hongwei held her back and wouldn't let her go. She had no choice but to look at Lin Yu and said angrily, they want to laugh at you, you'd better win and piss them off to death. Lin Yu lifted his hair and said confidently, of course. These people who had to come because of the Li family's power were originally a little unreasonable. But Lin Yu's attitude of not taking them seriously at all also completely angered them. You don't know your own limitations. As the big man spoke, he kicked with full momentum. Chapter 17 delivered to your door. The big man's kick was so powerful that it could break 6 wooden boards. This is not a prop wooden board used for performances, but the real one, so if an ordinary person is really kicked by this, his bones will be broken. There was a ferocious light in his eyes, and he was determined to win. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him was Lin Yu, so his calculation was destined to be wrong. Brush. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and Lin Yu had already kicked the big man in the chest. Bang! The big man, who weighed over 100 pounds, flew backwards 20 meters and hit the ground with a loud bang. Is this strength still that of a human? Li Hongwei was so frightened that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground and he almost lost his balance. Oops, sorry, I forgot to hold back a little. Are you okay? Lin Yu asked in a fake tone, and kindly ran over to see the big man's condition. But how could this big guy be good? At this moment, the man was lying dead with foam coming out of his mouth. TSK, not enough fighting, I'm all dizzy. Lin Yu looked regretful, turned his head, and looked at the rest of the people sinisterly. Will you call the ambulance first from the exam room, or will you finish fighting with me and then call together? Everyone's faces turned pale. This kid really didn't take them seriously at all. Although Zhang Shuyao had seen Lin Yu fight, it was the first time she saw him kick someone more than 20 meters away. She was shocked. Later I thought about it and felt relieved. Yes, beat them like this. She clenched her fists and shouted. Li Hongwei's face turned blue. Zhang Shuyao actually cheered for this country bumpkin. Come on together. This guy is just strong at best. I don't believe that you can't beat him in a group fight. The string of his rationality was completely broken. A bunch of Taekwondo gangsters were hesitant to speak, but remember that they were learning Taekwondo, right? But employers have more money. A group of people rushed forward shamelessly. Lin Yu was amused by what he saw, and said sarcastically, I didn't expect you guys to be part-time gang fighters. How disrespectful. Zhang Shuyao was anxious, hey, be careful of sneak attacks. Lin Yu noticed the little thoughts of the person behind him without her reminder. He didn't even look and punched back. There was a human pit on the ground instantly. The others did not hesitate and rushed forward. Zhang Shuyao was unknowingly affected by the tense atmosphere and tilted her head to glare at the culprit. Li Hongwei, tell them to stop. Gathering together to fight is against school rules. Li Hongwei was disdainful and said to her, what are you afraid of? The school has the final say. Who dares to hold me responsible? Zhang Shuyao was so angry that she stopped looking at him, but she was worried about Lin Yu in her heart. No matter how strong you are, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. However, before she could completely relax, she couldn't help but stare in amazement. The person who had just rushed towards Lin Yu was now lying on the ground without making any sound. Li Hongwei hasn't noticed this yet. He also planned to instill in Zhang Shuyao the idea that this was all for her good. Mr. Li, all your men, all fell down. Wang Qiang, the lackey, swallowed his saliva, stared at the group of corpses, and told Li Hongwei carefully. What are you kidding, laughing? Li Hongwei was thinking it was a fantasy 1 second ago, but the next second when he saw the situation clearly, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Yu stood in the center of the venue and sneered at him leisurely. No one can survive 2 moves. This look is so infuriating. What a bunch of rubbish. Li Hongwei angrily cursed, I spent so much money to invite you here, and you are beaten like dogs instead. I'll do it. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the corner, attracting everyone's attention. I saw a man wearing a baseball cap in the Taekwondo gym. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, he looked like a college student. Liu Qing? Why are you here? Li Hongwei obviously knew the visitor and was half surprised and half relieved. Others may not know, but he knows clearly that Liu Qing is a thug hired by their Li family, sent by his family to protect him. He is usually elusive and can't be seen, but his strength is so terrifying. Li Hongwei had personally witnessed the other party tearing apart the enemy with his bare hands, so he naturally knew the difference in strength. His appearance at this time, does it prove that Lin Yu is also a cultivator? Li Hongwei suddenly realized. I was wondering why you are so powerful that you can kick people away with 1 kick. It turns out you are one of those people. As soon as he figured it out, he felt more confident. Don't think you're the only one who can fight. Liu Qing, defeat this guy for me today. Liu Qing ignored Li Hongwei, the idiot, and stabbed Lin Yu with his eyes like a poisonous snake. You have obstructed other people's good deeds. Today, I will take your life. Liu Qing said grimly. Lin Yu raised his brows. From what he said, it seems that Liu Qing was the one who attacked Zhang Shuyao yesterday. Har, I haven't even looked for you yet, but you've come to me on your own. Lin Yu also sneered. Both of them knew the amount of information contained in each other's words. Others were confused. Just when they realized that the atmosphere was wrong, they were shocked by Liu Qing's next action. Is this person performing magic? Where did he get the talisman from? And he can even fly. The yellow talisman paper seemed to have eyes. When it flew towards Lin Yu less than a meter away, Liu Qing put his two fingers together and shouted loudly. Burst. In an instant, the talisman papers exploded one after another like bombs, bang bang bang. The fire at the city gate affected everyone in the pond. Those who were close to it were splashed by the exploding talisman paper, and their clothes were immediately burned with several holes. What the hell? What the hell is this? What kind of unscientific weapon is this? Not scientific yet. This has become metaphysics. Liu Qing looked at Lin Yu, who was buried in the dust of the explosion, and smiled contemptuously as if he were an ant. That's all. As for the group of ordinary people affected? In the eyes of monks, all mortals are ants. What is that, fireworks? The lazy voice coming from the center of the explosion crushed his arrogance to the ground. Liu Qing was so shocked that he took a step back, baring his teeth and eyes. He threw out for explosive talismans in total. It is more than enough to kill an elephant, let alone a mere college student. However, the fact is that Lin Yu walked out of the center of the explosion intact, patted the dust off his body, then clicked his tongue at him and said, Is your innate cultivation a bit exaggerated? Liu Qing was shocked. This guy actually saw through his cultivation level at a glance, but he didn't notice Lin Yu's cultivation level from beginning to end. There is only one possible explanation, that is, Lin Yu's cultivation is higher than his. When he noticed this, he immediately wanted to retreat. But it was too late. As I took a step back, my eyes blurred. Where are the people? Lin Yu, who was more than 10 meters away, disappeared. He was in shock. Where do you want to go? Lin Yu's voice, like a shura from hell, came from behind. Liu Qing did not hesitate, he used his life-saving talisman and escaped. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, kill. Chapter 18. You are not completely useless. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman should be the most lethal attack talisman among all the talisman practitioners. It contains the power of Heavenly Thunder, which comes from the laws of nature that practitioners fear the most. Generally, it takes decades for a talisman cultivator to refine a Heavenly Thunder Talisman, so when Lin Yu heard Liu Qing shout this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. I didn't expect that in a place like Earth where spiritual energy is so scarce, someone could actually come up with such a high-level talisman. Lin Yu was somewhat expectant, but soon he realized that he had overestimated Liu Qing. The so-called Heavenly Thunder Talisman, let alone Heavenly Thunder, even its spiritual energy is so weak that it can be almost ignored. At best, it is slightly better than the explosive talisman. He shook his head, stretched out a hand, and grabbed the Thunder Talisman that was about to explode. Seeing this, Liu Qing thought that Lin Yu was unaware of the danger of the Heavenly Thunder Talisman and smiled cruelly. How dare you use your hands to catch my Heavenly Thunder Talisman? You are overestimating your own abilities. But almost at the same time, the Heavenly Thunder Talisman died down and was crushed into a ball of waste paper by Lin Yu. Liu Qing's face turned pale and blue. The slap in the face was so fast that he almost choked to death on his own saliva. What's even more hateful is that Lin Yu looked at him with a look of disappointment. The Thunder Talisman hasn't even produced any thunder or fire, and you're still shouting slogans. If these practitioners on Earth were placed on Xianqian continent, they would definitely not survive for more than 2 days. It's a pity that this kid thinks he is so awesome. You are in the late Xianqian stage. No, you are already a foundation building master. Where on earth did you come from, old monster? Liu Qing cried out in disbelief and horror. Lin Yu was puzzled again. The foundation building stage is just the entry level, how can you become a big shot? Liu Qing didn't know what he was thinking, but he knew that he would definitely not be able to beat Lin Yu, a guy of unknown origin. The life-saving Heavenly Thunder Talisman has been sacrificed. If he delays any further he will surely die. His eyes turned sinisterly, and like a poisonous snake, they locked onto Zhang Shuyao, who was so shocked that she was speechless. This girl is very well protected, she would be amazed foolishly. Are you performing magic? Li Hongwei, this idiot, couldn't understand Liu Qing's spells and methods, and thought that he and Lin Yu were evenly matched, so he gave blind orders. Liu Qing, come on. What are you waiting for? Can you not beat this guy? Liu Qing was hit in the sore spot and burst into anger and murderous intent. Shut up. Li Hongwei was startled, then he realized what was happening and felt unhappy. This is outrageous, but a dog raised by our Li family actually dares to yell at its master. Don't think you can, Who would have thought that before his cursing was over, Liu Qing suddenly attacked, broke his arm, and threw him 5 meters away. You are just a mortal, a discarded child of the Li family, no more than an ant, yet you dare to order me around. Li Hongwei couldn't believe it. As he fell heavily to the ground, he was still staring at him, uttering helpless rage. Liu Qing. You bastard, you looked down on me. Liu Qing sneered and ignored him. He taught Li Hongwei a lesson just for the sake of convenience. The most important reason was to hold Zhang Shuyao hostage. At this moment, he pinched Zhang Shuyao's neck with one hand and looked at Lin Yu vigilantly. Let me go, otherwise, Miss Zhang will be buried with me today. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that he was careless. I thought this was a dog-eat-dog drama, but I didn't expect that this guy named Liu Qing was not strong enough, but used cunning tricks to make up for it. His ultimate goal was to hold Zhang Shuyao hostage to threaten him. Although Zhang Shuyao has the sky-swallowing silver mine protecting her, she can ignore ordinary attacks. However, the earth lacks spiritual energy, and it is impossible for it to activate Arma on a large scale when the user is injured. Even the layer of scales covering Zhang Shuyao's arms during the last car accident was stretched out after absorbing the spiritual power emitted by the pebbles thrown by Lin Yu. What's more, now he is facing a congenital practitioner. Okay, put him down and go. Lin Yu agreed readily. Liu Qing was afraid of a trap, and almost as soon as he nodded, he quickly attached a teleportation talisman to himself and immediately threw the hostage Zhang Shuyao to Lin Yu. The acceleration talisman can allow him to teleport out of the Taekwondo gym instantly. If he goes out of this door, Lin Yu will not be able to catch up with him even if he wants to. Lin Yu didn't even chase after her, he just caught the exclaiming Zhang Shuyao. Miss Zhang's face was indeed very pale, her eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and she looked like she was about to cry. Lin Yu was surprised, you weren't scared to tears. Zhang Shuyao couldn't cry anymore, she bluffed, I don't care. Put me down, don't take advantage of me. All right. Lin Yu answered every question, and as soon as he loosened his hands, Miss Zhang fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Yu. Zhang Shuyao was almost mad as a puffer fish. Does this guy know how to be gentle and considerate to women? How dare you throw her down? But Lin Yu didn't look at him. He locked onto Liu Qing's figure who was teleporting to the entrance of the Taekwondo gym. Obviously, the person had finally gotten out on his own, so how could he let him escape so easily? At this moment, Liu Qing was only one step away from the entrance of the Taekwondo gym and could escape. His face was ferocious, and he thought to himself that he had suffered a great loss today, and he would make Lin Yu pay double in the future. Lin Yu has a high level of cultivation, and he might have some treasure on him. Boom! But then there was a loud noise. Liu Qing, who just rushed to the door, hit a transparent wall and was bounced back. He was shocked. Lin Yu had already raised his hand, clenched his 5 fingers, and the space in the inner palace instantly swallowed Liu Qing in. Receive. The scene of a living person disappearing made all the students in the Taekwondo gym tremble with fear. They watched the whole process, and although they were confused, Lin Yu and Liu Qing's methods were beyond ordinary people. Even a fool would know that something was wrong. Their worldview was shattered. They are regretting it now. They never expected that a country bumpkin whom they mocked could be so terrifying. Where are they? Several people, led by squad leader Wang Qiang, were terrified, fearing that Lin Yu would settle accounts with them. When Lin Yu doesn't behave himself, his character is extremely bad. What do you think? But don't worry, it will be your turn soon. After all, you have seen so many of my secrets. He smiled sinisterly, looking like a murderer who was about to kill someone to silence them. Don't worry, it will only take a moment. Everyone screamed. Lin Yu has punched them one by one, and gave them a set of physical amnesia and love incense, which will ensure that they will remember nothing when they wake up. Zhang Shuyao was the only one sober. The expression on her pretty face changed from shock and confusion at first, to fear, and finally, to excitement. Is this the legendary cultivation? I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to be so powerful. Lin Yu almost slipped. No, aren't you surprised why I only left you the memory? A group of grown men are not as good as a little girl. Look at her speed of acceptance, she is far ahead of them. Zhang Shuyao snorted lightly, put one hand on her waist, and looked arrogant. How dare you? I was wondering why my mommy wanted me to go on a blind date with you. It turns out you're not completely useless. Chapter 19 Climbing. The eldest lady said arrogantly, but don't think that I will like you just because of this. At most, you can only be my bodyguard, oh. The screams that followed were because Lin Yu didn't want to listen anymore. He carried Zhang Shuyao like a sack, and let this ignorant girl wake up with her head down. Lin Yu did not leave the mess uncleaned. Before leaving, he kicked squad leader Wang Qiang to wake him up quickly. When Wang Qiang woke up, he was stunned to see their corpses all over the ground. What the hell happened? I accidentally saw Li Hongwei on the other side. His arm was twisted at a weird angle, and it was obviously broken. Mr. Li. Don't scare me. The Li family is powerful, and if anything happens to Li Hongwei, none of them who are present will be able to escape. He was so scared that he rolled over and crawled, yelling and calling 120. Li Hongwei was not only awakened by the pain but also by the noise. He opened his eyes with a pale face and uttered two hateful words, Liu Qing. What's that? Ambulance is coming soon. Just hold on. Practitioner. Li Hongwei stared at the twisted arm, which was the shame of being slaughtered without any power to resist. His eyes were gloomy, and a seed of twistedness had been quietly planted. The matter of the Taekwondo gym seemed to have been suppressed. On the surface, there was no movement at North Star University. This matter should have been suppressed by the Li family. Butler Zhang seemed to see Lin Yu's doubts and explained to Lin Yu. The situation of the Li family is complicated. The current head of the family, Li Da, is a cultivator. Unfortunately, he gave birth to a son with extremely poor aptitude, Li Hongwei. On the surface, Li Hongwei is one of the 4 young masters of the Demon City, but in the eyes of practitioners, he is a discarded child. It doesn't matter if he is raised to waste. But this time, the dog bit its master, which challenged Li Da's dignity as the head of the family. The Li family will not let the cultivator named Liu Qing go. Butler Zhang paused for a moment before asking, Master Lin, Liu Qing has been missing since that day. You were there too. I wonder. Oh, how would I know that? I just saw this Liu Qing, who was good at drawing talismans, throw a speed-up talisman on himself and run away. I couldn't catch up with him even if I wanted to. Lin Yu looked at the ceiling and lied with his eyes open. Butler Zhang. If the young lady had not told him that Lin Yu had used some unknown method to make the person disappear in an instant, he would have really believed it. But he is also a smart guy. Since Lin Yu didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't be so tactless as to ask rashly. So he changed the topic and introduced some nice attractions near Shanghai. If Lin Yu wanted to go there, he would make the arrangements. In addition to brushing up on his previous computer knowledge, Lin Yu has been working on stabilizing the spiritual energy in his body these days. Zhang Shuyao is indeed a pure spiritual being. He has benefited a lot just by living next door to her. Although he didn't dare to use any techniques that consumed too much spiritual energy, it was more than enough for him to maintain his daily foundation building skills. While training his spiritual awareness at night, he also discovered that the demons were under the influence of pure spiritual bodies, and indeed, there were several places where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was quietly reviving. In the Shenzhen continent, it means that some rare treasure has been born here. No one has too much, baby. Lin Yu still doesn't know what kind of natural treasures the earth can produce. He suddenly thought about it and decided to go and check it out today. Country bumpkin, you want to go out too? Before he even stepped out of the door, Zhang Shuyao, who just came down from upstairs, called him. Since returning that day, Zhang Shuyao was pulled into the study by Chen Mengyun for a detailed talk. She should have known that there are cultivators in this world, and even Butler Zhang is an acquired warrior. But it was obvious that this girl was careless and behaved as she pleased on weekdays, especially towards Lin Yu. She showed no politeness or fear at all. Lin Yu was a little convinced. But maybe this is the joy of single-celled organisms. Yes, I'm going to be away for 2 days. Don't miss me too much, he said casually. Zhang Shuyao looked at him warily. 2 days. What a coincidence. Did you know from mommy that I was going to climb a mountain, so you planned to follow me? Lin Yu looked at her indescribably for a while, and said, "Is there a possibility that you are just being too sentimental?" Zhang Shuyao blushed and said angrily, "Who is so self-indulgent? There are many people who want to date me." Lin Yu then noticed that Zhang Shuyao was not wearing her favorite high heels and princess dress today, but was wearing denim sneakers and her ponytail was tied up high, looking very refreshing and neat. "It turns out that we were going to go hiking. What are you looking at? You'd better not let me see you while we're climbing the mountain." After glaring at Lin Yu again, Zhang Shuyao went out angrily carrying a pink backpack. Lin Yu curled his lips. "Oh, how could we possibly meet? Natural treasures are usually only born in the most dangerous places. Even if they were climbing the same mountain, would ordinary climbers go into deep ditches where poisonous insects were infested? Unless they want to reincarnate quickly." Lin Yu thought about it, and went to Julong Mountain, the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy closest to him. This mountain is towering into the clouds. When you look up, you can see steep peaks surrounded by clouds and mist. For ordinary people, the only way to go up the mountain is a long staircase with 2 iron locks on the side to facilitate climbing. When the scalpers at the ticket sales area of Julongshan Scenic Spot saw him, their eyes immediately lit up. "Classmate, are you here to travel to Julong Mountain? You've come to the right place. The current scalper price at Julong Mountain is 150 yuan per person." Lin Yu asked tentatively, 150 is just up this staircase, there is no other way. "Isn't that nonsense? Our Julong Mountain is so steep, do you think you can climb it casually?" The old man knew at a glance that Lin Yu was here for the first time. "If you're not afraid of getting lost, just climb wherever you want." A voice sneered. When Lin Yu turned around, he saw a 5-member boarding team. There were 2 men and 3 women, each carrying a mountaineering bag and a camera hanging around their neck. One of the girls with wavy dyed hair was also live streaming. The girl with long wavy dyed hair said, "I thought who was so ignorant, it turns out to be a bunkin from our North Star University, let the viewers in my live broadcast room take a look." As he said this, he took Lin Yu in. The 2 boys were adding fuel to the fire. "Yao Yao, look, this kid is so ignorant. He wants to climb the mountain. I wonder if he has enough money. I think he thought it was a hill in the countryside and he could climb it easily. Har har har, Yao Yao, isn't it funny?" However, the remaining 2 girls did not agree. Because Zhang Shuyao had been dumbfounded for a long time, pointing at Lin Yu and raising his eyebrows. "Didn't you say you wouldn't follow me? I caught you so quickly." Lin Yu spread his hands. "I said this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it?" "I don't believe you." Zhang Shuyao crossed her arms and raised her nose high. "Humph, you still dare to accuse her of being sentimental." Then he accidentally saw Zhang Manman actually took the initiative to greet Lin Yu silently with her hand. He immediately exploded, "Manman, our friendship has ended. When did you treat him so well?" Chapter 20 Chen Shui. Zhang Manman looked innocent, "But Yao Yao, he saved you before." The school said they would award Lin Yu a banner for his bravery and give him extra points at the end of the semester. These words made the 3 people who had just laughed at Lin Yu suddenly look unnatural. Especially Xiao Shuang, the girl with dyed wavy hair who was doing the live broadcast. Her fans watched the whole thing and they all wanted to condemn her. Such a brave young man should be looked down upon just because he is poor. "Anchor, you have a bad character. I didn't expect that there is such a thing as discrimination in North Star University in Magic City. Stop talking nonsense. Even if you are doing something heroic, you should pay for climbing the mountain, right? And the one who mocks people for being poor is not the anchor. What are you barking about?" Fortunately, with the support of her loyal fans, she was able to suppress the doubts. Xiao Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but secretly resent Zhang Manman. If this female cousin hadn't suddenly spoken up for Lin Yu, would this have happened? The 5-member group is actually divided into small groups with undercurrents surging inside. But that's not the point right now. The old man who bought the tickets had been acting as a background board for a long time, and finally he found a chance to interrupt. "Classmates, are you still going to buy tickets?" "Buy. 6 in total, including his." Zhang Manman answered immediately, staring at everyone's surprised eyes, and even counted Lin Yu's ticket. Being mentioned about Zhang Shuyao and others, even Lin Yu couldn't help but look at Zhang Manman twice more and fell into deep thought. This woman was very attentive to him. Could it be that she was also conquered by his uncontrollable charm? Yes, that must be it. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu said to Zhang Manman seriously, "Thank you. But don't love me, I'm just a legend." After saying that, he walked into the scenic area in a cool manner, regardless of a group of people who were rushing up to beat him to death. Zhang Shuyao looked at Zhang Manman with a speechless look. "Manman, I didn't expect you to like someone like Lin Yu. You've been with me for so long and yet your taste is so poor." Zhang Manman clenched her fist and said, "No, I don't. I have high standards. If Lin Yu's origins weren't unknown, would she be so cautious?" Qiao Shuang smiled disdainfully and suddenly made a provocative remark. "Some people look innocent, but they even want to snatch their best friend's childhood sweetheart. Zhang Manman is so angry. Do you really think no one knows that you are mistress outside?" She looked at Zhang Shuyao nervously, fearing that she might misunderstand. Zhang Shuyao thought about it seriously and said firmly, "Senior sister, Manman's standards are indeed very high. She doesn't even like Daniel Wu, let alone a bumpkin." "Qiao Shuang, you are such a fool." The three women were in a drama, and the two men next to them didn't dare to interrupt, for fear that they would be the fish that would be affected. But they unexpectedly discovered something was wrong. That country bumpkin, well, Lin Yu seems to have gone to the back mountain of Jiulong Mountain. Oh my god, he's not going to die, is he? There have been many people who wanted to find their own way in the past, but ended up destroying themselves. The two looked at each other, and finally saw malice in each other's eyes. Forget it, it's not them who are in trouble anyway. Little did they know that at the same time, the climbers who were climbing up the stairs all felt that there seemed to be something on the mountain today. Did you feel it? Was there any large animal running through the woods? It should be a monkey. It's quite sensitive. Aren't all the monkeys in Jiulong Mountain halfway up the mountain? There's one that got lost at the foot of the mountain. Should we report it to the people at the scenic spot? A group of climbers were talking about it. However, a little girl who was taken hiking by her parents said innocently, "It's not a little monkey. I saw a brother." The hiker laughed. "How is that possible? You can't run that fast even on stairs, let alone in the jungle." The girl suddenly felt aggrieved. What she said is true, why doesn't anyone believe her? How could Lin Yu know that he had become a hot topic among the group of people? In just a few breaths, he had reached the resting place halfway up the mountain, while Zhang Shuyao and the others should have just set out. There are many tourists watching monkeys halfway up the mountain. However, the monkeys in Jiulong Mountain have a very bad reputation. They are just a group of bandits in the monkey world. As soon as he came up, before he poked his head out from behind the trees, he heard the threatening screams of the monkeys above him and a cry of surprise. My phone! A cell phone fell from above my head. Lin Yu just happened to pick it up. It is a women's diamond-encrusted mobile phone, and it looks very expensive. Looking again, I saw a mature woman with short hair and an elite white-collar temperament, carrying a bag. But he looked a little embarrassed at this moment. Because a few unruly monkeys were pulling her bag with their hands, obviously trying to steal the things inside. There is a saying that goes, when you see injustice, stand up. Lin Yu's throat rolled and he shouted. Although the sound was not too loud, the clever wild monkey was startled and ran away in fear with a whoosh and a squeak. The woman felt the force pulling her bag loosen and she almost fell on her butt. I quickly looked up and saw that all the monkeys were gone. "Is this your phone?" Lin Yu came up at some point and handed over the phone. The woman was almost frightened to death by his sudden appearance. After a moment's pause, she hurriedly said, "Thank you." How did you find my phone? Didn't he her cell phone fall under the woods outside the railing?" Lin Yu was too lazy to explain. With a look of lei phone, he threw the phone to her and prepared to enjoy the scenery halfway up the mountain. He is not in a hurry. Although the location with the most concentrated spiritual energy is at the top of the mountain, there will be a full moon tonight. Only then will you be able to get a glimpse of the grand spectacle of natural treasures absorbing the essence of moonlight. Thinking of this, he simply took out a few bags of beef jerky snacks. "Thank you for helping me retrieve my phone, little brother." The woman who had just been bullied by the monkey followed him. She straightened her disheveled appearance a little, and her elite aura became even more obvious, especially with the business card handed to her at this moment. "You have helped me a lot, I should repay you. This is my business card, contact me when you come down the mountain, I will never treat you unfairly. Lin Yu glanced at the business card, Chen Shui. Chen Shui, the eldest daughter of the Chen family in Shanghai, is only 30 years old now, but she is the person in charge of the Chen group. She is very capable in the business world and is even called the Black Widow. However, she was able to hold on to this position only because her Chen family cooperated with those powerful people and managed the underground auction in Magic City for them. It's just a convenience. Lin Yu chewed beef jerky and said nonchalantly, reminding again. If you are okay, hurry down the mountain. I just scared away those monkeys. They must be unwilling to accept this. They will come back to seek revenge on me later. I don't think you can escape. Chen Shui blinked, a little stunned. Didn't this person see the words President of Chen Group? Chapter 21, Monkey. Without waiting for Chen Shui to hesitate, when she thought about the temperament of the savage monkey, she really felt that there was a possibility that this monkey would make a comeback. But she did not abandon Lin Yu, but spoke righteously. Then I can't leave by myself. Don't worry, my bodyguards will be here soon. Come with us. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. You brought bodyguards with you, so why are you still staying here alone? Aren't you afraid of running into someone with bad intentions? This is blunt, even offensive. Chen Shui choked and became a little alert. She really didn't see how Lin Yu appeared just now. If he was a bad guy, then she. Lin Yu didn't really want to pry into other people's affairs, after all, he was too lazy to care. He just needs to make sure that these people are not practitioners who come for the treasures of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, he slowly walked away with his beef jerky. Chen Shui was dumbfounded when she looked at the business card that had not been sent out. This guy didn't even look at her. Is she unattractive? There are so many little puppies out there who are calling on rich women to support them every day. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Just as she was thinking about it, the bodyguard finally came in a hurry and said something in her ear. Chen Shui just nodded, her eyes darkening. Lin Yu also saw a group of people suddenly appearing halfway up the mountain. Although they didn't wear the same uniform, the way martial artists walked was different from ordinary people, with a more steady vibe. Looking at this mixed scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh and frown. Natural treasures and the like did attract the attention of other people. There are already so many people in the early stage of the acquired period here in broad daylight, wouldn't there be even more at night? However, this is not the most troublesome thing. The trouble is, Zhang Shuyao is here too. After staying halfway up the mountain for 3 hours and dealing with a group of monkeys who came back with their families to cause trouble under the worshipful gazes of the climbers looking at the brave warriors, Zhang Shuyao's 5-member climbing team finally arrived. She was in good spirits and started filming with the camera. The 2 boys who were traveling with him noticed Lin Yu first, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. How did you get up here? Didn't you take the stairs? It's simply unscientific. Lin Yu didn't get lost and reached the halfway point of the mountain even faster than them. Oh, did you see it? Lin Yu smiled and said, actually, I found a shortcut in the back mountain. The 2 looked at each other and almost believed it. Lin Yu ignored them and walked straight towards Zhang Shuyao. There is something we need to discuss. Lin Yu, what are you doing here? Do you want to take pictures too? Zhang Shuyao spoke first. Her arrogant expression seemed to say that as long as you said yes, she would immediately refuse. Lin Yu didn't give her time to perform, looked at the camera hanging around her neck and said, no, I just want to ask, did you see any monkeys when you went up the mountain? Zhang Shuyao was indeed confused, what? Lin Yu glanced at the shadow hiding in the bushes not far behind her. The monkeys in Julong Mountain are rather naughty. He reminded sincerely. Zhang Shuyao didn't care. I'm not afraid. If you came here just to tell me this, then I already know it. Go away. Hey, this damn girl. Lin Yu was almost laughing out of anger. The next moment, the shadow hiding behind the bushes suddenly jumped out and grabbed Zhang Shuyao's camera with its 2 claws. R. Zhang Shuyao screamed in fright, and when she looked again, it was a monkey. How could Zhang Shuyao compare to the power of this little cannonball? The camera was snatched from her hands in an instant. If she hadn't held onto the camera strap tightly, it would have been gone. Yao yao. The 2 boys who were traveling with them saw that the opportunity to show off had come and ran faster than anyone else, but they were also helpless. Lin Yu sighed slowly, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Lin Yu, what are you saying? Why don't you come and help me? Zhang Shuyao was furious and glared at him arrogantly. Lin Yu spread his hands. Didn't you tell me to go away? You. Without waiting for Zhang Shuyao to speak, Lin Yu looked helpless again. Besides, this monkey is so savage, how can I beat him? Unless you show some begging attitude. For example, call me brother. Zhang Shuyao was about to go crazy. But the camera in her hand, which is worth tens of thousands of dollars, is her favorite camera. How can we let this kid get away with it? Yao Yao, don't listen to him. I'll help you get it back. The two flower-guarding messengers started fighting. This country bumpkin wants to take advantage of you? You're just dreaming. It's just a monkey. How can that person be afraid of it when there are only two of us? As he said that, he rushed over and started playing tug-of-war with the monkey. Your courage is commendable. Lin Yu was happy to watch the fun. And these two people looked determined to win. Who would have thought that the monkeys in Julong Mountain had become spirits? Seeing two boys coming to grab it, they screamed without saying a word, and immediately all the monkeys jumped out. The two who had been so confident just now were so frightened that they both fell to the ground. Zhang Shuyao had also seen the lethality of monkeys, so she didn't care about the camera. No. Give it to them. Even though it's embarrassing, it feels good to be cared for by the goddess. The monkey that got the camera screamed proudly like a rooster that had won a battle. Stupid human, you still want to steal things from us. His eyes accidentally swept across Lin Yu behind the crowd. Why the hell is this human here? Lin Yu continued to look at it, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. The arrogant monkey wanted to play dumb, but a bigger monkey suddenly jumped up and slapped it on the head. Do you really want to be beaten again? Why don't you hurry up and deliver this black thing to your brother? The monkey squeaked twice in grievance, but still held the camera, ran over flexibly, and threw the camera to Lin Yu. Now, the two boys who had just been comforted by the school beauty were dumbfounded. Why? These damn wild monkeys actually snatched the camera and gave it to Lin Yu, a country bumpkin. The climbers who had already seen Lin Yu single-handedly challenge all the monkeys in Julong Mountain silently withdrew their gazes. This is nothing. You have never seen a monkey massaging this guy's legs and serving him fruits and vegetables. Lin Yu, you did this on purpose. This monkey listens to you. Lin Yu returned the camera to Zhang Shuyao, but Zhang Shuyao turned her head away, unwilling to take it out of anger. Lin Yu didn't indulge her and directly hung the camera around her neck. Have you ever thought that you look easy to bully? You can't even beat a monkey, get down the mountain quickly. This is his ultimate goal. Zhang Shuyao had to see how powerful the monkeys in Julong Mountain were before she would dare not stay on the mountain and hinder him. After all, this girl's pure spiritual physique is more attractive than any natural treasure. No, I'm going to spend the night here. I don't want you to ignore me. Zhang Shuyao snorted angrily. Lin Yu. This damn girl weighs 100 kilograms, but 99 kilograms of her is rebellious, right? Chapter 22 Hidden Power Test. Mom, the daughter-in-law you chose is so unruly and willful, and she's rebellious. You don't want your son to become a henpecked husband in the future, do you? Think about it, if there is a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future, where should I stand? After all, Lin Yu failed to persuade the willful eldest daughter, so he reported her to the Empress Dowager. Next to him, Zhang Shuyao and his climbing team were climbing at night with the spirit of fighting to the top of the mountain. Lin Yu, who could have reached the summit quickly, glanced calmly at the practitioners mixed among the climbers and had to stay. Among their hundreds of night climbers, only a dozen were seen. However, they can be roughly divided into 3 waves. Lin Yu could see that these people were wary of each other. This situation was better than he had imagined. At least they were checking and balancing each other, so he didn't have to worry too much about them fighting now and bringing disaster to ordinary people. But when you reach the top of the mountain, which is where the spiritual energy is most abundant, it's hard to say. In the Shenzhen continent, mortals are nothing but ants to their high and mighty practitioners, and the death of a few of them is no big deal. Who cares? Although Lin Yu was not a good person, in addition to ensuring Zhang Shuyao's safety, he was also unwilling to see practitioners trampling on lives at will. I'm afraid this night won't end so well. You little bastard, what mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict? How can I let Yao Yao be wronged? If there is a conflict, it will only be us mother-in-law and daughter-in-law teaming up to beat you. The Queen Mother's domineering and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone, pulling Lin Yu back a little. Lin Yu rubbed his ears that were attacked by the sound waves, his face speechless. Am I still your biological son? However, the Queen Mother is willful. I'm telling you, kid, don't play smart. If you dare to let me know that you bullied Yao Yao, I'll make you suffer. It's my turn, King Bomb. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I'm hanging up. At the end, the Queen Mother hung up the phone and said she was going to play cards. Lin Yu looked humble. But looking at the time, it was indeed the time when his mother was playing cards with her friends. He had no choice but to resign himself to his fate and put his phone in his pocket, muttering that he was just a family kid as he passed by a hooded man who was secretly eyeing him. In fact, Lin Yu's call was purely for cover-up. Lin Yu's previous act of chasing the monkey on the mountain was a bit exaggerated, which inevitably attracted other people's attention. It's a pity that they are just a group of people in the early stage of acquired cultivation. How can they tell his strength? Be careful, right? No matter how you look at it, this kid is just a student who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. The accomplice of the hooded man made a disdainful remark, thinking that his companion was too nervous. The hooded man scratched his hair, looking a little confused, but he quickly dispelled his doubts and said, I saw Chen Shui secretly observing this kid before, and I thought he was special. I was just overthinking. At most, he has just reached adulthood, and even if he has practiced, he can't be that advanced. The accomplice was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Hurry up and catch up, there are a lot of people coming tonight, and the Chen family has already contacted the people in the association. If we are late, there will be no place for our Zhao family. The two men talked in a low voice with serious expressions, and then hurriedly disappeared into the crowd. Little did they know that Lin Yu was already far away and had heard every word of their conversation. His black eyes lit up slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. Tonight, maybe we can see how strong each force is. Early morning. Finally, we're climbing the mountain. Miss Zhang Shuyao is surprisingly perseverant to be able to climb to the top of the mountain. Because among the hundreds of climbers, only 1/3 can actually persevere and climb to the top of the mountain. The top of Julong Mountain is a large flat area, which is particularly suitable for climbers to experience the feeling of seeing all the mountains as small. Many people who climb at night come here to watch the sunrise. The Shanghai Tourism Bureau also understands the psychology of tourists and has placed pull rods around the area to prevent danger, making it convenient for people who climb at night to rest and wait for the sunrise. Those who climbed up at night basically took out their sleeping bags, picnic blankets and other tools and waited for the next day. However, this mountain top is not the highest peak of Julong Mountain. The mountain top for ordinary people refers to the highest peak that they can climb. However, some mountains have even more dangerous places on the top that normal people cannot climb. Just like Julong Mountain, it is actually a giant mountain with two peaks. 500 meters beyond the top of the mountain, there is another peak hidden in the clouds, which seems to be connected to the sky. It's a pity that we can't get through. With current technology, no one can guarantee that a bridge will be built for people to continue climbing to the top. Xiao Shuang's live broadcast never stopped from the foot of the mountain to the top. From tonight to tomorrow, the live broadcast will not stop. I will definitely let you see the sunrise of Julong Mountain. Although this woman's character is not very good, she does have professional qualities. The audience in her live broadcast room was also very considerate and said they would wait with the host. Lin Yu glanced at it and then looked away, not taking it to heart. He had noticed that the crowds thinned out after the climb. There is no doubt that it must have gone to the top of the mountain opposite. After all, that is where the natural treasures are. You country bumpkin, you didn't prepare anything, did you? Zhang Xuyao's gloating voice sounded behind him. Lin Yu turned around and saw her sitting in the sleeping bag, eating bread as if showing off. He didn't even bring a backpack, so he definitely didn't have anything. The senior from the mountaineering team seemed to have found something to laugh at and said, "Forget about the sleeping bag. This kid doesn't even have anything to eat. I wonder if he will have the strength to climb down the mountain tomorrow." Lin Yu really didn't worry about this stuff and looked down on these two guys. Just worry about yourselves. Fasting is very profitable, understand? Humph, you are just trying to be brave. Zhang Shuyao didn't mind seeing Lin Yu in trouble. After she finished eating, she wiped her hands and immediately lay down in her sleeping bag. She had to get up early tomorrow morning, so she wanted to catch up on some sleep now. The others also understood each other and soon went to rest. Lin Yu saw that Zhang Shuya's breathing had become regular, so he walked over. After just one look, he was absolutely certain that there was a reason why Zhang Shuya's pure spiritual body had not been discovered for so many years. Compared to the strong atmosphere in the Zhang family villa, the atmosphere here is not so strong on Zhang Shuyao. It seems that the Zhang family is more sophisticated than I thought. They actually have the means to suppress pure spirits. Even in Shenzhen continent, there are only a few people who know this kind of sealing technique. Lin Yu finally became interested, but just in case, it's better to add another layer of insurance. As he spoke, he drew his hands and an intricate formation spread out from under his feet, silently encircling the entire mountaintop. The isolation array is the most basic array in Shenzhen continent, which can block the sounds and damage from outside. Of course, if the person who breaks the formation has a higher level of cultivation than Lin Yu, that would be a different matter. Just as this action was completed, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the mountain on the other side. Chapter 23, Not even enough for a plate of cooking. Some people can't hold back anymore. Two rays of light suddenly exploded, particularly obvious in the darkness. If this explosion happened under normal circumstances, it would definitely wake up a lot of people. However, at this moment, the resting climbers were still immersed in dreams, sleeping like dead pigs, with no intention of waking up at all. Lin Yu felt relieved, and his figure instantly disappeared under the moon, rushing towards the excitement over there. It's really lively over here, but it's a bit life-threatening. Li Dingtian, how dare you sneak attack? An angry female voice shouted from the center of the explosion. When she looked again, there was a person lying behind her, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The clothes on his chest had been burned, revealing the charred flesh. The situation was critical. Lin Yu, who rushed over but did not reveal his aura, was a little surprised. This person turned out to be the elite woman seen during the day, Chen Shui. A red-haired man standing 10 meters away was emitting a burning air wave all over his body. He had well-developed limbs and flames were slowly coming out of his fists that he had not retracted. The magic practiced by this person is obviously related to fire. At this moment, facing Chen Shui's questioning, he did not feel guilty at all, but laughed out loud. He is not as skilled as others, what does it have to do with me? It was clearly a sneak attack by you. Chen Shui was angry. Li Dingtian sneered, it's my ability to succeed in a sneak attack. As he spoke, he narrowed his long and narrow eyes and stared at Chen Shui in an unserious manner. Mr. Chen, why would an ordinary person like you get involved in something like snatching natural treasures? Chen Shui gnashed her teeth in anger. Do you think she wants to come? If it weren't for those people at home who were jealous of her position, why would she take the risk? Therefore, even if she cannot grab the things on Julong Mountain, she must contribute her part. Only in this way will the people from the association stand on her side. Thinking of her greatest reliance, Chen Shui calmed down a little. There is no point in saying more, Li Dingtian. You also know that the people behind me are the Cultivator Association. You are provoking me so openly now. Do you really think that your Li family can dominate alone? Chen Shui didn't believe that this kid dared to be so arrogant. She knew that many people came tonight, but others hadn't dared to show up yet. Wasn't it because they were afraid of the strength of the association? She didn't believe that Li Dingtian would be the first to take action. As expected, Li Dingtian dared to expose himself because he was well prepared. TSK, look at what Mr. Chen said. I, Li Dingtian, just came to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't have any plans to do anything. How can you say you are preparing to dominate the market? He spread his hands, looking very shameless, as if he was not the one who had just hurt the person. The spiritual energy of the things on this mountain is so rich, who wouldn't be curious about what it is? As for the brother behind you, I'm so sorry. It was so dark, I thought he was someone with bad intentions. It's an accidental injury. Chen Shui gritted her teeth and listened to his nonsense. How about this, as compensation, let's go up together. After all, you are such a beauty, it would be such a pity if someone were to plot against you by accident. What do you mean by preparing to attack together? It is obvious that this scoundrel Li Dingtian is looking for a reason to attack openly. Even if something unexpected happens, he can use the excuse that he is protecting Chen Shui and take it out. But Chen Shui was moved. Because to her, those who are still lurking in the dark are more threatening than Li Dingtian. Good. She was silent for a long time before she responded. Anyway, Li Dingqian didn't dare to take action against the association. Everything can be solved as long as we drag the people from the association over. Lin Yu watched this cooperation with ulterior motives, judged the strength of both sides, and decisively crossed over. In the middle, he met a group of people, but the other side did not notice him. Lin Yu reached the top of the mountain faster than anyone else. As soon as I took a step, I was amazed by the scenery in front of me. I saw that this real peak, which no one had ever visited, was not just rugged rocks, but a mysterious orchid. Spiritual pattern grass. Lin Yu recognized these herbs emitting faint blue light at a glance, and his expression was regretful. It was a waste of time. The natural treasure that appeared on Earth turned out to be the spirit pattern grass. It's not that he looks down on you. Although it is not grown everywhere in Shenzhen continent, it can be grown in the herb bowls of almost every alchemist and can be harvested in large quantities. Moreover, the only function of this herb is to be made into spiritual liquid that repairs and replenishes spiritual energy. Practitioners above the golden core stage basically regard it as a weed. And in Lin Yu's Chi Palace space, there should be several bottles of high-quality spirit replenishing liquid that have not been used for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Thinking of this, he completely lost interest in the things on the top of the mountain. But at this moment, the time and place are right. The full moon tore through the dark clouds, and a ray of moonlight poured down. For practitioners, moonlight is also the essence of heaven and earth. Practitioners can achieve twice the result with half the effort by breathing in and out during the full moon of each month. At this time, Lin Yu was a little tempted, but thinking that Yu Huo came for the newly born spiritual pattern grass, he did not fight for it. Sure enough, with the nourishment of the moonlight, the spirit pattern grass followed its instinct and absorbed it desperately, and the faint blue light it emitted became even brighter. This time it was Lin Yu's turn to be surprised. He actually advanced. Shenzhen continent divides medicinal herbs into 5 grades, from high to low, heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and ordinary. If these spiritual pattern grasses were just ordinary items with a little spiritual energy before, now after absorbing the moonlight, it only takes a short moment to be upgraded to the yellow grade. This speed is really too fast. Is this the advantage of the earth? Lin Yu felt that something was fishy and went up curiously. Sure enough, when he pushed aside a piece of spiritual pattern grass, he saw a mutated spiritual pattern grass in the center that was shorter than the others but bright red in color. Heavenly quality. Lin Yu finally raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. All herbs in the world can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at different levels, but those that are of heavenly quality when they are born are no longer ordinary herbs because they are born with intelligence. Lin Yu nodded, looking at this little thing that looked like a weed. He couldn't help but move it with his hand. No response. Yes, to be born knowing how to hide among a group of ordinary spiritual grasses requires some wisdom. TSK, how come there is a weed growing in this large area of spiritual pattern grass? It's unsightly, we should pull it out. He spoke lazily, as if he was about to take action. Bang! The red spiritual grass moved without wind, and swayed like a willow branch, hitting Lin Yu's hand. The spiritual pattern grass was baring its fangs and claws. Such a small plant actually exuded the spiritual threat of the foundation building period. Silence is better than words. It seems to be saying, you ignorant two-legged beast, you actually want to pull out this magical herb, I'll beat you to death. Lin Yu snorted and laughed. You have quite a bad temper, little thing. He touched the leaves of the spiritual grass with his finger. It seemed like an ordinary move, but a suffocating pressure from the tribulation period swept over like an overwhelming force. This frightened the little creature that had developed intelligence, and it trembled with fear and almost fainted. This person looks ordinary, but he actually has the cultivation level of the tribulation crossing stage. Lin Yu has said. Although you are born with intelligence and are considered a rare commodity, your cultivation is only at the foundation building stage. To me, you are dispensable. You are not even enough to cook a dish with it. Spiritual pattern grass. Chapter 24, Conquering the Red Spiritual Grass. But I don't need it, but others may not. You also feel that many people are coming towards you, right? Lin Yu spoke in a negotiating tone. Although you were in the early stage of foundation building when you were born, 2 hands are no match for 4 fists. Well, you don't even have hands. In short, you will eventually be plucked out by someone. But I'm different. If I want you to be useful to me, you have to at least be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, right? The spirit grass shuddered. Lin Yu remained very calm and raised two fingers. So you have two choices now. 1. Follow me and provide me with some spiritual fluid every day. 2. Let others snatch it away to make medicine. Is there any choice here? Even if Lin Gras was born with intelligence, it wouldn't be stupid enough to choose the second option. It shook immediately. Lin Yu likes little things that are tactful. At this moment, he sensed several auras approaching, and without further ado, he waved his hand and sent the red spirit pattern grass in with mud and dirt, just like he brought Liu Qing into the Qi Palace space that day. When this spiritual plant of heaven and earth disappeared, the spiritual energy generated by it instantly dissipated by 1/3. A group of people in white who were heading towards the top of the mountain were suddenly startled. Spiritual energy fluctuations. Someone is faster than them. I walked faster, fearing that I would miss out. What kind of grass is this? It's so huge, and the spiritual energy is so rich, I've never seen it before. At the top of the mountain, the two people who came up first took a deep breath, their eyes shining. At this time, Lin Yu had already turned into a dark place and saw the person coming clearly, and he was not surprised. Aren't these the same hooded duo that were testing him? It seems to be something from the Zhao family. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces as if they had discovered a new world, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are these two people ignorant, or did the earth really not have such a thing as spirit pattern grass before? Just a piece of yellow-grade spirit grass can become a great treasure. The man in the hat suddenly recovered from his shock. There was a hint of greed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by reason. Hurry, collect some. They are not the only ones who have discovered this treasure land. As the saying goes, whoever sees it takes a share. If they dare to take it all away, they will surely arouse public anger. His accomplices did not have time to be dazed and took action quickly. However, just as he was about to pick one, the silent air seemed to be torn apart by a sharp weapon. Careful! The man in the hat, who had been alert to his surroundings, shouted in panic. However, it was too late. His accomplice screamed, and his outstretched hand was blown off before it even touched the spirit pattern grass, and hung lifelessly at his side. The two of them almost retreated violently before leaving the spot. Who is attacking? Come out. The mouse came up first, and now is questioning me. Let me see, he's actually from the Zhao family. The person who came was Li Dingtian, whom Lin Yu had passed by before. At this time, his face was full of pride, and there was a fireball in his hand. Coming up with him was Chen Shui, who had a look of astonishment on her face. However, compared to those who were one step faster than them, Chen Shui was more angry about Li Dingtian's sudden attack. Be careful not to burn the spiritual herbs on the ground. It will be more trouble than gain. The two men wearing hats looked at each other and could see the hesitation of the two men. They are from the Zhao family in the Magic City and are quite powerful. In their eyes, Li Dingtian is just a young man with the support of a sect and is nothing to be afraid of. Li Dingtian, what are you doing? Everyone who sees it gets a share. We don't want more. Don't go too far. Li Dingtian sneered. Instead, it was Chen Shui who frowned and spoke. Don't you, the Zhao family, know about the new order issued by the association that no one is allowed to touch these spiritual herbs without authorization? It's the association again. The accomplice whose arm was broken was bandaging his wound with resentment in his eyes. The association is nothing. Don't forget, Zhulong Mountain is in the Magic City. All cultivators in the Magic City have the right to share the spoils. Or do you want to be a dictator? There is absolutely no such thing. The association just. Chen Shui was about to explain. Unexpectedly, a third cold and arrogant voice forcefully interrupted. You, the Zhao family, are questioning the association's orders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 white figures arrived late, and before they even reached the mountain, they had already sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy on the top of the mountain. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, the middle stage of foundation building. The 2 Zhao family members were frightened, and instantly showed expressions of despair and fear. Chu Xiao. It's you again, a running dog. Retreat. Didn't they expect the association to come so soon? It's just like surveillance, if you mention the devil, he'll appear. The man in the hat didn't hesitate at all, he rushed towards the injured accomplice and ran for his life. Oh, you still want to run? Chu Xiao, the leader of the 3 men in white, sneered and a whip appeared in his hand. Snap! Snap! The whip was swung, and the two figures were knocked down before they could even resist, letting out miserable screams. Everyone saw it clearly and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The people from the Zhao family were all acquired martial artists, but unexpectedly they were completely unable to fight back. The person sent by the association this time must be at least in the middle stage of foundation building. Even Li Dingqian, who had taken advantage of the situation, narrowed his eyes and did not dare to act rashly. Seeing that the two men couldn't run away, the man from the association snorted and laughed, then gave a look to the two men behind him. The two men immediately understood, and murderous intent flashed in their eyes as they rushed straight towards the two men. Needless to say, what the result was. After killing these two people, the man in white turned his attention to Li Dingqian and Chen Shui. Li Dingqian didn't dare to offend him again, so he made up an excuse and said that he just came to watch the fun, hoping that the association would sell him 2 herbs at a discount in the future. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. In this way, only Chen Shui and a few others were left. Lin Yu saw the whole process, and his heart was not disturbed at all. After all, birds die for food and people die for money. For those who practice cultivation, this is not a rare thing. But today, this piece of herb is destined to fall into the hands of the association. And judging from the current situation, the people in the Practitioners' Association are not much better. Thinking of this, he had less intention of dealing with the association. Just about to leave quietly. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. The man in white was about to turn around and say something to Chen Shui, when suddenly, a patch of dark blue spiritual grass on the ground seemed to be attracted by something, and spiritual energy gathered and rushed behind a hidden bush. Lin Yu never expected that he would be ambushed. He said, "Shit," in his heart and crushed a leaf in shock. Who? The man who had just tried to silence the witness shouted loudly and shot towards him like an arrow. Lin Yu was about to lose all his face. My goodness, he is a Mahayana in the tribulation crossing stage, but he was exposed when he was eavesdropping on a group of people in the foundation establishment stage. However, the culprit, the red spirit patent grass in his chi palace, did not dare to move at all. After all, these spiritual patent grasses are also its companions, so there is still some sensitivity to it. Lin Yu snorted coldly. But now that I've been exposed, why would I want to hide any longer? Seeing 2 people rushing towards him, he raised his hands and slapped out with 2 palms of unknown depth. The 2 were beaten out before they could even see what Lin Yu looked like. It really is true that you should go back to where you came from. The man in white's pupils darkened. These 2 are both innate warriors. Listening again, a young voice came from behind the jungle. I've learned a lot today. I didn't expect the association to be so ruthless. Chapter 25. I'll show you what whipping is. Immediately afterwards, a young man no more than 18 years old strode out. The man in white looked constipated and couldn't believe it. A brat. Is it him? Chen Shui's expression was more shocked than anyone else's. The boy who helped her drive away monkeys during the day. This is so well hidden that her people didn't even notice it. Lin Yu glanced at her indifferently, but the 2 of them understood each other tacitly and did not say anything. Lin Yu glanced at the spiritual grass on the ground, which was warm and close to him, and his eyes flashed. Originally, he didn't intend to take these yellow-grade spirit patent grasses, but since the people were forced out, he might as well collect some interest. So he marked out an area and said, everyone who sees it gets a share. I want half of this spiritual patent grass. What a big mouth you have. Don't you know that this spiritual herb belongs to our association? How can I let a mere brat like you waste it? The man in white's expression darkened, and he felt angry and alert. From the time Lin Yu walked out until now, he still couldn't see his depth. Lin Yu ignored his scrutiny and just smiled. Write your name, it's yours. The man in white became even angrier. He had even brought up the association, but this guy didn't even take it seriously. His face became more and more stern. Boy, do you want to provoke the Practitioner Association? I advise you not to overestimate your own abilities, otherwise. Good things are always obtained through strength, not just talking. Lin Yu shook his head, as if looking at an unreasonable child. I'll leave you half today, which is already a favor to you. What does it mean to keep half? It was a blatant insult to him. The man in white couldn't stand it any longer. Very good. Boy, you have succeeded in irritating me. I want to see how powerful you are. Their whip crackled in the air, like a deadly poisonous snake jumping towards Lin Yuman. Lin Yu had long seen the viciousness of this rope. The body seems to be made of some special bones, which are densely packed here and there. When thrown on a person, it can hook off a piece of flesh and blood. And this whip was aimed at Lin Yu's face. I can't keep my cool. Lin Yu made a sound of TSK, without dodging or evading, but just grabbed the whip with one hand when it fell. The man in white was horrified. What? This attack left no room for maneuver. This kid should have been beaten like those two guys just now, unable to get up. But he dared to take his whip with his bare hands. Could it be that this person is stronger than him? No. Impossible. A trace of jealousy spread in his eyes. Why would Lin Yu care about him? Now that you have grabbed the whip, can you give it back so easily? He rolled his hand and pulled again, and the whip slipped out of the white-clothed man's hand. You shameless little thief, how dare you steal my spiritual weapon? The man in white looked at his empty palm, angry and ashamed, and was about to rush forward, but he heard Lin Yu sneer again. It's just a bone whip. Calling it a spiritual weapon is a bit of an exaggeration. But I can show you how to use this whip. Insulting is simply trampling on his personality. The man in white, Chu Xiao, clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. How shameless! I will make you pay the price today. He has been practicing with this whip for 20 years, is it possible that he is still not as good as a young boy? So arrogant. But after Lin Yu finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed. The spiritual energy surged and he threw it into the dense bushes behind him. Wherever the whip wind passes, there is silence. Nothing happened. No, just when Chu Xiao made an unusual move, the trees towering on the peaks within a radius of 20 meters collapsed together, as if they were cut off from the height by a sharp sword. The trees collapsed one after another, leaving Chu Xiao dumbfounded. When he came to his senses, cold sweat had already dripped down his back, soaking his back. This is deterrence. Senior. I am blind and do not recognize a great man. Chu Xiao's face turned pale and blue, but how could he dare to question anything? If this whip landed on him, he would probably be broken in half. The reason why he didn't hit him. Lin Yu was disdainful. If he, a powerful person in the tribulation crossing stage, were to take real action against a young person in the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't that be a joke? Throwing the whip back to Chu Xiao, Lin Yu waved his hand, and the spiritual pattern grass halfway up the mountain suddenly disappeared mysteriously in front of Chu Xiao and others. Lin Yu didn't wait for his reaction and walked away. A long time. Chen Shui looked at the dense forest that was much more open and found her voice again. What kind of strength does this person have? He can even. Chu Xiao survived the disaster. If Chen Shui and others had been standing next to him, his two legs, which were as soft as noodles, would have collapsed. Check. It must be that old monster that came out of nowhere. As for the half of the spiritual pattern grass that is left, once Lin Yu is found, the association will naturally give an explanation. After saying that, he didn't care about Chen Shui anymore and hurriedly took away the remaining half of the spiritual pattern grass and went back to report. Chen Shui's eyes flickered, as if she was thinking about something, but in the end she didn't remind anyone of anything. She thought that maybe she could take a gamble and have one more chip in her favor. Chu Xiao thought Lin Yu would not stay any longer, but she knew that Lin Yu seemed to be coming with a group of students. Maybe he is not an old monster, but really just a college student? The next morning, the weather was clear. The climbers' hard work all night paid off, as they finally saw the rising sun at 5 in the morning. It's worth it. Zhang Shuyao stood up amid the exclamations of the crowd and immediately took pictures of this grand occasion. But, damn, how could that guy Lin Yu get into the camera? It's just that the morning sun in this photo bathes people so sacredly and is full of artistic conception. Wow, Yao, this photo of yours is so great. Zhang Man came over to take a look, her eyes full of envy, but soon became confused. Hey, why does this silhouette look so much like Lin Yu? It's him. Zhang Shuyao was about to press the delete button angrily. It's all his fault for getting in the way. I'm going to delete this photo. What? You want to delete all this? Don't give it to me. If I had such good photography skills and such a chance to take this picture, I would have handed in my photography assignment. Zhang Man enjoyed it excitedly. When Zhang Shuyao heard this, she really hesitated. Oh, how could she forget about her homework? So I weighed the pros and cons, hesitated for a while, and finally changed my mind. Then I'll delete it when I take better pictures. You can't steal my homework. Zhang Manman wailed, aggrieved, Yao Yao, you have changed. You don't love me anymore. The two of them were playing and joking, and finally Zhang Manman said that she also wanted Lin Yu to be her model and take a photo for her. But when he looked for him again, there was no trace of Lin Yu. It turned out that Lin Yu saw that there were no practitioners this morning, and he was too lazy to be Zhang Shuyao's bodyguard anymore, so he went down the mountain first. However, as soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw a group of people guarding the intersection. One of them saw him and his eyes changed. Lin Yu was so perceptive that he paused and thought, this is coming towards him. Sure enough, a woman who was not too unfamiliar soon got out of a black official car parked on the side of the road. Sir, please wait a moment. I am Chen Shui from the Demon City Underground Auction. Can I move over and talk to you? Chapter 26 Cooperation. To be honest, Lin Yu was not surprised at all that Lin Shui was blocking him here. The only person on the top of the mountain who knew more about him was Chen Shui. She has been able to wait until now, and it can even be said that she is very patient. However, Lin Yu didn't take it too seriously, provided that Chen Shui didn't reveal her identity directly. The Demon City Underground Auction. What a coincidence, isn't this exactly the place Lin Yu wanted to find out? Unexpectedly, Chen Shui's identity is this. Chen Shui was originally worried that Lin Yu would refuse, but when she heard what he said, she immediately knew there was a chance. Sir, you should have some need for our auction. With your ability, you are bound to be a guest of honor wherever you go. Chen Shui rarely gives compliments. If the bodyguards around him had not seen Lin Yu's strength last night, they would definitely think that their own Mr. Chen was crazy. A woman known as the Black Widow, who is bold and ruthless, actually flattered a male student. What the hell? However, Lin Yu did not feel flattered. This is the respect a normal person should have towards a strong person in the tribulation crossing stage. Chen Shui's character further confirmed that Lin Yu's cultivation was profound and mysterious. When the topic turned to the main topic, Chen Shui spoke cautiously. Sir, the fact that you took away half of the spiritual herbs from Jiulong Mountain this time will surely attract the attention of the association and the major families very soon. She said it tactfully, but Lin Yu didn't seem to hear it and didn't react. Chen Shui had no choice but to continue. Looking at your style, you shouldn't be a high-profile person. Our auction is the best trading platform. If you make a price and auction the spiritual herbs, you can save a lot of trouble. She was just about to say that the association would dig deep into the ground to find Lin Yu. After all, the association has long been paying attention to the things on the top of Jiulong Mountain. Lin Yu then smiled meaningfully. He stared at Chen Shui, as if he wanted to see through the little thoughts hidden in her heart. I heard that your Chen family is working for the association. Your conditions are good, but is it possible to hold a Hongmen banquet? Chen Shui choked, and became more certain that Lin Yu was definitely not just the 17 or 18 he looked, but that the man in front of him was actually an old fox. She sighed and said frankly, the fact that I was waiting for you at the foot of the mountain today proves that I acted on my own initiative. I want to talk to you in person just to show my sincerity. Besides, with your strength, the association will not force you. They would rather resolve it in a peaceful way. And this is also her biggest reliance that allowed her to take action without telling the truth. Although Chu Xiao acts arrogantly, the purpose of the Practitioners Association is to maintain peace between practitioners and ordinary people. Of course, she still has a little ambition, but there is no need to talk about it. Lin Yu doesn't mind communicating with smart people, and Chen Shui's performance meets his needs for a partner. I can consider your suggestion. But Lin Yu did not agree immediately. He offered a condition, but before that, I have to see how your auction goes. Then, he said pretentiously, after all, these are precious spiritual patent grasses. Spiritual patent grass. Chen Shui was keenly aware of these three words. They were words she had never heard before. Could this be the name of those magical herbs? Lin Yu glanced at her and deliberately said, you don't even know what the spiritual herb is called. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to you at the auction? No. Don't worry, the association will not waste precious medicinal materials. We have the best pharmacists who can fully utilize the effects of spiritual herbs. Lin Yu was not surprised that Chen Shui would say that. He was just lowering the price to tilt the favorable conditions to this side. Sure enough, when Lin Yu said something, Chen Shui was afraid that Lin Yu would go back on his word. She quickly took out a VIP black card from her bag. Sir, this is our auction's VIP black card. With it, you will have the highest authority as an auction guest. There are no more than 5 of these cards in the world. With him, even the best pharmacist in our association will be willing to serve you. Lin Yu took it very reservedly, and then spoke. You don't have to call me sir. My name is Lin Yu, and I'm just a college student. Chen Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to get Lin Yu's name means that they have already determined the first step of cooperation. But she still widened her eyes. Lin Yu only accepted me because I was a college student. A man who looks like he has just reached adulthood is actually able to fight Chu Xiao alone. You know, although Chu Xiao is not the most powerful in the association, he is still the captain of a small team. Lin Yu didn't care much about the reason for her shock. He just made an appointment to meet next time and left. I have to let him study whether this spiritual pattern grass has any greater benefits, and make full preparations before discussing business matters. Mr. Chen, you gave the black card representing the supreme status of the auction to a student. When Chen Shui got into the car, the bodyguard beside her couldn't help but speak. Even if his cultivation level cannot be seen through, he is, after all, just a college student who has not yet entered society. How can he deserve such a great gift? Chen Shui sneered, but there was no doubt in her charming fox eyes, only affirmation. If it were just this, it would certainly not be enough, but he actually knew this brand new herb, and he was able to take away a large area of spiritual pattern grass with just a wave of his hand. Not to mention the talented people raised in the association, even the few powerful people who are hidden deep in the world may not be able to do it. The bodyguards were shocked and finally woke up. Lin Yu is such a capable person. When Lin Yu returned to the Zhang family villa, the Zhang family was quiet. Even the housekeeper Zhang, who was usually at home, had disappeared. But Lin Yu didn't care and went straight back to the room. It is impossible for the Lingwen grass to be kept in his Qi palace space for a long time. He took it out and placed it with the dirt on it in a pot that had been prepared long ago. To be honest, this environment is really not as good as the top of the mountain. The little red thing couldn't help but express its protest with a groan. After all, it is a grass with intelligence, so why is it placed in a small pot? How embarrassing. Although it can produce spiritual liquid anytime and anywhere, such a bad environment will also affect the quality of the spiritual liquid. Just stay one night and you'll know how good this place is. Lin Yu was not in a hurry and just put it on the windowsill of the room. Even though the Lingwen grass was unwilling, it did not dare to resist. After he finished all this, he heard some noise coming from the door of Zhang's house. Someone had returned. They actually dared to come back. Shen Mengyun's voice mixed with anger came from downstairs. Butler Zhang followed closely and gave a calm answer, Madam, if you are worried, why don't I do it myself? Chapter 27 School Gate. Shen Mengyun hesitated for a moment, but said fiercely. Oh, no need. This is too easy for him. I want him to regret what he missed. Lin Yu was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and didn't miss anything. He couldn't help but wonder what happened that would make a noble lady like Anshin lose her composure. Okay, madam, I'll follow your arrangements. However, as for Miss. Butler Zhang seemed to be worried about something and paused for a moment. Lin Yu heard Shen Mengyun's silence again, and then he said, she will know it eventually, but if he dares to send someone to find Yao Yao, you know what to do. After that, there was no more sound, and it was obvious that the conversation ended here. But since Lin Yu heard it, it was naturally hard for him not to take it to heart. Did something big happen to the Zhang family? Shen Mengyun treated him well and was his mother's best friend, so he would definitely not stand idly by. However, judging from the way the two of them were covering their faces, it seemed that they did not intend to tell them the truth. Lin Yu thought for a second and decided to let nature take its course. On the other hand, what are all these people doing? My car was scrapped and I still can't find the exact reason. In an old villa of the Chu family in Demon City, an angry shout was heard. Mr. Chu, it's not that we don't want to find him, but this matter seems so weird. The person on the other end of the phone knew Chu Jinyan's temper and said quickly with cold sweat dripping down his face. We checked the car from front to back and apart from a small hole in the car caused by a rock, we couldn't see any other problems. But the hood is so strong. We have no idea how this hole got into the car and stopped it instantly. This is unscientific. The person in charge on the other end almost cried. If you can't do it, stop doing it. Good for nothing. Chu Jinyan cursed angrily, but didn't get the answer he wanted, so he was so angry that he smashed the phone and handed it over. What's wrong? Someone outside came back exhausted and saw the mess in the house at a glance. The man didn't care that Chu Jinyan was furious, and said with a gloomy face, "You are in charge of my uncle." Chu Jinyan was about to burst out with all his bad temper at the man who had run into the gun, but when he turned around and saw the man's face, his voice suddenly lost its confidence. Chu Xiao's arrogant face makes people awe-inspiring. Chu Jinyan knew very well that this person was different from everyone else. Chu Xiao loosened his collar with one hand, took a look at the mess on the ground, and didn't want to look any further. He said arrogantly, "You're not a child anymore. You should control your temper." Chu Jinyan was full of grievances, but he didn't dare to refute in the end. Yes. Chu Xiao didn't want to say more, but after hearing what the servants at home said, he still asked one more question. "I heard you had a car accident at school. What happened?" Chu Jinyan's eyes lit up as if he had found a backer. He immediately told Chu Xiao the whole story and emphasized the unscientific nature of what had just happened on the phone. How could Chu Xiao not understand what he meant? "So you're saying that you think it was done by a cultivator?" "Uncle, you have to help me. I can't handle this guy, so I have to rely on you. Otherwise, won't everyone look down on our Chu family? They will say that our family suffered a loss and dared not fight back." Chu Jinyan fanned the flames. After hearing this, Chu Xiao's expression became awkward for a moment. This reminded him of what happened last night. He was actually stepped on by a guy who came out of nowhere, and only got half of the spirit pattern grass. When he was reporting his mission, those people in the association who sat in the office all day long secretly mocked him. The higher-ups were even more dissatisfied and asked him to find the person who took the other half of the spiritual pattern grass. "Okay, if you have any doubts, I'll arrange someone for you, and you can go and try him out." As if he felt the same way, Chu Xiao agreed without thinking too much. It's just a small matter. If he can't even handle this, why is he still the captain of the association's vanguard team? Chu Jinyan was delighted. "Thank you, uncle." There was a sinister look in his heart, as if he had already seen the excitement of Lin Yu being beaten. Lin Yu didn't know that trouble was coming. The next day at school, he saw a group of people delivering laptops to the door of their classroom. The session of distributing computers is so grand no matter how you look at it. I didn't expect this kid to actually buy the computer. When the students in the class saw him, they sighed. Squad leader Wang Qiang was even more annoyed, and he followed the few younger brothers around him to make a fuss. "I just don't know where the money came from." "Hey, this is someone else's business, why do you care so much?" Several people were acting weird. Lin Yu didn't bother to pay attention to them. He took his laptop, turned around and left. He still has classes. When Wang Qiang saw it, he jumped up from his chair in panic. "Damn it! What does he mean, looking down on me?" The younger brother next to me also felt a little weird and uneasy. He said quietly, "Squad leader, did you notice that you didn't seem to dare to provoke him in person just now?" Wang Qiang looked back suspiciously. "Huh?" Another little brother felt the same way. "Yes, squad leader, if it were any other time, you wouldn't beat around the bush and would just get right up to my face and mock me. This is the first time I've seen you mock someone so subtly." "That's right, just like I'm afraid of that kid." Wang Qiang seemed to have heard a huge joke and snorted. "How is it possible? Can he beat a group of us?" But what responded to him was collective silence. "You know what, if I don't expose it, I can still deceive myself, but once I say it out loud, why does it feel like this is possible?" Several people couldn't help but touch the back of their heads. Damn, something was wrong. When Lin Yu walked in, they all got goosebumps as a conditioned reflex. What the hell is there something happening that they don't know about? This is probably the after effect of Lin Yu causing them to collectively lose their memory. There were not many classes in the morning and nothing happened, so everything went very smoothly. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave the school after class, he saw a familiar car. He raised his eyebrows slightly, unexpectedly coming at this time. "Mr. Lin, you should be free today." Chen Shui, dressed in a white business suit, looked capable yet charming. She got out of the car with a smile on her face. There was nothing wrong with her. This is a scenery that is unforgettable. All the students passing by couldn't help but widen their eyes. There was actually a beautiful sister in their school. And she is a beautiful lady who is waiting for someone specially. Who is so lucky? Lin Yu heard the sound of someone gasping for breath beside him and almost turned around and left. Sister, is this intentional or not? He's not ready to be a celebrity yet. But Chen Shui had already walked up to him happily. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't answer, she repeated, "Is Mr. Lin not free today?" "Forget it, let's talk in the car." Lin Yu closed his eyes tightly, strode into the car, and got directly into the back seat. Mr. Chen really didn't notice the atmosphere around him. Chapter 28, Rumors. Chen Shui was puzzled until she noticed the gazes around her and her expression changed slightly. She seemed to know why Lin Yu had such an expression. But she just happened to come to Beijing today for something, and then she remembered the information they had investigated and learned that Lin Yu was in this school. What was even more coincidental was that just as she was about to leave, she saw Lin Yu coming out of the school gate. Chen Shui, who had been thinking about cooperating with Lin Yu to get things done as soon as possible, suddenly had a thought, and the scene of the invitation just now appeared in her mind. After she figured it out, a look of annoyance briefly appeared on her face. "I am too restless." She got into the car quickly, asked the driver to step on the accelerator and left, and turned back quickly. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I seem to have caused you trouble." Lin Yu glanced at the other party's sincere apologetic expression and swallowed his breath silently. "It's okay. If someone as outstanding as me doesn't become famous today, he will become famous tomorrow." After a pause, Lin Yu quickly changed the topic and said, "I was planning to contact you today." Chen Shui didn't expect to have such a reaction after hitting him, and she couldn't help but blink and smile. Although it was calm here, the school was bustling with activity. "Fuck, the country boy from our school hooked up with a beautiful girl from outside the school. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." The school's online forum exploded. "There are pictures and evidence. I took this photo at the school gate. Look at this car. Dior. A luxury car. The rich sister is so beautiful. I turned into a licking dog. Oh my god, isn't this guy the fiancé of the school beauty? How come he hooked up with a rich woman? What do you mean by fiancé? It's just a childhood sweetheart. Don't tarnish my reputation as the school beauty." That's right. But when I think about how he shamelessly clung to the school beauty a few days ago, and now he's getting into a rich woman's car, even this seeking feels inferior to me. Fuck. I was crying with jealousy as I watched. Why does this kid do this? The forum was full of criticism and some people even took the trouble to film the scene. The video is in high definition, there is no chance of faking it. But some people still have doubts. This country bumpkin has no money, but he has good looks. There are so many handsome guys in Beijing, how come this guy is the only one who can hook up with a rich woman? I feel like it's fake too. Wang Qiang and others naturally saw it as well. The guy who had just been feeling inexplicably scared slapped his thigh at this moment. He looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I was wondering where this kid got the 100,000 yuan from. So this is the truth. Squad leader, what you mean is that this boy is being kept by a rich woman. Wang Qiang snorted and laughed, thinking he had won back a game. That's right. By the way, who posted this video? Hurry up, now some people are questioning whether this is fake, quickly release the truth. Yes, keeping a mistress is not a glorious thing for the school. If this is proven, the school will be in trouble. A group of people with bad intentions were so excited that they were typing away on their keyboards, almost causing sparks. Chu Zhenyan, who was at school, did not expect to see this incident on the campus forum. He was stunned. I haven't even started yet, and Lin Yu is actually looking for death. But on second thought, this is a perfect opportunity. Immediately, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes and he joined the Navy. Some people were also not calm in the finance department classroom. Zhang Manman, who was slacking off in class, almost popped her eyes out when she saw a line of words suddenly appear on the forum. A poor boy is willing to be kept by a rich woman for money? Her eyes lit up, her curiosity aroused, and she clicked on it to take a look. But within 2 seconds, I was dumbfounded. Yao Yao, check the forum. She was so excited that she grabbed Zhang Shuyao's arm and put the phone in front of her. Zhang Shuyao was forced to block her view even though she didn't want to look. Then in the video, Lin Yu, who appeared to be very close to Chen Shui due to the ambiguous shooting angle, got into Chen Shui's car. Because it was Chen Shui who took the initiative, Lin Yu looked like a submissive puppy. And below, one comment really caught my eye. Anonymous ID, I am Lin Yu's classmate. I was wondering how this guy could collect 88,000 yuan for a notebook in one day. It turns out he sold his body. Another ID, far beyond reach, a role model for our generation. Zhang Shuyao almost jumped up from her chair. But the fact that the book in her hand fell to the ground also showed how upset this usually cold and arrogant school beauty was. He actually did this behind my back. This really made him angry. He even said, "I," directly. The students in the classroom and other students who were having classes couldn't help but look over, and all their eyes fell on Zhang Shuyao. After all, these words were like a bolt from the blue in the already silent classroom, and it was hard not to pay attention. "Mr. Zhang, are you dissatisfied with my class?" The professor at the podium pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose and asked coldly. Zhang Shuyao. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Angry again. It was all Lin Yu's fault. He actually made him embarrassed. Lin Yu had no idea about the bloody storm in the school. He had no idea that he had become famous and was just looking at the Chen group in front of him. Galo Daxia, that is. The auction will be held here. No matter how Lin Yu looked at it, he felt that this was just an ordinary company. It's obvious that this is Mr. Lin's first time here. Chen Shui smiled and politely led the way in front. This stunned everyone coming and going in the company. If it weren't for professional ethics, the situation would probably have been a mess. When had they ever seen Mr. Chen, who was like the Black Widow, smile so politely? Even the boss who has the biggest cooperation with Chen Group can only follow behind their CEO Chen with a smile. "Secretary sister, what's going on with Mr. Chen? Do you like this model?" A nosy clerk couldn't help but be curious. Judging from Lin Yu's age, they never thought that he would be a business partner, so they could only guess that he was a little lover. The secretary's mouth twitched. "Let Mr. Chen know, and you will lose your bonus this month." The staff shrank their necks in fear and dared not to inquire further. "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Lin." Chief Chen had heard the speculations of her subordinates, not to mention a practitioner like Lin Yu, so she apologized decisively. Lin Yu was ashamed. Fortunately, he had already trained himself to be shameless, so he shook his head without any hesitation. Chen Shui glanced at his reaction and felt complicated. He was so indifferent. But when I thought about it, I realized what Mr. Lin was thinking and that he could be the same as those people, so I soon felt relieved. What you see now is just the surface. After all, the affairs of cultivators should not be known to ordinary people. Chen Shui calmed down and said, "Now I'll take you to Mr. Chen. Please wait a moment." But at this moment, a figure hurriedly walked out of the elevator next to it. Chapter 29: The Chen Family's Mess. The person who came was a young and capable girl, with a director's name tag hanging on her plump chest. When the other party saw Chen Shui, he looked like he had found a savior and quickly called out to Chen Shui. Chen Shui thought something was wrong, but then she saw two people coming out of the elevator following the director, and her expression turned ugly. The two men, one was dressed like a noble lady in a purple dress, and the other was a young man of about 25 or 26 with dyed hair, dressed like a gangster. Before the director lady could say anything, the lady suddenly spoke. "Chen Shui, you are so arrogant. I couldn't even find you, and you let these junior employees in your company send me away? Don't forget that I am also a director of the company." Chen Shui took a deep breath, but first glanced at Lin Yu, who was standing beside her. When Lin Yu saw this, he knew something was wrong. He immediately understood Chen Shui's expression and said politely, "Mr. Chen has something to deal with. Why don't I wait for you in front?" Chen Shui was very grateful and prepared to let the secretary beside her take Lin Yu away first. At least I didn't embarrass myself. But the lady obviously didn't think so. "Why are you all leaving? Look at the face of the current person in charge of the Chen group. She doesn't even recognize her own mother. How dare you cooperate with such an ungrateful partner who wants to sacrifice her relatives for the sake of justice?" The lady sneered again after she finished speaking. These words were not meant for Lin Yu to hear. She just didn't mind letting more people see Chen Shui's miserable state. Moreover, her next sentence was even more merciless. She looked at Lin Yu critically, and finally turned her nose up. "Where did this pretty boy come from? Chen Shui, you are living a very comfortable life. That's enough. Ms. Zhao, have you said enough? If you continue to make trouble, I will let the security take you out." Chen Shui's expression turned cold, and she finally uttered something. The lady was not only not afraid, but became even more excited. This is outrageous. She screamed like a shrew. How dare you, a shareholder of my company, let someone kick me out? I told you that you are an ungrateful person. Back then, our family felt sorry for your parents' death and provided you with food and clothing. Is this how you repay us? Is this how you snatched your brother's inheritance? After a few questions, the people in the corridor looked at each other. Obviously they didn't know these inside stories. Chen Shui's expression was particularly gloomy. Lin Yu, who originally wanted to say a few words to defend his innocence, could not get a word in and could only eat this big melon that was delivered to his door. Chen Shui did not miss everyone's reactions, but she was not panicked. She had been wanting to get it off her chest for a long time. My inheritance rights were determined by my grandfather himself. Then, she sneered again, also, don't act like I'm not a member of the Chen family. Although my father died early, he is still the eldest son of the Chen family. Now that the company is inherited by me, the eldest daughter, it's legitimate. Lin Yu finally understood. Doesn't this mean that the second son of the Chen family adopted Chen Shui after her parents died? You still have a point. The young man, who hadn't spoken a word and let his mother speak unilaterally, looked impatient. He said confidently, my mother has always told you to give in to me since you were a child. Is this how you, as a sister, give in? You will get married sooner or later anyway, so what qualifications do you have to inherit the family business? You are an ungrateful person who can never be tamed. I think you want to give our Chen group to someone else as a dowry in the future, the lady said viciously again. They spoke so confidently about something that had not even happened yet. Chen Shui was slandered for no reason and almost laughed out of anger. She suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Lin Yu's arm, and said in a disgusted tone, why should I marry him? Can't I raise a young man as my son-in-law? Lin Yu. His pupils trembled. This sister, she just wants to eat melons, and doesn't he want to be a melon? However, Chen Shui's secret look for help finally made Lin Yu restrain himself from throwing the man out. Forget it, lie down. Chen Shui. How dare you be so shameless? The lady didn't expect Chen Shui to fight back like this and almost had high blood pressure. The so-called younger brother Chen Qianhao had a sinister look in his eyes. Chen Shui, don't be so smart. Do you know what our family's business is related to? Do you think you can support it just by being an ordinary person like you? He spoke viciously, his aura suddenly rising, with a murderous aura that made people's scalps tingle. Oh. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He said that this kid had some strange things on him, not many, but they were not something that ordinary people would have. As expected, Chen Qianhao snorted condescendingly, I have already entered the postnatal stage. I am the only one in our family who practices cultivation. Chen Shui's face was visibly dark, but she still couldn't help but mock. I was wondering why you suddenly dared to compete with me for power recently. It turns out that you have transformed from a loser into a cultivator. Why, you spent a lot of money, right? You are in so much debt that you can't pay it back, so you come to fight with me for my property. As we all know, if ordinary people want to embark on this path, they must pay a lot of price, and money is indispensable. Chen Shui. Chen Qianhao was so upset that he jumped up and down. The other employees were also shocked and their expressions became ugly. After all, they knew a little about the internal disputes of the Chen family. But they were developed by Chen Shui, so their hearts are naturally on Chen Shui's side. But if Chen Qianhao has such a support, then wouldn't it be? The employees looked at each other, feeling somewhat sad. Chen Qianhao took in everyone's expressions one by one, and suddenly he was as proud as a victorious rooster. The lady also felt a sense of superiority from her son and pressed Chen Qianhao's shoulder. Son, what else is there to say to her? You are no longer an ordinary person. Those who know what's good for them know who has the advantage and who they should choose. The noble lady demonstrated the saying, if one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper, to the fullest and looked at Chen Shui with contempt. My son didn't do it because you are his cousin. Otherwise, you. But Chen Shui raised her hand to interrupt her and sneered. I think you've made a mistake. Your son's ability to practice cultivation only means that the Chen family has one less useless person with strong limbs. If you want to be in power, it depends on whether a person has enough brains. You want to push a person with strong limbs and a simple mind to the top. Do you think the Chen family has it too easy? Don't you see how many people are coveting the Chen family's connection with the Practitioners Association? They are all waiting for the Chen family to reveal a flaw. Who are you calling simple-minded? Chen Qianhao was furious. Suddenly, his eyes turned fierce and he was furious, and he punched me unexpectedly. You bitch. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think I dare not touch you? I will kill you. Not to mention Chen Shui, even the lady was shocked. Chapter 30, I don't like it. Qianhao. Where has the lady ever seen this side of her son? Seeing Chen Qianhao's bulging muscles, bulging veins on his forehead, and bloodshot eyes, she vaguely thought he was a violent beast. Even she couldn't help but feel frightened. But seeing that her son was heading towards Chen Shui, she was stunned for just a second, then her eyes became fierce and she watched the fun with a gloating look on her face. She had wanted to slap this bitch for a long time. However, just as everyone exclaimed, bang! What a crisp sound! Before everyone could see clearly, they saw the aggressive Chen Qianhao's head tilted like a tumbler, and a hot, red and swollen slap mark appeared on his face. Everyone was confused. Who is so bold? How dare you fight a postnatal warrior? Lin Yu's lazy voice had already reached everyone's ears, awake. Chen Qianhao was furious, how dare you hit me? As he said this, he changed his target and was about to punch Lin Yu. Bang! But then another slap was heard, and the two slap marks on Chen Qianhao's face aligned. Chen Qianhao roared angrily and wanted to pounce on him in shame. Lin Yu kicked him on the knee with great speed. Plop! Everyone present felt inexplicable pain in their knees. What's more, Zhang Qianhao looked confused. He couldn't even see anything clearly, and he was already a head shorter than Lin Yu. He was impotent and furious. Par. Two slaps stunned him again. Zhang Qianhao was stunned, dumbfounded, and completely scared. The murderous aura visible to the naked eye quickly disappeared. Zhang Qianhao, who had just scared people to scream and wanted to call the police, was slapped 4 times in a short minute, and all his momentum was gone. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. He covered his head and face like a lost dog. This time Lin Yu didn't need him to answer, just said. It seems he is awake now. Everyone, how can he not be sober? His face is almost swollen like a pig's head. Zhang Qianhao's mother finally recovered from her shock and no longer looked as arrogant as before. You little brat, you actually hit my Qianhao. Qianhao, are you okay? Let me see. She rushed over and hugged Chen Qianhao, scolding Lin Yu like a shrew, and then examining him like a precious sweetheart. Chen Qianhao sobbed and cried into the lady's arms. That look, he's definitely a mama's boy. Chen Shui didn't expect Lin Yu to suddenly stand up for her, and she felt inexplicably confident. Looking at the lady lying on the ground, cursing like a shrew and wanting to make more trouble, he said coldly. You already know that your son is a cultivator, so how could Mr. Lin, who could beat your son, be an ordinary person? A word can wake a person up from his dream. The person who opened his mouth to howl suddenly fell silent. After a while, the lady took Chen Qianhao down the elevator quickly, a typical example of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Before she left, she seemed to want to save her face by saying something harsh, but when she met Lin Yu's eyes, she couldn't say anything. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm also sorry that you saw the bad things going on at home. After the person left, Chen Shui seemed relieved, feeling grateful and apologetic, and there was a faint atmosphere of awkwardness in the air. Lin Yu seemed casual. I didn't want to care, but you held my hand and pulled me in, so I had to act. Chen Shui was stunned, and then she remembered that Lin Yu was referring to the fact that she had just mentioned that she wanted to support Lin Yu as a son-in-law. Her face turned red and her high heels almost stepped on the ground. Lin Yu spread his hands, feeling quite happy. Chen Shui glanced at his expression again and felt annoyed. Was I actually teased? This time, nothing unexpected happened. Although everyone in the company was shocked, they quickly restored order. Chen Shui led Lin Yu through a hall of the company, took another elevator, and went straight to the basement. Those layers of anti-theft locks and defense facilities are completely not on the same level as the Chen group outside. Even when Lin Yu saw the elevator go down to the last floor and open the lock behind the door, his eyes lit up slightly, and he was obviously interested. The formation on this lock is quite ingenious. I didn't expect that there are still people studying this. In Shenzhen continent, this kind of formation carved on small objects is rare. After all, for those monks, fighting strength is more important than all kinds of strange and tricky skills. In short, if something can be solved violently, they will never waste their brains on it. Chen Shui watched Lin Yu's calmness in solving the problem with a wave of his hand. It was rare for him to praise her, and his chest couldn't help but straighten up. This was drawn by a formation cultivator from the association. He has profound attainments in this area. As she spoke, she took out a strange stone and placed it in a groove in the door. The magic formation on the door lit up slightly, and after a moment there was a click, and the door opened automatically. Lin Yu now believed the words, profound attainments. After all, the ability to easily open the formation without destroying it was something that only Shenzhen continent could do. What a talented person! But the formation is not the main business at the moment. As soon as he stepped into the basement, Lin Yu keenly noticed that the spiritual energy in the air was much richer. This is the outer layer where spiritual objects are stored, and the inner layer is the pharmacist's studio. Chen Shui continued to introduce, pointing to the dazzling array of items placed in glass covers on the left, and gave him a confident introduction. Mr. Lin, these are some of the items that will be auctioned in 3 days. You are a distinguished black card customer of our auction, so you can reserve the items for us. Lin Yu glanced at it, and there was disappointment in his eyes. I saw that most of these auction items were jade pendants with rare spiritual energy. A ginseng dug from somewhere unknown, with some spiritual energy, but not much. And there's that soft armor-like clothing that says it can defend against attacks from acquired warriors. The design is ugly and it's useless. Lin Yu sighed. In Shenzhen continent, even ordinary people would look down on these things. Of course, the situations on both sides are different and cannot be forced to be compared. But there is no place like home. He has a sense of belonging to the earth, and Lin Yu still wants to make the earth work harder. Then he thought to himself, it seems I have to rely on myself on earth in the future. Are there any medicinal herbs? Lin Yu asked. Chen Shui didn't expect Lin Yu to look down on it. She just thought that Lin Yu was simply not interested, so she immediately took him to another position with great interest. Lin Yu also glanced over and then sighed softly. As a Chinese herbal medicine, yes. But as a spiritual herb, this 100-year-old ginseng is really not good. It will take at least 500 years to find it, right? After looking around, only the few pieces of old bark-like things in the corner seemed to have any spiritual aura. Because of the spiritual energy, mushrooms even grew on it. But what kind of bark is it? Lin Yu felt that he had never seen it before and was about to ask. Chen Shui was also surprised to see the piece of bark in the corner. She frowned and asked the people around her unhappily. What's going on? Didn't we say that the spent medicinal materials should be cleaned up in time? Now mushrooms have grown on them. Today, everything really went wrong with her. Isn't it enough that she's embarrassed? Chapter 31. You wasted the spiritual herb. The staff member didn't dare to offend Chen Shui and stepped forward immediately. Unexpectedly, another figure was one step faster than her. Lin Yu picked up the bark and sniffed it. A fresh scent that seemed to cleanse the soul and was as vibrant as a forest came to his face. It's good stuff. Lin Yu was almost certain and asked, what kind of wood is this? Chen Shui blinked, her expression a little indescribable. Mr. Lin, do you like this? I just picked it up randomly from under an ancient tree in Shenangjia. Lin Yu asked with interest, so, there are quite a lot of this kind of bark. It's a lot, but other than that fresh breath, it doesn't do much. Chen Shui said that the answers given by the association's pharmacists were generous. This old bark is useless. If you are interested, Mr. Lin, you can take it, but this is not sincere. See which herbs you want more. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something. The pharmacist seems to be here too. The association has medicines prepared by him, so that's also a good choice. Pharmacist, Lin Yu couldn't help but think of those medicine practitioners. Seeing that Lin Yu was interested, he raised his hand and asked several staff members to push a safe over. As soon as the cabinet door was opened, a fresh, cool air mixed with a rich aura rushed towards you. Lin Yu also saw 5 neatly arranged small glazed porcelain bottles. These are the potions that will be auctioned in 3 days. Chen Shui was full of pride. 2 bottles of stimulating liquid to stimulate the awakening of ordinary people, 1 bottle of longevity liquid, and 1 bottle of beauty liquid. The last bottle is the most precious marrow cleansing fluid, which can wash away the inner depression and nourish the body of the practitioner. It also has a better effect on ordinary people than the stimulating fluid. After hearing the result, Lin Yu roughly understood it. The combined effects of all these medicinal liquids are equivalent to a marrow-cleansing pill from Xiantian continent. Oh, it's all fancy. He asked tentatively, no pills. Chen Shui was stunned. Pills? Mr. Lin, have you read too many novels? Pills are prone to heavy metal poisoning and have been proven to be harmful to the human body, so pharmacists have improved the prescriptions and all they make are liquid medicines. Good job. How on earth could these guys say the word unscientific? Practitioners are not in the category of science. Chen Shui felt his strange gaze and realized it belatedly, with a strange and contradictory expression on her face. Lin Yu sighed faintly, there's nothing here that I want, except these 2 pieces of bark. Chen Shui was dumbfounded. The treasures in this underground vault are hard to come by for outsiders, but Lin Yu actually looks down on them. Even she couldn't help but frown, wondering if Lin Yu was too arrogant. Or do you want to gain more benefits from this? Nothing you want? You are so arrogant. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up and acted as a substitute for Chen Shui and the others. I saw a door inside the basement opened and a middle-aged man in a white coat walked out. Pharmacist Zhao. Why did you come out? Chen Shui was stunned. She didn't expect to alarm this person. The person who came was Zhao Fangben, the intermediate pharmacist of the Practitioners Association. He snorted coldly, Boss Chen, you said you wanted to bring people down for no apparent reason. I have to be careful. Otherwise, what if you damage my pile of precious medicinal materials? Chen Shui touched her nose awkwardly, not daring to refute. She was obviously used to the pharmacist's superior attitude. It was estimated that Zhao Fangben saw Lin Yu's contemptuous attitude through the monitoring room, and he was so arrogant that he couldn't hold back his anger, so he came out to ask for an explanation. She couldn't help but have a headache. It's all Lin Yu's fault for being too straightforward, making her feel very embarrassed. Pharmacist Zhao, rest assured that the distinguished guests invited here will not cause any accidents. As Chen Shui was speaking, Lin Yu's eyes had already fallen on a porcelain bottle in Zhao Fangben's hand. Is that made of spirit patent grass? Zhao Fang was originally furious, but upon hearing this, his anger paused and he let out a proud sound through his nose. That's right. After this pharmacist spent the whole night discovering and matching, I finally found the greatest use of this spiritual patent grass, which is to replenish a person's spiritual energy. And this is my latest creation, the spirit replenishing fluid. It has to be said that in some aspects, whether it is Xiantian continent or Earth, there is the same tacit understanding. Lin Yu was impressed by the fact that he was able to figure out the function of the method overnight and even gave it the same name. Then his expression relaxed, as if he was looking at a talented person. Spiritual patent grass is a spiritual grass that can produce spiritual energy. The spiritual liquid made from it can quickly replenish a person's consumed spiritual energy in a short period of time. Just as the photosynthesis of plants on Earth can release oxygen, the spiritual patent grass produces spiritual energy. Lin Yu's mind suddenly became clear, and he finally figured out why on Earth, the natural treasure was the spiritual patent grass, and a red spiritual root grass with intelligence was also produced. Just like the appearance of a pure spiritual body, Zhang Shuyao, Lingwen grass is also a spiritual object that generates spiritual energy for the Earth. The Earth is truly recovering its spiritual energy. Seeing him standing there in silence as if he had just been enlightened, Chen Shui and the others felt puzzled. You act like you know everything. Zhao Fangben couldn't stand Lin Yu's knowing everything look. Young people these days all love to act cool and have no idea about the word modest. Luckily used it. Lin Yu was not annoyed, he just smiled. Whether it is the pharmacist or the medicine cultivator, they all have a bit of arrogance and bad temper, and Lin Yu has plenty of ways to deal with them. I wonder if you could let me see the effects of this bottle of spirit replenishing liquid. Zhao Fangben looked at him warily. However, Chen Shui knew that if Lin Yu wanted to snatch it, no one here could stop him. What's more, half of the Lingwen grass was on Lin Yu's body. So he helped and said, Pharmacist Zhao, Mr. Lin is a black card VIP of our association, he has the right to this qualification. When Zhao Fangben heard this, he had no way to refute it, so he spoke hesitantly and reluctantly. Don't drop it, I only got one bottle after working all night. Lin Yu took it with a smile. This spiritual replenishing liquid is made from yellow-grade spiritual grass, which is rich in spiritual energy. As soon as you open the bottle cork, a refreshing scent spreads out. So refreshing. Chen Shui is not a practitioner, but she inexplicably felt a refreshed feeling. Zhao Fangben smiled complacently. This small bottle is enough to make up for all the spiritual power of an acquired warrior. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. One bottle can satisfy the spiritual power required for the middle stage of foundation building, but this bottle is barely enough for one acquired stage, and it can't even reach the innate stage. The implication is that Zhao Fangben wasted the spiritual herbs. What a boast! Zhao Fangben was so angry that his face turned red. He said angrily, "Are you the pharmacist or am I? How could I not know the greatest function of a spiritual herb? You little brat, are you questioning my profession?" Chapter 32 Assembly Line. Lin Yu questioned him face to face, saying that this was indeed a lack of emotional intelligence. However, this was intentional. He wanted to see whether Zhao Fangben was worth his meddling. Lin Yu said in a calm tone that was enough to make him angry to death. "Since I dare to say it, I naturally think there is a problem." He glanced at Zhao Fangben. Pharmacist Zhao's cultivation should be that of an innate cultivator. Although since ancient times, alchemists have been slightly inferior to other cultivators in terms of martial arts. However, the quality of medicine you want to refine has a lot to do with not only the medicinal materials, but also the cultivation of the pharmacist himself. You're talking nonsense. According to what you said, how many people can refine medicine of a higher grade than the foundation establishment stage? Zhao Fangben cursed unconvincedly, but he only looked fierce and had no confidence. Because when I first started learning medicine, there were similar words in the medical books left by my ancestors. But the earth lacks spiritual energy and is mostly populated by ordinary people. A few practitioners find it difficult to make any progress on the path of cultivation. There are only a few thousand practitioners among the 1.4 billion people in China, and half of them are below the foundation building stage. The majority of the rest are in the foundation building stage. There are less than 100 people in the golden elixir stage, and the Yuanian stage monsters are almost in seclusion, but there are less than 10 of them. Not to mention pharmacists. They are almost the slowest group in cultivation. Pharmacists like Zhao Fangben, who have innate cultivation, are already outstanding. That's why he was so furious about Lin Yu's words. It was simply easy to talk without any pain in the waist. Cultivation is a hard floor and cannot be forced. However, a congenital cultivator, with a yellow-grade spiritual herb, can only refine a bottle of spiritual replenishing liquid that can only satisfy a postnatal warrior, which is not enough. Lin Yu said condemningly. Zhao Fangben was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Lin Yu didn't wait for him to speak, and said again, "I have a bottle of soul replenishing liquid here, which is also made by an innate alchemist. You can see the difference." As he spoke, he pretended to reach into his trouser pocket, but in fact he took out a bottle of spirit replenishing liquid from his chi palace space that had occupied his space for thousands of years. It's not easy to be a casual cultivator, so he learned a little bit of everything. This spirit replenishing liquid was just what he prepared in his innate stage just in case. The rough wooden bottle fell into Zhao Fangben's hands. Zhao Fangben looked at this inconspicuous thing and couldn't help but sneer. Who would use such a rotten wooden bottle to store such precious spirit replenishing liquid? You really dare to take out anything to fool me? Don't you know that only porcelain bottles can better preserve the quality of the medicine? Immediately he pulled out the cork. In just a moment, his expression changed with shock. Before the cork was pulled out, there was no smell at all, and the medicine inside seemed to have passed its expiration date, with all its spiritual energy and medicinal properties dissipated. However, when the cork was pulled, the spiritual liquid that had been deposited for thousands of years suddenly burst out with an abundant spiritual energy. Zhao Fangben's hands were shaking as he held the small wooden bottle, and he hurriedly held it with both hands. He was afraid of falling. This spiritual energy is higher than what I have cultivated. This spiritual energy. No, I don't believe it, I have to go check it with instruments. Having said that, he didn't even look at the owner, and like a crazy alchemy man, he carefully carried the small wooden bottle and rushed back to his laboratory. Hey, pharmacist Zhao. Chen Shui reacted quickly, feeling a little nervous and worried. Everyone knows that spiritual liquid is precious and can be called a priceless treasure. Looking at Zhao Fangben's nervous and delighted expression, what Lin Yu took out must be something good. But you can't just grab it and run away, right? She looked at Lin Yu cautiously. Lin Yu's expression was indifferent, as if the spiritual replenishing liquid taken away by Zhao Fangben was worthless. He just asked in return, "Can I go in and observe?" Generally speaking, this requires Zhao Fangben's consent. But Zhao Fangben had already snatched Lin Yu's spiritual replenishing liquid away, so who would be impatient to wait? Please come in, Mr. Lin, she said helplessly. Lin Yu walked over as a matter of course. Just as everyone entered the laboratory, a crisp ding sound told everyone that the answer was out. There is actually spiritual energy that reaches the innate level. Zhao Fangben was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. He turned around suddenly and looked at Lin Yu expectantly. The person who made this bottle of soul-replenishing liquid really only has innate cultivation. Lin Yu nodded, yeah. Zhao Fangben immediately became excited and completely forgot how he had sneered at Lin Yu before. Then you know this Yanqian monk senior, right? Can you introduce him to me? His series of questions were like cannonballs, and the word desire was just missing from his face. Lin Yu sighed, thought for 2 seconds, and said, to be honest, this is what I made. Brush. 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 Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yu as if they had seen a great national treasure. Mr. Lin, are you also a pharmacist? Chen Shui almost lost her composure, but then she suddenly realized. No wonder, you know the name of the spirit patent grass and took away most of it. But her joy did not subside at all. You know, compared to other practitioners, pharmacists have irreplaceable benefits for both ordinary people and practitioners. In short, every pharmacist in China is a national treasure. However, at this time, someone suddenly appeared. Chen Shui's first thought, I found a treasure. I am only a half-trained alchemist. Lin Yu thought that people nowadays could not refine pills, so he did not use the same word as them. The crowd, who originally didn't care about the name, finally paid attention to Lin Yu's choice of words when they learned that the spiritual patent liquid came from Lin Yu's hands. But what it is called now is not the point. Zhao Fangben just wants to know how to improve the quality of the spiritual liquid he refines. But he was confused. How to refine spiritual liquid was a personal secret technique, so he didn't dare to ask directly. So he glanced at Chen Shui and gave her a look. Chen Shui. Could she pretend she saw nothing? Lin Yu laughed secretly. Did these two people treat him as if he didn't exist? He shook his head, but didn't mind doing a favor for pharmacist Zhao. If you don't believe me, I can make it on the spot. Lin Yu said lightly. You said so. Then I'll see if you have the ability to do it. Little King, bring up the spiritual patent grass quickly. Zhao Fangben acted promptly and immediately called an assistant over. We also have the most advanced separation and refining equipment. Arrange them quickly. As if worried that his assistant didn't know how to do it, he personally went over to open a furnace-shaped machine in the laboratory that was full of scientific research atmosphere. Operating together, Lin Yu saw something strange. Is this the tool you use to make spiritual fluid? Seeing his naive expression, Zhao Fangben couldn't help but pat his chest proudly. Isn't it amazing? This is the most advanced furnace developed by the association and the country. All you need to do is input spiritual energy and this tool will automatically control the temperature, ensuring that there will be no waste of medicinal materials. Chen Shui also added, with such a furnace, the quality and quantity of the spiritual liquid can be guaranteed. Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, I understand. Isn't this just turning traditional craftsmanship into an assembly line? Chapter 33, Teach you how to make medicine. After understanding what this machine was doing, Lin Yu finally understood why the spiritual replenishing liquid refined by Zhao Fangben could not reach the innate level. I can't use this thing. He raised his hand to stop Zhao Fangben's busy movements. Zhao Fangben was dumbfounded, and subconsciously asked back, how do you refine without a furnace? Lin Yu sneered and no longer hid. He stretched out his hand, and a quaint little furnace appeared out of thin air in his hand. This time it was Zhao Fangben and others' turn to be shocked. What kind of method is this? Telekinesis? No, portable space. Lin Yu actually has such a treasure? Looking at the tripod he took out, it seemed to be carved from a whole piece of red jade, like an antique that could be exhibited in a national museum. This kid has hidden too many treasures. Chen Shui felt the burning gazes from all around her and almost came back to her senses quickly, just about to speak. Zhao Fangben said seriously, whoever dares to spread a word of what happened today. The rest is self-explanatory. Everyone looked stern. Lin Yu ignored them, his spiritual energy leaked slightly, and the red jade tripod was placed on a table in the laboratory. At this time, the assistant named Xia Wen had excitedly brought up the lingwen grass. Lin Yu took it and looked at it. It was still quite fresh. He immediately opened the lid of the tripod and threw it directly into the red jade tripod, adding a little water. It looks like cooking soup. Zhao Fangben and a group of people looked at each other, thinking it was ridiculous. Shouldn't the normal method of refining medicine be to separate the spiritual energy and juice of spiritual herbs? That's what I mean, but refining medicine, for example, it's not a physics project, but a chemical collision. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a blue flame suddenly rushed out of his hand like an ice dragon. Wow! Zhao Fangben's eyes almost popped out of their sockets and he almost fell to his knees. This is the fire control technique passed down by our ancestors. This sea dragon fire was a gift from the ancients. Even if an ordinary alchemist does not have a fire dragon contracted with him, he can still make good pills with ordinary fire or spiritual fire. Fearing that Zhao Fangben would get stuck in a rut, Lin Yu kindly reminded him, but it's not as convenient as mine. The look in Zhao Fangben's eyes when he looked at Lin Yu was already extremely hot. He finally recognized that what Lin Yu demonstrated to him was actually the ancient method of refining medicine, which had long been lost and only existed in the notes of his ancestors. He thought Lin Yu was concentrating and didn't dare to speak. When others saw this miracle, they breathed lighter. But Lin Yu skillfully operated the sea dragon fire while explaining it calmly. If an alchemist wants to achieve something, the most important thing is fire control. A good furnace only represents the spiritual energy of the elixir that it can withstand. Good medicinal materials only guarantee the quality upper limit of the pills to the greatest extent. They just give you a goal. And the fire control technique is the alchemist's hands and feet. It is the medium for contact with the elixir, and it is the detail of the entire alchemy process. Therefore, being proficient in fire control is the foundation of an alchemist. At this point, the red jade cauldron was already boiling. Bang! With a slight sound, the furnace cover flew up and was dragged by the spiritual power. A green liquid as clear as jade gushed out as if it had life. Everyone present was shocked, such a strong spiritual energy. Even if it is separated by a machine or furnace, it is not so rich. How is this done? Lin Yu was not surprised and smiled with satisfaction. As expected of a yellow-grade spirit grass, it has actually developed a little bit of intelligence, though it's a little naughty. After saying this, a strand of the sea dragon fire that was burning outside the red jade furnace suddenly separated and wrapped around the green liquid like a living fire line. But there were no cruel scenes. The fire line entangled with the green liquid, which seemed curious and took the initiative to approach. Finally, they entangled and merged, turning into a round water bead and fell back into the red jade furnace. Lin Yu looked at the quality of the medicine in the ruby cauldron, raised his eyebrows, and closed the lid of the cauldron again. The sea dragon flame once again enveloped the entire ruby cauldron. "Do you have a bottle?" Lin Yu turned around and asked. Zhao Fangben handed it over immediately. 5 minutes later, a stream of jade-colored water, carrying a refreshing grassy scent, fell into the bottle from the ruby cauldron. Done. Zhao Fangben was more eager to try than anyone else. Lin Yu handed him the bottle casually. "Do you understand now?" How funny that is. A young guy actually asked a question to a master who has studied the pharmacist industry for more than 40 years. But Zhao Fangben didn't mean to be offended at all. And he replied, "I can see it clearly, but it's difficult. I'm not good at controlling fire, and I can't use spiritual energy as delicately as you." Lin Yu's eyes were filled with disappointment. He slapped his forehead and said, forget it. You are natural genius, so don't ask for too much." Everyone choked again. How did I hear from this guy that innate cultivators are just small rubbish and that their demands cannot be too high? Then how do you let a group of postnatal warriors survive? Zhao Fangben was also shocked by Lin Yu's tone. He suddenly said weakly, "I have been stagnant in the middle stage of Xiantian for 20 years. I am afraid that I will not be able to achieve higher achievements in this lifetime." Lin Yu glanced at him calmly. "So the role of a pharmacist is to give people unlimited possibilities. Besides, you are quite talented. Good job. I heard something incredible." Even Zhao Fangben felt a little weird. He was actually praised for his talent by a guy who was almost his age. But he couldn't refute it no matter what, and instead felt convinced. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fangben stared at Lin Yu with a burning gaze, as if he was making the next decision. Lin Yu is so sharp. Just before Zhao Fangben opened his mouth, he said quickly, I won't accept any disciples. What a joke! He is just a half-baked cultivator who has learned a little bit of everything but is not proficient in anything. Wouldn't it be overestimating his own abilities for him to accept a disciple? When the assistant Xiao Wang heard this, he was shocked. Our pharmacist Zhao didn't say he wanted to be his disciple, you. Before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Zhao Fangben. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Fangben's lost expression. Assistant Xiao Wang. No way, pharmacist Zhao really wanted to become my disciple just now. Although Zhao Fangben was arrogant, he was eager to learn and decided to fight for it. Senior, since the Earth's spiritual energy has been scarce, your method of refining medicine has long been lost. In the vast China, there are only a handful of people who know this set of refining methods. You have taught me a lot today. You are already half my master. If you accept me, I will not let you down in the future and will carry forward this craft. Lin Yu didn't want to get involved, but after hearing the last sentence, he couldn't help but waver. The Earth is gradually recovering its spiritual energy. He has been in Shenzhen continent for 5,000 years and returned. It seems like a circle in the dark. It seems like he should also do something for the revival of spiritual energy. Chapter 34 Son, you robbed a bank. Lin Yu didn't accept any disciples after all, but he said that if he had any questions, he could come to him and ask them. Chen Shui was confused. What is this? I wanted to introduce someone to Lin Yu, but it turned out that person himself was the connection. Chen Shui had to change her strategy. Mr. Lin, can we talk about cooperation again? She spoke more cautiously. If she had only basic respect for Lin Yu before today, and dared to have some other thoughts, but seeing Zhao Fangben's respectful attitude towards Lin Yu, all her little thoughts were completely gone. Can. Lin Yu nodded. After visiting the basement, they have arrived at a reception room with a wide view and bright surroundings. Chen Shui's secretary was making tea for Lin Yu, and Zhao Fangben also changed his previous attitude of being only interested in spiritual herbs, and followed closely to join in the fun. No, it seems that he is more interested in Lin Yu. Chen Shui went straight to the point. We wanted to buy the spiritual patent grass from you, Mr. Lin. But after seeing it today, I feel that I am not experienced enough. The spiritual patent grass can only create more value if it is left to Mr. Lin. Lin Yu smiled and did not deny it. So I changed my mind. I will leave the spiritual patent grass to Mr. Lin. I hope that when Mr. Lin refines the spiritual replenishment liquid in the future, you can give priority to cooperating with our auction. Chen Shui was not afraid of the abrupt words. When Lin Yu looked over, she straightened her chest and said confidently. Except for international auctions, in China, the Cultivator Association auction is the largest, with the most complete resources and the most informed. Here, there is almost nothing you can't get, only things you didn't expect. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Are you trying to monopolize the spirit replenishing liquid? Chen Shui was not surprised by this sharp question. It's not that our Chen family wants to monopolize, nor is it that a cultivator association wants to monopolize, but that the entire China needs to do this. If this is the reason, can Mr. Lin accept it? From what you said, it seems that there are practitioners abroad as well. Lin Yu asked curiously. Yes, but the system is different, or it has not been fully developed without the thousands of years of accumulation that we have. Chen Shui did not hide it, so if the soul replenishing liquid is officially released, we hope that China will be the first to get it. This is a big business, and the capital is in Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu stared at her deeply for a moment, then looked away and answered. Can. Chen Shui was overjoyed. However, I can give it to you in bulk. If I want to give it to anyone, you have no right to stop me. Chen Shui barely hesitated, it's natural. Lin Yu glanced at Zhao Fangben next to him again and smiled. I also hope that pharmacist Zhao will not slack off. This is a big business. Zhao Fangben was a little flattered. Is this an attempt to teach him? Is there such a good thing? Nonsense, I'm busy with my university courses, how can I possibly make spirit replenishing liquid all day long? Lin Yu saw through his thoughts at a glance and sighed. Before Zhao Fangben could say anything, speechless about what this man said was too outrageous, he listened to Lin Yu's lazy instructions again. As long as you have spiritual power, you can control fire. Practice more and use less mass-produced tools. When you hand over most of the work to the furnace, The one who refines the spiritual liquid is no longer you, but the furnace, a tool with a fixed format. After saying that, Lin Yu stood up while looking at the time on his phone. Zhao Fangben was left standing there, thinking. Chen Shui hurried to see him off and said eagerly, "Mr. Lin, I will pick you up in 3 days." Lin Yu agreed. Today's visit to the auction was just a test for Lin Yu. Although he was a little disappointed in the result that the things in his space could not be taken out easily, at least he had the good news of long-term cooperation. This should also be considered as starting a business, right? Looking at the 5 million yuan that Chen Shui transferred to him, his eyes lit up. There was also a reminder from Chen Shui at the end, which was the price of the bottle of soul-replenishing liquid made on the spot. 5 million is not a lot of money for an auction item, but he sets the base price for each bottle he sells, and he will add a 20% commission to every subsequent auction. That means he will make a fortune. Hiss, it's unexpectedly easy to make money. Lin Yu sighed. Without much thought, he immediately transferred 1 million to the Empress Dowager. When the Queen Mother received the news, she was stunned. "Son, did you rob a bank?" A long-distance call came directly in, and for the first time the Empress Dowager did not start her speech with "little bastard." This proves that she was really panicked. Lin Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. "Mom, can't you think better of your son? What can I expect you to do, little bastard? 1 million, unless you win the jackpot." As soon as the Queen Mother roared, Lin Yu immediately responded. "That's right, I won the jackpot. I was so lucky that I made $1 million right after starting my own business. Don't worry, Mom. Don't you think that there are 10 billion in cash in a bank for me to rob? Besides, your son is a top student at North Star University. He can earn millions when he gets out. Do I need to worry about it?" The Queen Mother didn't say anything for a long time. She must have been so shocked that she was stunned. Start a business? Really? Do you have the brains to do that? Hey! Am I your biological son? Lin Yu stopped laughing and spoke in a serious tone. Yes, it's true. Mom, if you don't believe me, you can go ask Anshin later. It's also thanks to Anshin's help in pulling the strings, otherwise I wouldn't have achieved so much so quickly. Lin Yu swore that Shen Mengyun would be able to guess the ins and outs of the matter after hearing her mother ask. And this does not count as deceiving the Queen Mother. After all, to a certain extent, reaching a cooperation and selling spiritual replenishing liquid is not entrepreneurship, right? The Queen Mother was so excited that she almost cried. "You little bastard, you scared me to death. Today I'm going to use your 1 million to buy things and calm my nerves." She howled again, "If you dare to lie to me or do anything illegal, I will break your legs and pretend I don't have a son like you." Lin Yu. Sure enough, he picked it up. But when I heard her proudly boasting to others over the phone, "My son is so successful. He started making money right after entering college and even called me," I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. This is his sense of belonging. It seems that the business has expanded, such as longevity and marrow cleansing pills. People will eventually grow old, but he hopes that time can go slower. While chatting with the Queen Mother, he soon returned to the Zhang family. Chen Mengyun had hung up the phone almost as soon as he stepped through the door, and her best friend had confirmed the news. She looked Lin Yu up and down and asked in surprise. "Xiao Yu, your mother called me and asked me, are you really starting a business?" Lin Yu did not hide anything. When she was climbing the mountain, she happened to meet Mr. Chen from the Chen group, who helped her a little and successfully established a connection. Chen Mengyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 35, Detecting Rumors. Shen Mengyun was so excited that she almost couldn't maintain her image as a noble lady. "You are so capable. Mr. Chen's methods are extraordinary and he acts vigorously and decisively. It is not easy for ordinary people to get in touch with him. You even got the cooperation and made $1 million directly. Coincidence?" Lin Yu was about to answer. Snap! Suddenly there was a sound of something heavy falling at the door. When they looked back, Zhang Shuyao had also returned, but her expression looked awkward. She was looking at Lin Yu with disdain, with an incredible and vicious expression. The heavy object that fell to the ground was her backpack. It looked like it was thrown on the ground in anger. Lin Yu and Shen Mengyun were both slightly stunned, a little puzzled. It was still Chen Mengyun who spoke in confusion. "Yao Yao, who made you so angry?" Zhang Shuyao didn't look at her, but stared at Lin Yu, her cheeks puffed up, and seemed a little aggrieved. "Liar! I shouldn't have let you live in my house. I feel sick seeing you. Lin Yu. What kind of temper does this young lady have? Suddenly go crazy and come back to bite him. Shen Mingyun's face also darkened and he scolded seriously. Yao Yao, how can you say that about your brother Xiaoyu? Apologize now. I won't apologize to someone like him. Zhang Shuyao said angrily and stubbornly. Having said that, she didn't care about the bag that fell on the ground and went back to her room. Shen Mingyun couldn't even call out, it was embarrassing. This child is so rude. Why is he suddenly angry? She kept complaining and turned back to apologize to Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu was past the age of being impulsive. Besides a little dissatisfaction, he was more confused. This girl's attitude towards him had clearly softened a bit, but within one day she suddenly became like this again. It looked like something fishy was going on. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Mengyun calmly. It's okay, maybe there is some misunderstanding. Shen Mengyun was at a loss for words now. After all, this is something that young people do. The next day, Lin Yu went to school as usual. But it is obvious that after a day of popular science education at the forum, the school's atmosphere has changed. These people gave Lin Yu an expression of gloating and disgust when they passed by him, and even if Lin Yu wanted to ignore it, he couldn't do it. He couldn't help but wonder, it couldn't be that the amnesia spell had failed, and Wang Xiang and others had spread what happened in the Taekwondo gym that day. That shouldn't be the expression. As soon as he arrived at the classroom and looked at the half-closed door, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and stopped. Lin Yu is here. Why did he stop at the door? Why didn't he push the door open and come in? Two voices of conversation could be heard from inside, and it was obvious that they were planning something. Unfortunately, Lin Yu had sharp ears and eyes, so it was hard for him not to hear it. Do you think he's stupid? Who on earth would fall for such a childish trap? You over there, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you go into the classroom? Just then, a school leader's scolding voice was heard in the corridor. It turned out to be Director Liu, who was passing by to check on the students in each classroom. Lin Yu stared at the other person for a few seconds and came up with a bad idea. He said, amitabha, in his heart, then looked at Director Li with respect and spoke eagerly. You are Director Liu. That's great. I'm a student in the computer science department, and I have a difficult problem that I still can't figure out. Director Liu, I heard from a senior that you graduated with a degree in computer science and are a master in this field. Can you help me take a look? Director Liu, who is known for scolding people, actually doesn't have a very good reputation. Especially after he got the position of director, he acted arrogantly, causing resentment among many students. Hearing Lin Yu's flattery at this time, he felt a little flattered. When he heard the question Lin Yu asked again, he almost looked at him with his chin. You don't even understand such a simple question. Okay, let me teach you today. As he said this, under Lin Yu's admiring eyes, he pushed open the half-closed classroom door naturally. Crash! Bang! The water from mopping the floor in the iron bucket chilled Director Liu to the bone. In the classroom, the students immediately burst into laughter without knowing what was happening. Har har har, I told you he'd fall for it. You're killing me with laughter. It tastes good, doesn't it, Lin Yu? Garbage should taste like garbage water. You're so arrogant. You deserve it. Well, squad leader, it seems that Lin Yu is not that short. This person doesn't look like. After listening to their discussion for a while, Lin Yu finally showed his head from outside the door. Director Liu, are you okay? He pretended to be shocked and hurriedly pulled the bucket off Director Liu's head. Who is so wicked as to put a bucket on the door frame? Director Liu's expression was as dark as a clay pot. Who? Get out here. You dare to play a prank on the teacher? The smiles on the faces of the people headed by Wang Qiang froze. Perhaps they are too bad at disguising themselves and still maintain their mocking attitude. Director Liu immediately became furious, like a boiling teapot. Those boys, come out. I see you. Unlucky Wang Qiang and others. So angry. They finally knew why Lin Yu hadn't come in yet. This old bitch. Director Liu ordered several students to leave. Lin Yu smiled and waved to them, looking very naive. When I entered the classroom this time, their whole class looked away guiltily. After all, when Wang Qiang and others wanted to play a prank, none of them made a sound, so they could be considered accomplices. Lin Yu returned to his seat and casually caught a fish that had escaped the net. I want to ask you something. The other party was a younger brother who often followed Wang Qiang. After seeing Lin Yu's strength, he was trembling with fear, let alone resistance. Ask, what? Did I not brush my teeth or wash my face today? As soon as I arrived at the school, everyone was looking at me like a monkey. Not only did they look at me, but they also didn't give me the sightseeing fee. The man was strangely silent for a moment. Finally, he answered, well, why don't you check out the school forum? School forum. Lin Yu loosened his collar, then returned to his seat and took out his cell phone. You don't know until you see it, and once you see it, it's damn famous again. Chen Shui has become a rich woman who supports him. Lin Yu suddenly couldn't say anything, and remembered why Zhang Shuyao had that reaction yesterday. Just look at the following sentence to timing, school beauty deceived and you will know. Miss Zhang was proud and arrogant, and she was very restrained by not rushing over to claim her life. TSK, trouble. Unable to think of a good idea for a moment, Lin Yu stuffed the phone back into his pocket in frustration. The crowd watching his reaction fell into strange silence again. That's all. Is it the default? Lin Yu seemed to see the desire for gossip in their eyes, and said coldly, before spreading rumors, find out who the woman in this photo is. Chapter 36 Suruoruo. Lin Yugang denied it. Har har, who else could this woman be? She's just the rich woman you hooked up with. Wang Qiang was finally released. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Lin Yu's words and immediately retorted with gritted teeth. Lin Yu actually caused him to be severely beaten up, and he lost all his face and dignity. Lin Yu looked at his embarrassed face and was surprised. Oh, the squad leader is back so soon. It seems that Director Liu has a good temper. Not bad. Wang Qiang was almost angry to death. If he hadn't been promised some benefits, he would have had his credits deducted. Lin Yu, don't be so arrogant. With a scum like you in school, I wonder how long you can stay in school. Wang Qiang pointed at Lin Yu's nose and yelled, your good days are over. Lin Yu looked calm and casual, the innocent will be innocent. Having said that, he walked out of the classroom carrying his computer. Where are you going? Wang Qiang asked immediately, as if he was afraid that he would run away. I'm going to go find the person who spread rumors about me. Lin Yu said as a matter of course. That's right, the first video posted on the forum, with pictures and lip readings, and a thorough analysis, proved that Lin Yu and Chen Shui were in a relationship of being kept by someone. Hearing the serious female voice talking nonsense, Lin Yu was confused at first. The more he listened to their voice, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Looking at the online name, I immediately understood. Isn't this the account of Chia Shuang, the girl with dyed wavy hair who was in Zhang Shuyao's mountain climbing team last time? Does this woman have a grudge against him? Targeting him like this? He had a clear purpose, but unexpectedly, the target came right to him. As soon as he walked out of the stairs of the computer teaching building, he immediately heard a rustling sound coming from the green belt beside the road. Here he comes, Lin Yu, the two-timing scumbag, is here. Audience friends, let's see how bad this guy is. Because just today, we unexpectedly met a victim who was deeply hurt. A deliberately low but extremely excited commentary voice came from the bushes. Lin Yu looked at the glittering light reflected from the lens between the lush green leaves, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should sneer. Is this woman Chia Shuang's future career direction to be a paparazzi? Da. The sound of her high heels hitting the asphalt road had interrupted his train of thought. When Lin Yu looked up, she saw a girl in a white dress and long hair with bangs walking towards her. The face looks a little bit familiar. It is very beautiful, but not as exquisite as Zhang Shuyao's. It is a kind of style that is very comfortable to look at. People call it white moonlight first love. Lin Yu suddenly widened his eyes. This seemed to be Su Ruoruo, the class beauty he had a crush on when he was in the first year of high school. But how did she get this pointed chin and double eyelids? Anyway, after Lin Yu had been secretly in love with someone for a semester, he heard from several of his roommates that Su Ruoruo was not what she seemed to be, and he witnessed her entanglement with his brother again. No, it should be said that it was the scene where his brother was unilaterally flattered and was rejected. Lin Yu immediately pressed this piece of white rice to death. But Lin Yu didn't expect that Su Ruoruo was also admitted to Beijing University. Lin Yu, are you so surprised to see me? Ruoruo looked at him like a little white flower, her voice pretending to be bitter. Lin Yu. Why does this sound a bit like a lovesick woman who was hurt by a heartless man? You'd better not try to scam me. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You clearly liked me at the beginning, but you even encouraged your brothers to help you chase me. If you couldn't catch me, you spread dirty rumors about me. As Ruoruo said this, the camera behind the green belt that was secretly recording the entire scene flashed. The popularity of the live broadcast room is rising rapidly. Isn't this guy too bad? If you can't catch up, you just spread rumors. How did this kid get into North Star? He is a proud student of North Star University, with a great reputation, but he was ruined by this rotten apple. I thought it was just too timing, but I didn't expect there would be such a disgusting thing. People like this should get out of Beijing. Xiao Shuang was so excited that he couldn't help but exaggerate. Yes, this is the boy's true face. I guess he must be busy denying it and then pretending to be affectionate to deceive the girl. Lin Yu. He almost took the first step of denial. But now, he is not stupid. Lin Yu immediately withdrew his gaze from Ruoruo, lowered his head to look at his phone and walked away, ignoring the person. At this point, not to mention Xiao Shuang and the live audience, even Ruoruo was stunned. How is this different from what we agreed? Ruoruo became anxious and turned around to grab Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu, what do you mean? Lin Yu then looked at her. However, the look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a stranger. Those inexplicable words you just said were directed at me. Ruoruo was furious. You are actually playing dumb. If not you, who else is called Lin Yu? Lin Yu was silent for a while, and the atmosphere was stiff for a few minutes. He then asked, so, who are you? Lin Yu, you did this on purpose. I'm Ruoruo. Your high school classmate. Ruoruo was so angry that she revealed her identity, and then asked with a sneer, are you pretending not to know me? Lin Yu finally showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I remember now, but, you didn't look like this before. How did your chin get into this state? It almost stabbed someone to death. Ruoruo. Live broadcast room. Oh wow, a big melon. As for Xiao Shuang, he was almost at a loss for words. Lin Yu, this scumbag, must have deliberately pretended not to know him. He is so scheming. Before Ruoruo could get angry, Lin Yu asked calmly, are you blocking me here on purpose? What do you want from me? Didn't you just listen? I asked you, have you ever liked me? Ruoruo was very sure because Lin Yu's bootlicker brother mentioned it. It's a pity that how could she possibly fall in love with Lin Yu? Lin Yu looked at her with a complicated expression. Well, you were very pretty before you had plastic surgery. I did like you when you were a freshman in high school. Ruoruo almost exploded on the spot. Could this bastard please stop mentioning plastic surgery? You're obsessed with appearance. Plus the things you did are simply disgusting. Ruoruo took a deep breath. Although the words were false, her anger was real. Looking at it this way, people who don't know the situation would really think that Lin Yu had ruined the innocence of a young girl. How could Lin Yu act with her? He stared at Ruoruo with a look that clearly expressed the word mentally retarded. Can I clarify something? Wasn't it you who cheated on me and became someone else's mistress? This time, the live broadcast room exploded. What kind of reversal is this? What's the big news? Is it so explosive? This young lady is so well hidden. Isn't this more exciting than Fu Renjuan? Even the 8 o'clock soap operas are not as exciting as this. Chapter 37, Being Killed. If Ruoruo knew about the existence of live broadcast, she almost fell down when Lin Yu said this. What are you talking about? She tried to hold on, but her face turned pale and she looked guilty. What made her even more angry was that wasn't the cleanup work for this matter going to be done quickly? Not many people in the school know about this. Why does Lin Yu know this? Lin Yu seemed to see through her thoughts. You want to know how I know? I investigated when you tricked my brother into treating him like a lapdog. As he said this, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of disappointment. If Ganzi hadn't still had feelings for you and refused to let me expose the secret to the whole class, do you think you could have gone to college so gloriously? After a pause, he suddenly frowned and asked with a conspiratorial look on his face, you know I'm here, and you're not at ease, so you deliberately make trouble for me, right? Suruoruo had long wished she could sew his mouth shut. If you continue talking, everything will be revealed. Shut up. Stop slandering me. Now that Lin Yu changed the subject, she was eager for it, so she glared at Lin Yu fiercely. If I had the ability, I would let everyone see your true face in a minute. Lin Yu was unmoved, and asked as a matter of course, aren't you afraid that I know something and make you restless in college, so you deliberately spread rumors on the forum that I am being kept by someone? The live broadcast room began to become foggy. Wait, this guy said that he was slandered by others. It seems like a rumor. Is there something else going on here that I don't know about? When Xiao Shuang saw that the discussion was going in the wrong direction, he immediately said, I think this is a bit like dog biting dog. It must be that Lin Yu dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. The live broadcast room thinks this statement is possible. At this time, Su Ruoruo was already prepared. She sneered, do you still need to spread rumors? You are a rotten person to begin with. Also, I heard that the notebook fee for your class is extremely expensive, costing 88,000 yuan. We all grew up in the same small town, so we don't know how much each side weighs. Your family had to sell the house to raise the 88,000 yuan, right? You came up with 88,000 so easily. Isn't it confirmed that you are being kept by someone? A series of questioning finally made the live broadcast room more certain that Lin Yu was a scumbag, and there was another layer of size on the live broadcast barrage. 88,000 is indeed a lot. An ordinary family can't afford it at all. It seems that, as the anchor analyzed, the scumbag must be kept by a rich woman, which is why he can earn 88,000 yuan a night. Alas, college students face so many temptations. I am dumbfounded. It's wonderful. The confrontation between the scumbag man and the scumbag woman is so damn wonderful. Thank you, host, for letting us see this wonderful scene. Send rockets to their host. Xiao Shuang immediately smiled. Xiao Shuang's live broadcast is still ongoing, and its popularity remains high, and almost the entire internet knows about it. Therefore, it was not surprising at all when the news reached Chen Shui, who was paying close attention to Lin Yu's movements. The secretary quickly found Chen Shui with the photos from the internet. Mr. Chen, it seems that your appearance at the gate of North Star University has caused a lot of trouble for Mr. Lin. She pushed photos, news, and then brought out live broadcasts. Look at these, what should we do now? Chen Shui was puzzled for a moment, then she was ready for battle. After all, Lin Yu is the collaborator she cannot afford to lose. Within 5 minutes, after quickly browsing through all the information, her expression turned dark. Why did you find out now? The secretary was very annoyed. Mr. Chen, this incident first fermented in the Beijing campus forum, and then it was spread online. Finally, now, someone secretly broadcast Mr. Lin's conversation live. Chen Shui took a deep breath, and finally stood up, with a fierce light flashing in her eyes. Let the information department investigate and find out who is behind this. The secretary immediately responded yes. Seeing Chen Shui about to leave the office, he couldn't help but ask, where are you going, Mr. Chen? Is there any need to say that? Chen Shui gritted her teeth and cursed the bastard behind her in her heart. Do I dare to be Mr. Lin's sponsor? The secretary understood that Mr. Chen was going to Beijing school to personally dispel the rumors. Lin Yu was a little impatient. Su Ruoruo had stopped him for a short while, and now his patience was running out. He was already wanting to pull out Xiao Shuang, who was hiding behind the green belt. It seemed that Su Ruoruo was still talking nonsense. Lin Yu interrupted her condescendingly, can't it be the first pot of gold for my business? Su Ruoruo seemed to have heard some joke. Just you? Lin Yu, are you dreaming too much? Su Ruoruo laughed mercilessly. Can your family come up with the startup capital? You've just been in college for a few days and you've already succeeded in starting a business? Do you think you're the son of some aristocratic family? After a pause, Su Ruoruo said with disdain, I heard that you wanted to hook up with the school beauty Zhang Shuyao, but unfortunately no one liked you. You're not going to take that rich woman's money, pretend that you earned it yourself, and then take credit for it in front of the school beauty, are you? Lin Yu just wanted to silence her. He stopped making sarcastic remarks in a bad tone and spoke directly. Su Ruoruo, I don't know who told you to come to me to make yourself known. But don't forget that I was able to find your materials back then, and I can still do so now. Lin Yu sneered, do you want to challenge my expertise? Su Ruoruo trembled all over, shocked and angry. You actually. I don't hit women, don't mess with me. Lin Yu was impatient and interrupted her again, but if you try to make a presence felt again, I don't mind slapping you twice for my brother. Just try and hit me. Su Ruoruo was threatened once again, and she was so angry that the string of reason in her head snapped. I'm telling you, this is a live broadcast. If you dare to hit me, everyone on the internet will know that you are a jerk who beats women. Bang! Before she could finish her words, she heard a loud noise in her ear. Su Ruoruo's head was buzzing from the beating, as if there were hundreds of little bees living there. She fell to the ground, and the groundhog screamed in disbelief. You're crazy. How dare you hit me in front of so many people? Lin Yu looked down at him, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He's such a jerk, he's asking for a beating, I can't help it. Su Ruoruo was very angry. He simply sat on the ground and refused to get up, shouting angrily. You hit a woman, you rubbish. Everyone, look, this scumbag Lin Yu actually hit me. Live audience. To be honest, they are not fools, okay? Whether Lin Yu is a scumbag or not remains to be verified. But seeing a person who just appeared like white moonlight, in less than a moment, became a shrew sitting on the ground, crying and shouting. Can't you just play the whole thing?